Okay, welcome everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, August the 13th. We have quite a lengthy session today, so thanks to everyone who will be sticking it through with us here to the end. John Peacock, welcome back.
Thank
Are there
you.
any additions or deletions to today's agenda?
There are no additions or deletions to today's agenda.
Okay, sounds good. Are there members of the public who wish to provide public comment on any item or on anything that is not listed for a public hearing today? You're welcome to approach the dais. You'll have 3 minutes. Hi, Tony. Come on up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I have to catch my breath. I apologize. There was still traffic in the entrance to Aspen at noon today. I was like, am I going to make it on time? But I just wanted, for the record, my name is Tony Kronberg, and I wanted to say that yesterday was pretty exciting. I know all of you are excited about the airport modernization plan and picking your architects, and there were some great articles in the paper today. And then I stayed for the update on the Transportation Coalition for the 21st Century, and I just wanted to expand a little bit on what is the most utilized public transit system in Colorado. During that Transportation Coalition, SE Engineering did a presentation on aerial gondola systems, and believe it or not, the second most utilized public transit system in Colorado is the Telluride Village Gondola. I know yesterday there was a comment that was made that people have said that sometimes it's empty, but so our rafter buses are empty at 3 o'clock in the morning. Highway 82 is empty. Telluride can also have empty gondolas, but they serve 4 million passengers per year, and there's actually so much wait listing for it that Telluride is going to double the capacity for the gondola this year, and they're forming the funding mechanisms and how to do that. And then the third most utilized, well, the first most utilized public transit system in Colorado, should not be surprising, is down in Denver, the RTD, the Regional Transportation District, that includes rail and buses. And then the third one is our RAFTA system. And that's in a rural area that is one of the most successful ones. So I just wanted to highlight that on the gondola system.
Thanks, Tony.
And look forward to tomorrow, Elected Officials Transportation Committee meeting, 4 o'clock, City of Aspen. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, nice to see you. Thank you.
Always.
Thank you for that.
Okay, are there other members of the public that wish to make public comment? Is there anyone online? Please raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing any. We'll go ahead and.
We've got one.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
His name is Buck.
No, I think, is this Melanie?
Yes, it is. Hi, this is Melanie Buckholtz from the Meredith, Thomasville area on the Frying Pan. I did raise my concerns in the last BoCC meeting with public comment regarding the language in the Frying Pan overlay being changed. I've reviewed it again and I'm reviewing it now, and there still appears to be regarding zoning for RS30 and B1, our caps are no longer in the current Frying Pan overlay, which was in 2023. This was an ordinance that the BoCC approved. However, within the body of the ordinance, there was no mention of the Frying Pan Valley or any amendments being requested. So I do not believe that you, as the BoCC, is aware that in a ordinance meant to reduce the total square footage going along with the comprehensive plan, or the maximum allowable floor area, that actually by not including the conditions of the RS30 and B1 zone districts that we have here, it took away our 5750 cap and including TDRs and GMQSs. So I'm requesting that those be reviewed and to find out if the BOC actually knew that this was happening, and if that was their intent to release the caps on those zoned areas.
Okay, thank you, Melanie. Is there other public comment? Okay, seeing none, I'm gonna go ahead and close the public comment and bring it forward for commissioner comments. Greg?
Sure, thank you. One, I just wanted to respond, and I want to appreciate Tony for bringing the stats on Colorado transportation numbers to us. And it is kind of surprising that Telluride's gondola system has been so busy and successful. I also wanted to just call the board's attention. There's a letter from Courtney Coons. I'm hoping we just can forward that to Rye after you've seen it regarding RSG's rezoning concerns that they have about property they've been on, or their family has been on since 1891. I know that's coming up later. The third thing is just news from the natural world. There's not a lot of food out there, natural food for the birds. Hummingbirds are swarming. If you've got a hummingbird feeder, most people I've talked to have 20 times as many hummingbirds in the last 2 weeks as a normal summer would. And we're going through about 10 pounds of sugar a week, keeping them all addicted. And what's the other news? Sleeping in my hammock the other day after a busy bike ride back from a board meeting, and I woke up nose to nose with a speckled fawn who decided to come check me out. And I opened my eyes, and it's right here in front of me. And that was pretty exciting. That was an auspicious, wonderful moment. And then the final thing is riding my bike into town. I've noticed on the trail today that most of the riders did not have helmets. Many did not have shoes. They were with flip-flops. They had earbuds in their ears. Some were riding without hands on the wheel. These were a mixture, mostly e-bikes, but also regular bikes. And it was the first time I think I've been on our bike paths and felt a little bit terrified. And I realize commuters like me are trying to get to town. I'm right at the speed limit. And other people are going that faster, or much slower, but they're absolutely unaware of everybody around them. So I think Pitkin County, according to the state, has the highest ER visit rate for head injuries. I'm not sure that is accurate. I think it's been maybe perhaps corrected by our own public health people. But we do have ER visits due to bicycle injuries. Mick Ireland's in the hospital right now, or maybe just got out after a bike wreck with a deer. Speaking.
Oh, really?
So it's dangerous out there, folks. Don't ride like an idiot. That's all I can say. Is there anything else to that? No, guess not. I think it's nice to be able to commute to town on our bikes and have such great bike paths. I think at some point we might consider widening them and striping them, because we've got everything from slow pedestrians with baby carriages up to people trying to get somewhere. And the speed differences are, 20 miles an hour differences in speed. It can be dangerous on a pedestrian/bike path. Thank you.
Thanks, Greg. Other commissioner comments? Patty?
Can I borrow your whole charger system?
Yes.
This is not working, thank you.
Patty?
I will be brief since we do have a long agenda today.
Oh, sorry.
I just want to remind people we're in a stage 2 fire ban, fire restrictions. That means please don't smoke outside. I just stopped a gentleman right out here in front of our building. It is very, very brittle out there, brittle dry. Even in the high country where normally we have wildflowers, they are not blooming, they are dying. Colors are changing not because of fall temperatures, but because of drought. So please, I'm asking people to please pay attention, as Greg did for bicycles. Our forests are in jeopardy right now, and we do not need to be having a wildfire, any more wildfires in Colorado or in the western states. It's been pretty drastic so far, and we still have a long way to go till we get precipitation, let alone rain or snow. So please be careful out there.
Thank you, Patty. Francie, any comments?
I don't.
Okay. I will follow up. I'll just thank all of the 1,000+ firefighters who are working to put out the fires here in western Colorado that are impacting us here in the state. And I also want to wish everybody luck as they go back to school. Aspen schools started today. Roaring Fork schools start next week. And thank God I'm not counting the days or anything when my kids go back. But just to wish everybody luck and, recall that the traffic patterns do change sometimes when school resumes in session. And I think that is it. We do have a full agenda today. So we'll move through as expeditiously as we can. And if that's it for commissioner comments, I am going to go to our consent agenda. We have 3 items. We have the minutes of the July 23rd regular meeting and the August 5th special meeting, a resolution to appoint our citizen board members for various citizen boards, and a resolution regarding an abatement petition for 2307 Carriage Way. Yes, Patty?
I would like to make a motions for item 1 and 3 and pull off item 2 for comment.
Okay. So a motion to approve minutes and the abatement petition?
Yes.
So from Patty, and then a second by Greg. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Item number 2 is the resolution appointing citizen board members. I just want to read them out so people know, and I want to let people know how much we appreciate all the applicants. We depend on our citizens advisory boards. People put in a lot of time, effort, passion, and I want people to know how much we appreciate the time spent and the people who apply. There's always applications pending or openings, so please try again next time if we didn't appoint you this time, because we had a lot of candidates for different positions. I'm going to read them really quickly. Scott Woolley is being a renewal for the Aspen-Picken County Housing Authority, or APCHA. Maura Masters is a Citizen Grant Review Committee member. Joan Clark is a alternate on the Citizens Grant Review Commission. Mary Daly, Citizens Grant Review Commission. Ramona Brulin, Citizen Grant Review Commission. Debbie Kelly is being appointed to Planning and Zoning Commission. And Sam Cox is being appointed to Healthy Rivers and Streams. And that we will be reviewing some of our bylaws for our committees to make sure there's not a conflict in the future for people who want to serve on 2 different committees. We'll figure out language and clarify that, hopefully coming up soon. So I want to thank those who applied, and I want to congratulate those who are being appointed. Citizens Grant Review Committee has a lot of work ahead of them in the next couple of months, and we really appreciate their fine-tuning. They go through all the applications for our Healthy Community Fund and then make recommendations back to the Board of Commissioners, and it's a lot of work in a short period of time, and we truly appreciate it. And I would like to make a motion to approve the resolution appointing citizen board members.
I'll second that.
Thanks, Greg. Any further discussion?
Thanks for pulling that.
Great. Thank you to all our citizens who serve. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 4. This is a 1 reading and public hearing. The board will be sitting as the Board of Equalization to ratify a hearing officer determination of an appeal of an assessor's valuation. And I see Sam Ingen is here with us. Hi, Sam.
Hi. Sam Ingen, Administration. I'm here to bring forth the hearing officer's determinations for your guys' ratification. We held hearings with the County Board of Equalization and your hearing officers, Mick Ireland, Kim Tarver, and Liz Newman from August 7th, and we wrapped them up on August 1st, luckily before Mick's accident. I believe Mick and Kim may be joining virtually. If you guys have any questions for them. We received 301 appeal requests, which was a lot less than 2023, thankfully. And I included a spreadsheet of those determinations for your review. Outlined, there were several that did withdraw or stipulated with the assessor's office prior to actually going to a hearing, and then all others are either marked as no change or an adjustment made.
Okay, questions for Sam? Patty?
So really quick, Sam, I went through them all. It's interesting to read. So I'm please clarify for me where it has the name in many cases, that's the name of the person who was representing the property owner.
Yeah, either the petitioner or their agent representative.
Okay, because I'm like, that guy owns a lot of property.
Yeah.
Adams, and then I went, oh, it's probably because he was representing the owners. Okay, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate it. That's a lot of work.
Yes. And then once these are approved, we do have 5 days to get them out. So we'll get those determinations out to those petitioners, and then they have 30 days to appeal further. If they'd like to, they can appeal to the board, the BAA at the state level, binding arbitration, or district court.
Okay, thank you.
And just to give an overview, the assessor's office values property based on comparable market sales for residential development. Individual property owners can contest and appeal the value assigned to them, and they usually provide information about what's different about their property that the assessor's office doesn't always have access to. And those considerations either result in a adjustment, no change to the value, or a stipulation, which is the agreement of both parties, is what I understand. So this is resulting in an initial valuation of $3,334,000,000 to a changed valuation of $2,938,000,000 for these 300 plus appeals. Is there any questions about this?
No, but I'm happy to make a
public
motion.
hearing.
Yeah, it is a public hearing. Thank you. Does anyone in the members of the public wish to make comment on these valuation appeals and our ratification process? All right, seeing none. Oh, did you see someone? Oh, I see a hand up. Oh, Kim, hi. Thank you for your work on all this.
Problem. I just wanted to make sure that you guys understand how much work Sam did and what an excellent job she did of taking something that's, it's like herding cats. I kept telling her she's herding cats, she's herding cats. It went really well this year, in my opinion. It was just more organized. It was better for the petitioners, better for me as a hearing officer, and I'm hoping better for the assessors as well. And I point my finger right at Sam for that.
Well, thank you for saying so and saying
Thanks,
it
Kim.
publicly. All right. And these valuations are one of the elements that serve as the basis for our property tax collection here in the county. And so it's an incredibly important part of the work that we do. Thank you to the assessor's office as well. Is there any further public comment? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion.
I'll make a motion
Okay, Francie?
to approve the ratification of the hearing office determinations of appeals of Pickens County Assessor's valuation.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
I have a question
Yes,
for
Kathy.
John Peacock. You know, Northwest Cog does our dues based on valuation. Should I present to them this adjusted valuation for their calculation? They have a formula in which they calculate our dues. I'm not sure which number. I don't have their dues in front of me to see, but chances are they didn't use the lesser number.
The updated. I think it's reasonable to. I think it'll have a minimal impact, I think, on what those final dues are as a percentage.
I'll just check
yeah.
and see, because it should be what, on the accurate number, not on, okay.
Well,
I
and this
will-
isn't the full valuation, right? Our full valuation is closer to 70 billion.
Yeah, I don't know, the numbers, it seems like it was in the 3 billion, or whatever it is. But I'll look into it and just see if it makes a difference, or if they calculate it differently. Just something I just thought of, thank you.
All right, thanks. I'll call the question. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Thanks, Sam. Nice job. So we're moving on to first readings. We have quite a number of them today. These will all be set for public hearing and the second reading on Wednesday, August the 27th. The first is, so we have a theme in the first three here, and these have to do with ballot measures that we as a board are referring to the ballot. The first is a resolution of the BoCC submitting to the electorate, to the election to be held on November 4th, 2025, a ballot issue for the Aspen-Picken County Airport authorizing the issuance of bonds for the redevelopment of the Picken County Airport and the pledge of the revenues of the airport to the payment of such bonds, setting the ballot title and content for the ballot issue to be submitted, and authorizing that all necessary or appropriate actions be taken relating to the election for such approval.
Before they start, can I just do a point of clarification here? John, we brought it up yesterday that the second reading was not noticed on our future agendas.
We did correct that.
Okay, thank
Yep.
you.
All right, who am I turning this
All
over to?
right.
John
Well,
Hancock?
I'll kick it off before turning it over to the experts at the table here. This is another step in our effort to redevelop and modernize the airport. Yesterday, of course, we had the introduction of our design team for the terminal, and also an introduction more briefly of our design team for the runway project. And I know there was an initial discussion about funding. And we're going to go into that in a little bit more detail today about the various funding sources that we will be tapping to finance this airport redevelopment. Particularly what we're here to talk about today, though, is approval of airport revenue bonds or bond financing for the airport. And I just want to start off that nothing that we're talking about today is repaid by tax dollars. It's all repaid by fees that are generated through the airport and revenues that are generated on the airport. And so as we're talking about some of these numbers, this is not a tax-related question. There's no tax increases associated with it. There's another caveat I want to make about these numbers. We are estimating, and Brad's going to talk more about this along with Ann and Liz, we're making a lot of estimates about what the bonding numbers need to be, both in terms of our gross estimates of the project costs and inflation, which will be refined through the design process, and also any terms that are associated with debt financing or bond financing, which would be interest rates and coverage ratios and the debt service requirements and such. And so as we're talking about these numbers, I think the other thing that's important to remember is that we generally right now, because of where we are at in the phase of design, as well as the uncertainties about where we're going to be on the terms of financing, are making the most conservative, or I'd say worst case kind of estimates, so that we can ensure that we will have the authority to finance what is needed to execute a project this community expects. And so what is before you today is proposed ballot language that would approve the issuance of up to $340 million in airport revenue bonds on a 30-year term at an 8.5% interest rate. We are assuming right now that there would be a coverage ratio of 1.75, and that means we have to keep 1.75 times the amount of annual debt service freed in our budget for debt coverage, and that would be a pledge of around $51 million in airport revenues annually. This is a worst case scenario. We really do believe it's probably going to land, no pun intended, around 34 or 35 million in pledged revenues annually. However, because of the uncertainty at this point, we're wanting to ask for approval of a bond amount that allows us to take all of these uncertainties into account. Brad's going to talk in more detail about that. This is not our only choice. If the board so chose a path where we had more certainty around all of these numbers that Brad's going to talk about, grant revenues, passenger facility fees, what the bonding terms are and such, we could develop the project to that point and then bring a ballot question back. Effectively, we believe that would result in the delay, particularly of the terminal and landside improvements, of up to a year. And we'd likely either miss a window of closure to work on both with the runway, or we'd be delaying the project by up to a year to accomplish this. We do not feel that's in the best interest of the community right now for a number of reasons, including the condition of the airfield and also the impacts of inflation and the projection that we've made to the business community already of when closures would be happening. The other option that would be available is that the only reason that an enterprise fund has to go to a debt vote is it's unique to our home rule charter, that it's a requirement of our home rule charter that we do this, but we feel that it's best right now to honor the home rule charter and ask for permission to authorize the debt issuance at the maximum amount to deliver a project that is within the common ground recommendations. And so that's what we're bringing in front of you today. I'm going to turn it over to Brad and the team to talk in more detail about how we got here.
Great, thanks, John. This very good summary. We're going to run through a lot of the same information that we did yesterday. I'm going to be brief, but if there are any questions, please don't hesitate to ask. We'll start with the program timeline. As we talked about, we're on schedule. The timeline really hasn't changed. It's starting to get refined a little bit as we're getting additional information, but good news is we've hit all the milestones to date, and we expect to continue that through the project. You can see the red star up there in the middle of 2026, indicating when we think we're going to need to issue bonds, hence what John was saying about getting the ballot question now instead of kind of waiting and then pushing everything out a year. There's a lot of synergy between the airfield and the terminal project during that 9-month closure in 2027. And so we're doing everything we can to maximize that opportunity. And that's really the crux of the issue before us. We reviewed the program cost estimate. The current estimate is at $575 million, split between the airfield and the terminal. We're anticipating a large part of that airfield will be eligible for federal grants, and we're anticipating that we're going to receive those federal grants. But there's still a large component that obviously is going to need to be funded with other funds, local funds, and likely bond funds. So when we look at all of the different funding sources that are available for the project, we've got federal and state grants. Principally, the one at the top, the Airport Improvement Program grant, is the largest federal aviation administration grant program, and one that we're anticipating a significant amount of participation from. We've also got some user fees, passenger facility charges, customer facility charges that we are currently collecting and will continue to collect. Some of that is providing airport funds today that we will be using for the project, but more importantly, they'll be used to repay the debt service. As John said, any bonds that we issue will be general airport revenue bonds and will be paid for by the revenues from the airport, and the PFCs and the CFCs are included in that. We've also got the Atlantic Aviation lease, which is a significant accomplishment that the county has recently undertaken, and will be a significant contributor to that, as well as the funds that we already have accumulated over the years from the airport. But obviously that we don't anticipate that that's going to be enough to cover the full weight of the program, so we're going to have to issue GARBs. Very quickly, I want to just, again, reiterate sort of the relationship between the federal and state grants that we get and the bonds, right? The more grants we get, the less bonds we're going to need. The less grants we get, the more bonds we're going to need. And that's part of the sort of the conundrum that we're in right now is we don't really know. The federal government won't tell us about this until we get through the environmental process and we're able to have those conversations. So we are hopeful, but we are sort of, what is the phrase? We're hope for the best, plan for the worst. Cautious. Right, so when we talk about the financing components, yesterday I talked about affordability, and really it's just the process we go through. And I think John did a really good job of kind of laying this out. But we start with what's the program going to cost? We have a cost estimate, but as we talked about, we don't have enough detail around the design to have a lot of confidence in that cost estimate. It's going to change as the design evolves and we get through the process and we hire a CMR. So we've got to get some more clarity around the cost of the program, more certainty, I'll call it, around the cost of the program. And then we subtract out the grant funding, which we've just explained. We don't really know what that is right now. So there's a lot of unknowns. Once we have those two, we'll kind of understand how many bonds we're going to need to issue. We translate that information, how many we're going to have, into our annual debt service, which is the total amount of bonds that we're issuing times a whole bunch of factors that John sort of articulated, the interest rate, the debt service recoverage, and those types of things. And that sort of gets us an annual amount that we need to pay back in order to pay back the loans over 30 years. Once we have that number, we have to determine whether we can afford that, and that's really taking that annual debt service number and dividing it by how much revenue are we generating at the airport every year. We know what we're doing today, but we think that there's going to be opportunities for additional financing or additional revenue at the airport by increasing parking fees and concession fees and rental car fees and those types of things. But the biggest one is the airline rates and charges. And so as we're able to negotiate new leases with the airlines and get them on board with this program, they're going to be signing up to cover a large portion of that additional debt service requirement.
Question?
Greg.
Brad, can I ask a question? You just mentioned airport rental fees and other charges, passenger facility charges, things that people will notice fairly quickly.
Yep.
Could you elaborate? What are we talking about? Doing something that will shock people, or are we talking about gradual increases? What are we talking about when we talk about, how are we going to pay for this? And this is a component, but what are we looking at?
Yeah, and again, I'm gonna sort of.
And I know you don't know exactly.
Exactly right. So
We don't know.
I would characterize it, Commissioner, as a lever that you can pull, and you've got several of them, right? You've got the passenger facility charges are set; they're just based on activity, right? So unless the activity dramatically goes up, we can predict those. But the customer facility charge, for example, in the rental cars, you've got great latitude to increase double what you're charging right now and still be within industry norms. But that's a policy that this board would determine is appropriate, and you would I'm assuming you would look at that and evaluate it based on the merits and who it's going to impact and what that impact is going to be. And that scenario is very similar to how you would treat your concession fees, for example, for your parking fees, for example. A lot of our clients will look at that and say, rental car fees are paid by people who do not live and vote in this area. Parking fees are paid by people who live and vote in this area, and you can treat those differently. You can have policies that differentiate between those. So while I don't have exact numbers for you, I think there are opportunities for you to increase your revenues, and you can look very deliberately at those opportunities and decide how much you want to do it. And this is the balance, right? Because once we know what the annual debt service is going to be with more certainty, we can understand how much more additional revenue we need, and we can look at all those different funding sources and make those decisions.
Thank you. I think that's going to be an interesting conversation regarding airport advertising, for instance, or rental car or parking fees. You know, I think that's all going to come up, and hopefully everyone will be paying attention.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And Greg, and how it's designed will impact how revenues are structured and available for debt repayment. Sorry.
No, that's fine, John. Francie.
I would love to have us look more closely at how to get some of the revenues increased with the general aviation. I think everybody in this valley would like to see that, because you haven't included that in your ways of increasing revenues. I don't know what the possibilities are legally, but that seems to me that's going to be an issue for the public. It's an issue for me, and so whatever we can do in that arena, I would like us to pursue.
Well, Commissioner, I would point out that you increased your revenue from general aviation extraordinarily through the recent lease with Atlantic Aviation. All of those costs, without getting into their business model, all of those fees that they're paying through that lease agreement, which are, as you know, substantial, are going to be passed on to the general aviation community. So I hear what you're saying, but it is absolutely included in this analysis. But that lease has been signed, and I'm not aware of any levers that you can pull within that agreement. The agreement's been structured.
So it's only the FAA who can change fees per passenger to fees per plane, or we don't have any say in that?
Yeah, right now there's no authority or legal ability to do that.
And, sorry, can I just, oh, sorry, do you
John
want to go,
wants
John?
to jump in.
Well, and I did want to note that this board is pursuing some policy changes at the federal level. I know, Patty, you've been involved in that, with NACO recently. That would change our ability to finance certain improvements, particularly where they come into infrastructure that we've been concerned about, whether it be greenhouse gas reduction or anything else on or off airport. That is our attempt right now, Francie, to influence federal policy, but it's not something that we have a lot of local discretion over.
And I just wanted to throw in that the other piece that GA pays is that they also pay a landing fee. And so they pay a landing fee each time they land based on size of the plane, weight, several factors. And so that is for the airfield costs, and those airfield costs are directly charged to each plane that does come and
including
land.
commercial airlines planes.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yep. So there's a commercial airline landing fee, and then there's a general aviation landing fee. So I just wanted to clarify that as well.
I appreciate that.
And that we set each year based on usage and policy that is set by the BoCC as well. So,
So
it
that fee
basically
is
has to be kind of
determined-
fair share.
That fee is determined by the BoCC.
It is. We come to you each year, usually in the fall, to set the rates and
Yeah.
charges, and that is one of those that is on there.
But
it's
to
coming
be
back?
clear, it's formula driven. It's not that you have a lot of discretion about how to, distribute the burden of those costs. There has to be that rational nexus that's
Correct.
approved by the FAA.
Yes.
So it's
Yeah.
it's restricted by the amount of money it costs us. That's how we determine the amount that we can charge.
Correct.
It's that, and then also usage. You have to FAA. You have to, have fair, and you can't be charging one airplane different than another. There has to be a rationale behind it, and so that is what all goes into the formula, and that is what we then present to the BoCC.
But what's different about, and this is where Brad started, about how funding responsibilities are allocated at our airport versus others, like there's a New York Times article that was distributed, is the FBO lease that we just signed. If we are still under our old lease arrangement, it'd probably be similar to other airports. We have a pretty unique agreement right now.
And another thing that I don't think we mentioned with the agreement is that the Atlantic Aviation is also going to be contributing $10 million to our this project as well. So that is on top of what their regular charges are too. So I think that that's important to point out as well.
Okay, Patty?
Yeah, two things, and clarify for me the procedure, but when we do rates and fees charges, it comes back to the BoCC to read with public comment, so the public will have a chance to weigh in at that time.
Correct.
Okay, and then the second thing is with the National Association of Counties, or NACO, Greg and I briefly talked yesterday based on the New York Times article, et cetera, that maybe we want to create a policy that I can reintroduce or can introduce at the NACO policy meeting in July in New Orleans, in the middle of July, by the way. They always pick the best spots. And I would be more than happy to do that. Not only am I sitting on NACO's Transportation Policy Committee, but I'm now on their subcommittee related to airports. So it would be a perfect opportunity if we want to work on that with our consultants out of DC and create a policy.
But I think at the board's direction, we can pursue these kind of revenue questions separately from this kind of bonding and financing question. And so there's a lot being done. There's a lot that's been done, a lot being done, probably more that could be done. But I don't think it all needs to be resolved before we look at the financing for the terminal.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
So just in summary, and this is sort of my way of summarizing all that information. John was very, very eloquent when he went through it, but we need to ask the question now. There's a bunch of things we don't know or don't know well enough. So we sort of have to request the highest amount that we think is practical. But as those unknowns become more clear and focused, we're going to issue the bonds accordingly. We're not going to just go out for whatever we have approval for. We just have to get the approval for the most because we don't want to have to come back.
And I'd like to add another caveat to that. There's a whole process for issuing bonds, which comes before the BoCC, who ultimately authorizes resolution. This is just a question of the electorate. Then we will develop the financing strategy and come to you with Piper Sandler, our municipal advisor, and that goes through a bunch of hearings, readings, and so on. So that's yet to come.
Yeah.
It's not just the authorization for Liz and I to go out and start
And I just want
indicting the county
Yeah.
$340 million.
Sorry, and I just want to reiterate, and this is authorizing the issuance of bonds without increasing taxes. This is not a tax question to fund this project.
All right, I have a bunch of clarifying questions I'd like to ask, but I'll go to Jeffrey first. Please.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Where did we come in on the solid waste center? At what yield did we come in on the 30-year borrow for the solid waste center?
We haven't issued the bonds yet.
Okay.
Yeah, that will be coming to you to give us authorization to issue the bonds in, what's the timeline?
Either Q4 this year or Q1 of next year. We haven't finalized that either.
So the follow-on question, I think you're going to figure out really quickly where I'm going, which is 30 years at 482 today. Let's say the curve gets steeper between now and Q2, Q3 when we're bonding. We're at 6%. Are we at 250 basis points over treasuries? The question is, number 8 on the resolution, are we still under that cap, if you will? So I was trying to get where are we relative to the safety of the of U.S. Treasuries? How far above that? And is this just? There's no chance we're going to go above 8.5%, but we're really talking 3 quarters out. So it's the soothsayer question.
Right, yeah.
How can we put that in the resolution?
That's part of our worst case scenario kind of development of these numbers is we think 8.5% is high and it'll come in possibly a whole basis point
Right.
less.
100 basis points less.
100.
Sorry,
Yeah.
yeah. And then, yesterday, I think the forecast is for interest rates to start dropping. If you heard that yesterday. So, we think that's on the high end.
Yeah.
But really, the genesis of the question is, could that ding us in November if all of a sudden, tariffs hit and we're 100 basis points higher on the 30-year? I realize this is conservative. Is it still conservative in an inflationary high tariff environment?
So we think so. Of course, if we were really good at this, we'd have yachts in the Mediterranean right now, maybe. But every factor here has been inflated. So whether it be the debt coverage ratio, conservative, yeah. It's conservative in the sense of interest rates, conservative in the sense of the debt coverage ratio, and conservative in the sense of bond proceeds and total repayment. So because we've been conservative in those areas, we believe that we're going to be in the realm of doing a good project here. I would answer your question another way too, as far as one of the reasons for going out now is it gives you a longer time, it gives you more space to take advantage of favorable market conditions, versus if you're going for an approval and you have to issue the bonds right away under whatever conditions exist at that time. I think that puts us at higher risk than having some time before, like we're doing with the land, the solid waste. The projections right now are actually for a little bit of a drop. I know there are a lot of factors that could affect that, Jeffrey, but we believe that by going out early, giving ourselves some time to take advantage of favorable market conditions when they happen, we're actually putting ourselves in a better position to beat all of these conservative estimates.
Thank you.
And I would just add, at the end of the day, it all comes down to affordability and what can we afford. And I don't think we could afford $340 million right now, but we put it up there in case we need it.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to follow up on that. But first, just for people watching at home, this is Liz Woods, our finance director, and Ann Triggers, our chief financial and administrative officer. They're both very, very bright in leading us through this. So can you explain, for folks who are going to contemplate voting on this, why do we think we can afford $340 million, and what components of the project that is going to pay for?
So,
Very different questions.
I don't think
yeah.
we can afford it.
So I'm going to go backwards in
I'm
your,
teeing them up
yeah.
a little bit because I have
Yeah.
a good sense of the answers, but
Yeah.
I think it's helpful to explain as part of our justification why we're going to the voters and what proportions, are we using all this to build a new runway? Are we using all this to build a new terminal? It's
And that's
helpful
why
to
I'm going to answer your questions backwards and hope it gives everyone some more time to think. But the bond financing will primarily be used for the terminal and landside improvements. It is our belief that the airfield, as has traditionally been the case, will continue to be the case, that the FAA will fund the vast majority. It's typically been 90% of the airfield, to the point Liz made earlier. Atlantic is committed to another $10 million on the airfield towards match. And we're the balance of whatever is left over. And I'd add, when we get to West Side development, there's another $1.5 million, so really $11.5 million from Atlantic Aviation to match whatever grants. And so where grants have traditionally not funded as much is terminal and landside. And by landside, I mean the parking, the public transportation, kind of improvements, the transit improvements. Those primarily become the responsibility of the county and the airport, and are financed through airport funds, whether it be fund balance, debt financing. We do believe that there's still going to be some grant dollars we may be able to take advantage of for terminal construction. And there are still grant dollars for transit and transportation projects that we believe we'll be able to take advantage of to connect the airport to the rest of the community. In terms of $340 million at 8.5%, a large chunk of that pledged revenue would come through FBO revenues, and then we are going to be looking at what portion can come from the various fees and rentals. We'd anticipate that in a new terminal with more robust service offerings, we are going to be increasing rental revenues and revenues coming in on that side. We've talked a little bit about rental cars, which was also a vision through the Vision Committee that you put more burden there to encourage mass transit if possible. Parking, we're going to have some fees going up right now. Our parking fees at the airport are not at market. They're below market. They will likely be increased, and part of that will be pledged for financing. I also think the other way that we're going to look at affording this is we are going to try and avoid through design and through our process not to have to borrow that $340 million to complete this project. That is over what we have estimated. Again, there's some uncertainties that Jeffrey had laid out, and that have been laid out through the presentation Brad did, that we think could drive up some of these costs, but those inflationary costs will also attach to some of the revenues that we'd be charging to users of the airport to finance those things if it happens. But again, our goal is not to borrow this $340 million if we can avoid it. Our goal is to structure the financing so that we're diversifying the revenue sources and structuring our fees so that the perceived risk to investors is lower and the interest rate is not at 8.5%, but maybe at a 7%. Once you start to do that, these numbers come way down. It becomes affordable. We have too much uncertainty right now, and we don't want to put the community in the position of having to go back to a vote in the middle of a project and delaying the project midstream. So that's why we've gone conservative. I don't know if that answers your question or.
Sure. I guess I'm looking for just a little bit of a simpler talking point for the public, and so.
Yeah, I'm not
like,
good at that.
So I'm just sort of thinking, okay, we negotiated a 30-year contract with the FBO at $50 million a year. So we have, a 30-year horizon of expecting $1.5 billion coming into the airport as revenues. And, we have a good degree of reliance on that we can say we think we can afford this. I mean, is that's sort of the simpler talking point that I think I'm looking for to the public, and I don't want to say that if that's not an accurate picture.
Well, on the FBO revenues, we have a minimum revenue guarantee around $20 million that we projected we are going to exceed very early in the lease. And so you are correct that that revenue allows us to generate a lot of this pledge. The other pieces, we are definitely going to be producing a lot more revenue off of user fees and charges, and they're not, I think, going to be shocking to Commissioner Poshman's. A 50% increase in a passenger facility charge for commercial users is a $10 per passenger increase.
Right, and actually, I'm going to clarify
Oh.
that. So passenger facility charges are set at $4.50.
Oh,
and we
I'm sorry,
cannot increase that. We just continue with a different program to use those fees. So I just want to clarify that.
I
fee will not go
apologize.
up.
I was calling.
The
You meant
customer-
CFC.
yes,
CFC,
the
customer facility
charge
charge.
can be
I got
changed,
my,
yes.
such a bad bureaucratic move to mess up an acronym. Thank you, Liz. I appreciate that clarification. The customer facility charge is one that right now is around $20 per passenger.
It's $5.50.
Nope. I'm sorry. It's estimated at $20 per passenger with the debt financing.
Are you talking about the CPE instead?
Yeah, you're thinking of the airline.
Okay,
Cost
I've
per
got
payment.
my acronyms.
That's okay.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I just
Trying to
wanted to.
I think the point here is that we are not going to issue more bonds than we can afford to pay back.
Yeah.
I get that. I just think we need to be able to explain how when people ask us.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know,
Right.
So,
And
you know,
it's-
I do think we have a great reliance on an FBO contract that we've negotiated. You know, it's gonna carry us through the next 30 years. We have confidence, these revenues are secure.
Yeah, and there are other, that's, the FBO contract is number one, because it's a significant amount of money. But right behind it is the airline rates and charges. And right behind that, fees and parking revenue. So there are a number of these items that we are aggregating to pay the debt service on this. And some of those are fixed, and some of those are going to be able to be increased if the board decides that's the policy that they want to take.
And sorry, and just want to tack on to that, the other thing that we haven't really talked about is the fact that we will have a new terminal, and will be larger than what our current terminal is. So things like advertising revenue, or things like potentially more than one restaurant, or things like that. So other things that may not necessarily be a direct correlation of like a charge to individual on like on a plane ticket or something like that. There are going to be other sources of revenue that will be considered as part of this new terminal plan as well.
And this will be an iterative design process. We have to integrate all these factors during design to bring back to this board and to the public to understand this is what the design allows for. This is the revenue that we believe can be generated at these types of rates. This is what it allows us to finance. And here's how all the other buckets that have been filled up, according to Brad. And we may need to do some value engineering in there, but we are not going to do a project we cannot afford. That is not going to happen here. Is it possible that we could afford a project of this the $340 million? It's possible. It's unlikely that we'd be issuing this level of bonds for this project. But there are circumstances, right, that could get us there, and we don't want to be in a position of stopping the project, because we think that would be really detrimental to the community in order to go to another vote to fill in a gap. That's why we've been conservative.
Thank you. Francie?
Couple of things, in terms of how we talk about it, you know, I think one of the things is that we have these revenues from the airport, and they need to be spent at the airport. So it's not like we're taking money that we could use for our senior services or something like that. This is money that stays at the airport, so that would be one thing. And then I just wanted to ask you, John, you said that the FAA is expected to cover 90%. Wouldn't that be the FAA and or the DOT, the Department of Transportation? Don't they have some grants as well?
Typically the runway funding is coming through the FAA, which is a sub of Department of Transportation. DOT has other grant
There are
programs.
state grants that would be a portion above the 90% that the AIP program.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay, kind of like the Bell grant that we just finally got.
That's an example of that, right? There's emission grants called VAO grants that we could get. There are TSA grants that we could get.
And those are all separate from the FAA basic funding.
They're separate from the AIP. And the key here is that the AIP is typically used for airfield improvements. So that's why the runway, that's why it's 90% eligible, and we're banking on that 90%. The state Department of Transportation, they could contribute another up to 5% of that, but it's just unlikely. So we don't really want to count on that, but we'll be pursuing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
And if we can't get it for the airfield, we could get it for the terminal. And so it's going to kind of achieve the same goal in our mind.
So the state has limited funds as well, and so they've already kind of told us that they would most likely not be able to meet the full 5% match that they typically do, because that would basically take up the whole state's funding. And so, but they are, they've been working with us for a long time on this, and so I do think that they are going to do whatever they can to help us, so.
And this whole discussion is why Tabor doesn't require the votes for enterprise. It is more capital intensive because there are a lot of unanswered questions that we are going to answer through the process, and we're going to take account of that, and we're going to be back in front of this board and the public with what that final picture is.
I just want to say that for the
issue any
people at
bonds.
home, that Picken County's home rule charter is more restrictive than Tabor,
Yes.
which is a lot. Yes, Patty, and then I have
Just to
another
add on
question.
really quickly to Francie, I just want the community to know and staff to know that, well, with staff, the board has been working really hard to create and maintain good relationships with FAA, with the Department of Transportation at the federal level, even regardless, or with the previous administration and in the current administration. And we are going to continue to do that because it truly is in the best interest of our community to work at this level with the federal government, because they have some pots of money that we could hopefully get them to contribute some into helping bring down the cost. Because I think they're beginning, or they're at the point of realization that this is a project that is the community is behind, and that we need for our economy in the rural resort region, especially with other hits we've been taking from the weather and fires, et cetera, that our airport is key. And I think it's getting recognized, so we're going to continue to work in that direction.
Great, thanks, Patty. I had one more thing and now I forgot it. Greg.
Ask one
go
then.
ahead.
Thanks for bringing up regarding the charter, John. So I'm wondering, because we have to put this to the public in a vote, we're trying to be as conservative as possible in that we don't want to have to go back to the public for another vote. If we didn't have to go to the public for a vote, would we be approaching this any differently?
Well, I think from a project perspective, no. I think back to Ann's point, it's about what can we afford and what does this community want. We don't want to overbuild from what the community's desires are. We also want to be able to meet the expectations of the Vision Committee. But affordability is really what's going to drive it, and we're going to be working through that, as we know how many parking spaces are we going to have that we're going to be able to charge? How many,
Right.
To Liz's point, how many square feet are we renting out in restaurant or other kinds of amenities and that sort of thing?
Commissioner, this is the exact same process, but for the ballot question that every airport project goes through.
Right.
Early planning, analysis, alternatives, all of that stuff.
I appreciate the assurance with that. Just wondering, if we're terrified that if we get it wrong and have to go back to a public vote, that's really
That's the difference in this scenario.
So at some point, we might think that a home rule charter amendment might make sense to get in line with the rest of the state. I know that's been talked about. I'm just wondering if that will affect the way we approach bonding.
I don't think it'll affect the way, to Brad's point, we approach the project. It makes it, and this conversation is illustrated, right? It makes it a more difficult conversation for people to understand
Right.
at this point in the project.
Yeah. If I could add just one other aside to that, as the honeymoon will be over when we're starting to decide how much revenue we want to get from the facility charges. You know, we could fill the entire terminal with giant screens advertising hospitals in Texas and jewelry stores in Aspen. But we know that won't meet the approval of the community. So there will be aesthetic considerations that will require, I think, a really robust public input process. And I'm looking forward to that as the design progresses. But if we're trying to maximize revenue, we will be probably defeating ourselves on that front. So that's where the interesting, this is like the early part of the marriage where you're trying to figure out the budget in this after the honeymoon.
It's exciting.
Thanks.
Sorry, I do have.
Sorry, I think Anne wanted to jump in.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that really this is kind of an issue of timing as well, because in an ideal world, we would have a better idea on all of the things that Brad has described before asking this question, but because we have to, certify the ballot language and we can only go in November, this year, next year is too late because we'll need to be kind of issuing bonds. So we have our plan to, have a financing strategy kind of complete by the end of this year, but it's too late for the election. So it's a timing issue as well.
Let me ask a clarifying question then, Liz, if there's anything you want to add. Can we do multiple bond issuances under this authority?
Yeah.
So we can go
Yeah,
on. So the
we-
max is, but we can try and
Right,
get 5
we might
months. So we
do
can wait
100
if there's-
million
we
one
think there
year
might
and-
be
yeah.
preferential terms in the future under this authority.
And we would likely be issuing bonds once we have contracted for construction. We'll have a maximum and such. So, yeah.
Helpful, Liz?
And I just wanted to mention as well, as we've said, that this is the only question that we would be asking the public, but I just want to clarify one thing is if something changed in the federal landscape, for instance, if we decided to go for like a TIFIA loan for the transportation piece of the project, the airport piece is probably going to be done by the time we're ready for our project, but if we were to consider other loan programs, that is not covered under this authority. So I just want to be clear about that in case something changes in the federal landscape, that there is another low interest loan program that comes up in the future that is not covered under this current question. So I just want to be clear in case, I don't
Our
want
home
to.
rule charter would beg us to go. ask
Exactly.
for another
And so that's
approval.
why it's like, just in case something like that were to happen, I want to make sure that we're clear with the public that that could happen. We could potentially have to go for another question at that time. So I just want to clarify that too.
Would you explain what a TIFIA loan
Oh, sorry.
Transportation and
Transportation,
infrastructure finance
Financing
authority.
and funding.
But it is.
Low interest rate
got
loans
it.
for transportation
And the federal
projects.
government just increased the percentage that you can actually borrow through the TIFIA program.
Yes. And the airport portion of that kind of closes in September of this year, but the ongoing transportation piece is longer and ongoing. So that's just, I just wanted to clarify that piece.
Great, thank you. Let's try to wrap this up.
Just to
Greg?
clarify, if we didn't have to follow the more stringent than Tabor rules, would that be an issue? We wouldn't have to go back for a public vote if we.
We would not.
So at some point, we have to ask the question, are we going to want to put a charter amendment on the ballot? It's
In the
come
future,
up before,
possibly.
but just want to say needs to be on the horizon, or we need to talk about it.
Patty?
Just real quick, I want to add to that, but
Thanks, Greg.
anything we would move forward with, regardless of home rule charter or whatever, major things like this have to come back for public comment. They have to have a public process. So it's not like we would just be making a decision and let the public know after the fact. The public would have the opportunity to be part of our decision-making process. And even if they weren't required, if we weren't required to have public involvement, knowing Pickens County, knowing our constituency, chances are we would do it anyway. We're known for that.
Thanks, Patty. Okay, is there further discussion or questions? This is a first reading, so the public will also have an opportunity to give us their comment at public hearing on August 27th, and ultimately their public comment at a vote on November 4th this year.
I would
Any
love to
further
make a
discussion? John looks like he might have one last
I was
point.
just going to give a clarification on the $20, $30 kind of thing. It was effective airline rate base cost per an enplane passenger. So it was kind of a little bit of all of the above combined category. And so it's around $10 per an enplane passenger, all in. Yeah.
You were both right.
Well, Liz was more right than me, for sure.
When it comes to numbers, we would expect that.
Yeah.
John was right in his confusion.
And Patty, I'm going to jump in quick because we have a little housekeeping. Rye provided me our bond counsel. Kutak Rock took a look at our ordinance and language, and there is just a little bit of editorial cleanup that we need to make that will be carried forward to second reading. Rye, do you want me to go through?
I can do it real quick if you
Okay,
want, Kelly.
please.
Paragraph 2, under recitals, there needs to be an of in front of Pickens County, since you are the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County. Paragraph 9, recitals, the date for notice, or the date for certification is September 5 of 25, not September 6. In the first paragraph, the election date this year is November 4 of 25, not November 5 of 24. That's a carryover from our prior ballot language from last year. And last but not least, paragraph 6, bond counsel is recommending we strike the entire first sentence of that, beginning at no later and going until after the statutory reference, because this is not a Tabor question. That notice that is discussed in that sentence is not required. There is still a notice requirement as discussed in the second paragraph.
So the whole 6 is deleted?
Not all of 6, the first paragraph, or I'm sorry, the first
This
sentence.
starts with additionally no later than?
Yes.
Yes, additionally remains. That is it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rye. Patty?
I would like to make a motion approving a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, submitting to the electorate at the election to be held November 4th, 2025, a ballot issue for the Aspen-Pickens County Airport authorizing the issuance of bonds for the redevelopment of the Pickens County Airport and the pledge of the revenues of the airport to the payment of such bonds, setting the ballot title and content for the ballot issue to be submitted, and authorizing that all necessary or appropriate actions be taken relating to the election for such approval with the changes and corrections we have made to the resolution. Is it a resolution before us today?
Second.
All right, thank you. Any
And set
further-
for second reading public hearing on August the 27th.
Thank you, Patty. Thank you, Francie. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, team.
Good job. It's getting clearer.
Okay, item number 6 is related to another ballot measure that will be forwarded to the ballot. A resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County acting as the ex officio Board of Directors for the Pickens County Twining Flats General Road Improvement District, approving the submission to the electorate of the Twining Flats Road General Improvement District a ballot measure to increase property taxes for the purpose of road maintenance and capital improvement. So, as the BoCC, we sit as a number of other boards. One of them is the board of the Twining Flats General Road Improvement District. And I'll turn it over
Great.
to Ryan and Romany.
Thank you. I'm Brian Pettit. I'm the Public Works Director.
I'm Romany Iacona, Public Works. I'm Liz Woods from Finance.
Not letting her go anywhere today.
We need the number person here. So, yeah, just briefly, we've talked about this the last work session. And There are two general road improvement districts in the county. One is Twining Flats and one is Redstone Ranch Acres. They were both formed in the 80s. And we watched their budgets carefully, and we've watched both of those general road improvement districts' fund balance decline over time. A few years back, we increased the mill levy with the consent of Redstone Ranch Acres successfully, and they are in good shape financially now. However, Twining Flats needs some help. And so there are 17 properties there. They are serviced by about a mile of road, so not a big area. They would be voting to tax themselves, and that money could only be used for road improvements and road maintenance. So Romany went through the same process she did with Redstone Ranch Acres because it was successful. And she'll go through the process she went through with Twining Flats in order to determine the mill levy that we arrived to.
So over the last almost year, we've met with Twining Flats residents.
Mike, and red light on, please.
Oh, there you go. Pardon me. Okay.
Everybody always jumps.
So over the past year, we've met with Twining Flats residents, both at their properties and their homes, as well as at Public Works Office. Spoke with them about what they were wanting, different expectations for road maintenance for summer and winter. I sent out a anonymous survey to all residents. So we had a 70% buy-in for that increase in the mill levy, and what most people were looking at, that 3 mil increase. So that would bring up their numbers. Right now they have, sorry, I wrote this down back here, I apologize. Right now they brought in 12,000 approximately for 2025. They spent over 16,000. So if we were to increase that, we could get that close to 39,000, and then they could do crack sealing, different maintenance projects, brushing, drainage, things like that, that they're unable to do. Right now, they can only pay for snow plowing with their budget.
Great, thank you. Questions for Romany? Francie?
So the people who would see this on their ballot would only be those 25
Right.
or 50.
It would only be whoever is registered to vote in the Twining Flats district.
Very specific ballot.
Yeah, that's right.
I think Patty had her hand up first, and then Greg.
So they're currently bringing about 12,000. If this 3 mills was to go through, they would be, that's 39, almost 40,000. Okay. And the other thing is, would you please let the public know where Twining Flats is?
Twining Flats is, if you're headed down Valley, I don't have the approximate location, but it's in between.
Just beyond the
Smith
Brush
Hill.
Creek Park
Thank
and Ride and Smithway. Yeah.
No, it's
On the east side.
after Smithway.
Yeah, past Smithway on the right.
I'm going, it's not between them. So it's before Pick and Iron and after Smith Hill Way,
Correct.
Smithway. Thank
Between
you.
the highway and the river.
Yep.
Great. Greg?
I'm just wondering, how small can a district be? You've got only 17. How big was Redstone Ranch? Do you remember?
Much larger.
Is it much larger?
Yeah,
Okay.
like 5 times, yes.
Okay. Just wondering what the size limit is.
It could be one property owner.
They can create their own district and tax themselves. Well,
As far as I know, yes, it
It happened in Glenwood Springs at the Meadows. It was owned by one person. He was the only person that voted on the property tax,
thank you.
which everybody else paid but him.
I know, that's very interesting, Patty. Any further questions? This is a first reading, and we'll hear this at public hearing and second reading on the 27th as well. Seeing none, is there a motion to approve?
I'll second. I'm looking at Jeffrey, trying to get him to jump in, and he wasn't gonna budge. Thank you.
Okay, motion to approve. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
For your hard work.
Thank you.
Nice to see you guys.
Thanks for sticking around.
Okay, number 7, our third ballot measure consideration for the day, and this time the board, let's see. We are here on behalf of the Basalt Regional Library District.
Hi, Jeanette.
Hi, everyone.
Authorizing an extension of their property tax, setting the ballot title and content for the ballot measure for the November 4, 2025 ballot.
Good job, Kelly. Thank you. Yeah, what is before you today is a request by the Basalt Regional Library trustees to place a ballot question, or a question on the ballot, on the November 5th ballot, for an extension of a tax increase. And it's my understanding from Amy last week, and she's on vacation, so we have another representative here, but the tax has expired, and so they want a ballot question to continue that. Pursuant to statute, the BoCC has the authority to place a tax increase question on the ballot for library funding, but only after a formal request from the Basalt Regional Library trustees. So pursuant to another statute, the Board of Trustees is asking the Board of County Commissioners to, in fact, place a question on the ballot on their behalf. Eric, and I hope okay with your name, Eric.
Abby,
and I
can
hope
you see
you're out
if
there.
Eric is online?
But Eric Pilander, I'll say it that way, one of the trustees is here to give a little more information to you on the question that they're pursuing.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks for joining.
You were very close to my last name. It's Pilander, Eric Pilander.
Oh, good.
I'm a trustee for the Basalt Library. This would be an operating mill levy, not to exceed 1.08 mills. It is an extension of an expiring bond levy, so paying back the bonds from the building construction. We're paying those bonds back 1 year early at the end of 2025. And this would be asking the voters to extend the 1.08 mills. It now is an operating levy. This would be no increase to the tax rate, and just an order of magnitude, about $67 per $1 million of valuation, property valuation. Primary purpose is threefold. The main one is staff hiring and retention. We've had issues with our wages and compensation as cost of living has increased in the valley. Second would be replenishing our capital fund. We had to replace a roof a year ago, which significantly reduced the capital fund. And as we look to the future, we're going to need to increase the funding for additional capital needs. And then third is just to increase our collections, refreshing them and renewing them. So that's the basics. Just a little bit of history. We had a supplemental operating mill levy in the past. We let that sunset. It was a 7-year levy. We let that sunset in 2023. And so if you looked at our overall mills, in 2021, we were at 5.94 mills. If we are successful with this levy, we would be at 3.69 mills max. So we've been, we believe, good financial stewards to the taxpayers of Pitkin in Eagle County in our district. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Eric. That was very clear. Let's see if there are questions. Do you have one?
No, I think the only other thing, Eric, to point out is that this is a permanent, this is not a sunset, this is not a 10-year.
That's correct.
Okay. Other questions for Eric or Jeanette? Patty?
Any word from Eagle County? Have they reviewed this yet, or because they have to approve it also, correct?
That's upcoming.
Okay.
Yeah, it's upcoming. We've had conversations with various commissioners, and they seem very positive, but they haven't had an official meeting yet.
Okay, thank you.
They have the same state deadline to certify a ballot.
I know, just want to make sure they're waiting to hear from us, so we should be letting them know.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. As a loving user of the Basalt Library, I'd be happy to put this on the ballot. Jeffrey?
I would just update the resolution title to match the resolution on the agenda.
Or vice versa?
Oh, yes. No, it should be what's on the agenda, not what's on the resolution.
Okay, do you want
Oh.
to make a motion and with
I would
an
make
amendment?
I would make a motion to approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, calling an election on November 4th, 2025, to authorize a property tax extension, setting the ballot title and content for the ballot measure, and providing other measures relating thereto for the Basalt Regional Library.
I'll second.
Okay,
We'll make that correction.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
thank you, Jeffrey, thank you, Francie. Any further discussion? Again, this will be a second reading and public hearing on August 27th. No further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
See ya.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks, sir.
All right, ballot measures behind us. Moving on to grants. Number 8, item number 8, a resolution of the BoCC approving the grant agreement with the Colorado Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing in the amount of $150,000. Can I turn this over to you, Vice Chair? I've been in meetings since 10 and I
Yeah,
need to use the
absolutely.
restroom.
Absolutely.
I will be right back.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, ladies.
It's been a minute.
I know. Less than 24 hours. Good to see you all again. Lindsay Maish, Director of Human Services here in Pitkin County, and I'll let my colleagues introduce themselves as well.
Is it on? Lisa Yorker, Grants Analyst. Kelly Kirkpatrick, Manager of Family Services.
So these should be relatively quick today. So we have we've been notified that we'll be awarded 2 separate grants. We're going to go through each of them, but it looks like the first one on the agenda is the $150K one, so I'll skip to that one first. So just really quick overview of what the healthcare policy and financing grant program is. They do it every year. They're really looking for innovation, ways to meet community members' needs. This most recent year, they added a targeted grants program, and that's really to look at all the rule changes that we're going to be seeing coming up in the next year to 2 years. And if there's ways to address it through community collaboration, or if there's way to strengthen some of the state systems that we report into. The competitive grant program really looks for those big innovative ideas. And those ones have a lot of they have deliverables and reportables. The targeted are just, here you go. Do the program, we do an annual report. Competitive grants, we do have to do quarterly reporting on it, and it's just status updates. Those are all linked to HCPUF's strategic pillars. Their 6 strategic pillars are member health, care access, operational excellence and customer service, health first Colorado value, affordability and leadership, and employee satisfaction. So we applied for both a targeted and a competitive grant this year. This is the 150. Okay, good. So the reason that we applied for this one is because we're anticipating, much of what's coming through the House Reconciliation Bill number 1 is turning into a lot of unfunded mandates for human services departments. So there's a lot in economic services. There's a lot of the processes are very different county to county. The way that we track information is very different than the way Clear Creek is tracking their information and reporting on it. So what we did was we brought together whatever counties were interested and said, we really want to look at our processes and see if there's more efficient ways for us to get this work done. And and also create kind of a different support and training cohort for economic services managers, because what currently exists in the state right now is not very robust. Whereas in some of our other programs like child welfare, we have very robust training for those programs, adult protection. But for our public benefits, and Medicaid, the training is just not, it's not very robust. So we got together with 6 other counties, Clear Creek, 5 other, we're the 6th, Clear Creek, Gilpin, Garfield, just realized the G's, Park and Route counties, so similar kind of like counties to us, small, rural, some resort as well. And we each applied for $25,000. That was the most that you could apply for in a targeted grant. Pickens County agreed to be the lead entity or the lead organization, and what that means is that we would take all $150,000 and we would be responsible for issuing the RFP, and then as well as selecting the consultant who would help us do these things. The program would be structured training for economic services managers, assessing our business practices and recommending efficiencies, guiding the implementation, so using all of those things to guide the implementation of new Medicaid rules, and then having a continuity plan or a continuity of operations plan for this cohort moving forward. It's also something that HCPF thought could be duplicated and then taken into other counties as well. So we received the award letter. The way that this works is for these grant programs, we have an allocation for HCPF and it just rolls into our allocation. So we don't get a check or cash that way. It just comes into our allocation and then we can invoice to that grant. Any questions about the targeted grant?
Sorry.
Do you want me
You're
to
back.
take
We're
that
still
over?
on
Okay.
number 8. Patty.
See this one through,
Yeah.
I'll turn it back
First
over.
of all, thank you, because I think we're leaving the country on this.
Has your mic on?
We're leaving the country on this, which I appreciate, because it's been a concern, I think, of all of us, is that nobody really understands what's coming out of at the federal level and how we're going to manage these changes or what the changes are even going to be. So I really appreciate that. I have a procedural. Do we need to have any kind of a IGA or an MOU or something with these other counties as part of this?
I mean, I guess I'd leave that up to Lindsay. If I think knowing how we've talked about these types of programs in the past, and I think we're just allocating the dollars after that, right?
Yep, so in everyone's application, they all did letters of support. And we did look into whether we needed to have an intergovernmental agreement afterwards, but since all the money just comes into our allocation and there's not gonna be any exchanging of money between us and the other counties, we're just gonna lead the efforts for it. The letters of support would suffice.
And the other county, I'm sure if the other counties had a concern, it would have come forward, and obviously
We got
they-
them to approve it. We documented their approval of the process as well.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, and Lindsay and I talked about that in advance of today's meeting. I just couldn't remember if it was exactly this one or not, but yes.
We have so much coming
there
forward,
are a
but thank
lot.
you.
But yes, I think that's an appropriate way to handle it.
Two questions. Any potential updates to CBMS? Yeah, sorry. I can skip that one if you'd like.
No, it's okay. You know, one of the areas, and we don't know what counties were awarded and for what projects, they will make that public soon. But the internal control drafting for the targeted grants is are grants that I think there were some counties, I understand that there were some counties that were looking at different ways to interface CBMS with some of our other programs. There's a lot of issues and errors with its interface with
Acronyms.
SSI.
Colorado Benefit Management System.
Yep.
And so everyone's on it, everyone's complaining about it. It's
Yeah.
a huge financial burden at the state level, but it also leads to a huge financial burden with it not working well at the county level, and you can
For
explain.
timely, right, because we don't reach our timeliness goals if the system is down, and, you know, there's a lot of, every day we get well, that's probably an exaggeration, but almost every day we get another message from the state saying, system's down, you gotta wait.
It's been ongoing for years.
Years, yep,
But
years.
the nexus of the question is really, given the additional reporting requirements in terms of Medicaid, what if we have someone who fails to go into CBMS, then gets kicked out and loses benefits as per HR1.
Because they didn't meet the
because of the
timeframe.
system requirement. You know,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
so they're all related.
Yeah.
And it doesn't put Colorado in a good position.
Or any state. Right, I think most of the benefits systems in states are just, they're so big and so complex that I don't know that there is one right now that works really well.
And then the other obvious question is, why isn't the E county on this list?
So we just put this out, here, I'll change this back.
I mean, Eagle and Summit?
Eagle and Summit would be
Yeah,
the
so we
two.
put this out to the directors listserv to see
Cool.
if there was any appetite. And these were the counties that ran it through their chains and were interested in participating.
Thank you.
Yeah, there's random, yeah.
Who's calling on?
I'm letting him share this.
Sorry.
item.
You're still
Sorry.
chair, Jeffrey.
Greg, please.
Thank you. Thank you for this. I think this is great. The way it's been structured, it makes sense. My question is, given the uncertainty of everything regarding the administration, the way Medicaid rules are coming down, both at federal level and state level, who are we going to find who's going to be able to train managers to actually navigate this? Does anyone actually know what's going to happen, and how long can you wait to implement on this? Because we could train people for something that doesn't exist.
Sure. So the RFP has been issued, and I would imagine that the person would have a very healthy background of understanding Medicaid rules, implementation, and themselves have probably done that before. That's what we would expect to see in terms of response from the RFP.
Right.
And if we don't find someone, if we don't find a consultant, because this is also a pretty innovative idea. If we're unable to find someone, we would roll the money back to HICPA.
And maybe we just have to wait a little while till the water's still enough to know what's going on.
Yeah, I was thinking after our meeting yesterday a little bit about that time frame, and if this was something that could fold into, at least for the Medicaid, because this is really specific to HICPUF and Medicaid. So if this consultant could also help us look at those time frames and when we're going to be looking at how we implement those things, that might be just a nice deliverable as well.
We'll be looking for an oracle. Thank you.
Further questions for Lindsay, Kelly, and Lisa?
I have a question. How long do you have to spend the money?
It's the state fiscal year, so it's July 1st until June 30th to spend it.
Further questions? This is the first reading. We're setting a second reading on August 27th. Do I have a motion?
I'd make a motion approving and authorizing the chair to sign a grant agreement with the Colorado Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing in the amount of wait a minute, where am I? Did I choose the wrong one? $150,000. Yeah.
I'll second.
Further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Lindsay, Lisa, you're going to stay where you are?
We're
And
gonna
Norma's
stay.
not joining us?
This is
Kelly?
actually Kelly.
Excellent.
The competitive grant program. So we already gave you the overview of the grant program, so I'm going to hand this one over to Kelly to talk about.
Thank you. The other grant that we received was for a competitive grant. And this one is to help us become enrolled as a Medicaid eligible site so that we can potentially use current employees or eventually hire a new one and charge Medicaid for these case management services, essentially. But the grant itself is for a consultant to come and help with the enrollment process.
Yeah, one thing to clarify. So we had already budgeted for this year. And then when we saw this grant, we thought, well, let's see if we can offset our budget a little bit because we have some overages in all of our allocations. So we applied and we were awarded. So it would cover the cost of the contract that we're already in the middle of right now, as well as some project management to build capacity for us to actually carry through. I don't think it's an easy process to become an enrolled Medicaid provider, so there's a lot in there.
Questions, Patty?
Yeah, so in reading the agenda item summary, I think you clarified the point. Because in reading it, it said has been submitted and would enable, but it was submitted
and accepted and granted, so we're moving forward. Okay, that's my question. That's right.
Other questions, Francie?
I'll make a motion to approve and authorize the CARE to sign a grant agreement for the Colorado Department of Health Policy, Care Policy and Financing in the amount of $50,000. Well done on getting that.
I'll second. Francie seconded.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay,
Turn
see you
the
at second
page.
reading.
Thank
Item
you.
number 10, an ordinance of the BoCC
Thank you, ladies.
approving a
See you
lease
tomorrow about
agreement
the same time.
between the Board of County Commissioners and Verizon for tower space. And can we see if Jeff Kruger, oh, I see a hand from, I don't know, Ryan
Is he
Sager?
online?
Can you see if maybe Jeff or someone from his team is online? There's Jeff.
And Ryan?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Hey, Jeff, we can hear you. We can't see you yet. Oh, there you are.
Okay.
Cheers.
He's at the
Well,
tower.
yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Sorry that took a minute to get on as a panelist. Yeah, appreciate the opportunity today to discuss a lease with Verizon for tower space on our Crown Mountain site. My name is Jeff Kruger. I'm the Telecommunications Director for Pitt County. I'm also joined by a representative from Verizon. Ryan are you on, Ryan?
We are going to promote him to panelist.
Great.
Hey, Brian and Kim, let's see if we can hear you.
Jeff, where are you? Is that Elephant Mountain? Which tower are you at there?
That is Elephant.
Just out the window behind you.
You have a good eye. You've got a good eye, Greg.
Hi, Ryan.
How are we?
Good, thank you.
Ryan, do you want to just quickly introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name is Ryan Sager. I am the applicant representing Verizon Wireless. I've been working with Verizon Wireless and other carriers in the Colorado market for over 12 years, helping to find sites to deploy new services, and that includes this particular site. So I've been working with Jeff and his team for the last 7 months, give or take, and we think we found a good site that can provide additional coverage and capacity for the Mid-Valley area.
Okay.
Super, thanks, Ryan. So let me, I'm going to go ahead and present my screen. And this will help with the discussion. Hopefully everyone can see that.
Yep.
Yes, we can.
So this is a lease for space on our Crown Mountain site. The Crown Mountain site sits really just to the south of Willits, or the south of Crown Mountain Park. We're all familiar with Willits and Crown Mountain Park, but you may not notice or even know that the county has a communication site that sits on the top of Crown Mountain. It includes a 60-foot tower that's in the foreground here. It includes a very large building that was actually built in 2010. And it also includes in the background 2 40-foot towers. And I'd like to just provide a little bit of background before we go into the actual lease agreement. But like I said, the Crown Communication site was built in 2010. It's our largest communication site within Pickens County, and it serves all of the Mid-Valley area, mainly from, it serves basically Willits area, Missouri Heights, El Jebel, Basalt area. It also serves on the south side of Cypress Creek as well as Emma. So it's kind of a major hub within our county for communications. This is an elevation drawing, really just showing the building as well as the towers. The building itself, like I said, it's the largest building that we have within Pickens County for communications. and it actually consists of 3 separate rooms. It's 900 square feet total. Our typical communication site is around 200 square feet, so this was built and designed, given the Mid-Valley location, to attract tenants. Pickens County, which includes our public safety systems as well as our TV FM broadcast systems, are comprising this space, C and D. And we actually have 2 other spaces that were designed for future tenants. Space A is currently being used by Pathfinder, as well as Rise Broadband for broadband services, and Space B is completely empty. And it's been empty since 2010, since the site was built. This shows our towers, this one being the 60-foot tower here to the left of the site, and our 2 40-foot towers to the right of the site. The facility also has a very large concrete pad that supports our standby generators that we use for backup power only. This is a more detailed drawing of the building. Again, space C and D is occupied by Pickens County. Space A is occupied by Pathfinder and Rise Broadband. We're proposing to put Verizon in space B. Again, it's been empty since 2010. We would love to see a tenant come into here, and Verizon, I'll get into this in a minute, would be a great candidate. These are some more elevation drawings of the building. Again, spaces C and D we occupy, A and B are for tenant spaces. And then this is the proposed lease space for Verizon. So in order to support the coverage of the area, Verizon will be installing a 10-foot extension to the tower, bringing the tower height to 70 feet. They will be placing equipment in tenant area B. They will also be installing a generator for backup power. And just so everyone knows, our power is 100% on Holy Cross Energy grid power. We only use generators for backup power in the event that we lose grid power. Holy Cross Energy has a initiative called their 2030 plan, which is to be on 100% renewable by 2030. And this site is fully on Holy Cross Energy electrical grid and will be 100% renewable per their directive. We have, coincidentally, when Verizon approached us to lease this space, this facility sits on Bureau of Land Management land, so it's on BLM land. We do have a yearly lease with BLM, but our lease expires in 2025. So the timing actually worked out good because Verizon adding tower space as well as adding a generator required a change to a 299, but we had to resubmit a 299 anyway to renew our lease for another 25-year period. So we did both of these at the same time. We submitted our lease renewal with BLM, and we also submitted the additional tower height of 10 feet, as well as the additional generator on the site. This particular area will cover Willits, it will cover Emma, it will cover into Missouri Heights, and it will also cover to the south of Soapers Creek in Pickens County, which is really has no cell service today. As many of you probably know, if you've gone to any restaurants or anywhere in Willits and you have Verizon, you don't have coverage or you have very poor coverage. So this is going to fix that. They've spent a lot of time looking at various sites within the area. This is the most suitable and the best site for them to provide coverage, not only into Willits, but into the surrounding area. Ryan, you have anything else to add to that?
That was a very good overview, Jeff. Thank you for doing that. The one point you didn't touch on, and I know we previously discussed it, and this is more for future context, is I know that there was an interest in bringing up a new fiber source to this communications facility. You guys have been having those conversations for a while, trying to figure out how that may be possible as all this equipment on the tower is basically has microwave dishes shooting to other sites in order to provide that service. But I know that your group has talked about it in the past. There's still some ongoing discussions, but sort of a side benefit of Verizon being on the site, aside from finally using the space that was built for the purposes of having a future tenant, and the incoming rent from that lease agreement, is that you may have a future partner for those conversations regarding bringing in fiber. So we don't know what the parameters of that and what it looks like, but maybe Jeff and his team, as time comes on, and they look into bringing that fiber, there's an opportunity where they can work with Verizon as a additional partner at the site that would have interest in bringing in that fiber. So kind of a double benefit of coming to the site.
Yeah. Thank you for adding that, Ryan. Yeah, that's something we're looking to adding to the site in the future. Would to bring fiber up from our current Roaring Fork broadband project, and that fiber is actually just running down the hill today. And so it'd be a really short distance to come up the hill in order to bring fiber into the site, and that's something we're pursuing in the next couple of years, hopefully.
Okay, questions for Jeff or Ryan?
I have a question. So the lease with BLM is expiring next year, right? We have one more year?
This year.
So if we sign a lease agreement with Verizon for 5 years, what happens if our lease goes away? Our lease with BLM?
Yeah, I don't anticipate that happening, Patty. I think that's really kind of low risk. BLM, they've got a vested interest in keeping this site up. It's primarily in support of public safety, and they recognize that these mountaintop sites that support public safety are an absolute necessity for the community.
Well,
and so I don't.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying what if, because right now we don't know what's happening at the federal level with public lands such as BLM.
Well, this is all contingent upon the lease renewal with BLM.
So that would be part of the lease?
Yes.
Contingent upon extension of the lease with BLM?
Correct.
I think we would have to put that in there just in case. Is that okay? I'm looking at Ryan Neely.
Yeah, we can either add it into the agreement if it's not already contemplated. I mean, presumably, if we were not able to secure a future lease with BLM, we would take the position that we are not able to perform on this agreement or this particular agreement because of some level of impossibility. But it would be better if the lease agreement specifically called out that it is contingent on obtaining a new lease from the BLM.
It does.
Great.
There's a government approvals section that says lessee's use is contingent
Right.
upon lessee obtaining all of the certificates, permits, and other approvals that may be required by any federal, state, or local authority.
So does that cover it in there?
That's lessee's obligation to the extent that we need to go out and obtain another easement, or I'm sorry, another lease to facilitate this particular lease. That would be something we would have to do.
So if we can just clarify that on second reading, that would be terrific.
We'll look into that, Patty. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeffrey?
I guess I just have to say it's a shame that we still need to use diesel and propane for backup on high mountaintops. It'd be wonderful if we could actually find a sustainable solution for backup for Holy Cross. Jeff, there's no guy wires on this when we go to 70?
There is not. These are self-supporting towers. The structural analysis has all been completed to support the additional height. We have actually a very good buffer in terms of loading capacity on this foundation today. The foundation and the tower itself were really over-designed at the time.
So our our agreement will be to receive $24,000 in rent for this lease with an annual accelerant of 10% for the next 25 years potentially. Is that a market-based number?
Ryan, can you answer that?
Right, or Jeff? How do we value?
Jeff would hopefully be able to answer what the going rate is for a lease like this.
Yeah, we've actually, I think it's a very reasonable lease. We were working with another cell vendor at Jackrabbit recently, and at their lease rate was actually much lower than this, and they weren't willing to budge to go up. We've also consulted with a telecommunications attorney by the name of Ken Fellman. You may know him. He's worked in this space a lot, and this is a very reasonable lease rate that we're getting from Verizon.
Thanks, Jeff. Any other questions? Okay, I'm seeing none. We've requested some additional language between now and second reading about our requirements for obtaining our lease with BLM. And is there a motion to approve with that amendment? Thanks, Francie. Jeffrey, is that a second?
It's a second, and I just want to say to Ryan and Jeff, thank you. Both Emma and East Sopris are basically dark cell phone zones, so this is really a nice addition to Old Snowmass as well as the Willits area, et cetera. So thank you guys for bringing this forward. Really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
That was a
Thank you,
second,
everyone.
sorry. Thank you,
Yeah,
Jeff.
I heard, yeah. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, we'll see y'all back here on the 27th. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
It's 2 o'clock. I wanted to check in if anyone needs a short break. I know some of us have taken one, but I want to check in with the rest of you, or we can keep charging ahead and you can take breaks as you need.
We can charge if it's okay.
You okay? Okay.
Since I just took a break, I'm happy to say that.
I would like to take a break because the next one, I don't want to separate you guys in between, but just maybe 5 minutes.
Okay, 5-minute break, please. Thank you. Thank you. You can come up if you want.
Oh, yeah, so, should I send that on to Michael?
I brought some grapes if anyone.
I'll show him.
I got your text too. I sent you a text. Yeah.
Don't have any
Okay, welcome back, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular meeting on Wednesday, August 13th. We are on item number 11, which is still first readings. This is a resolution of the BoCC authorizing the Pickens County Office of Emergency Management to accept the 2025 Emergency Management Performance Grant from the state of Colorado and emergency management for the purpose of funding a portion of Pickens County Office of Emergency Management's annual budget. And I'll turn it over to Chris Brightback, who's our emergency manager, and Alex Burketta, our undersheriff. Hi,
Good
gentlemen.
afternoon, everybody. Thank you.
See you.
So as your AIS agenda item posted, timing is a little weird here, but that's what's happening right now with the federal government. Pickens County has previously accepted EMPG grants up until the year 2021. At that point, I think for a variety of reasons, including a pandemic, there was a pause in that. Upon my arrival, I spent 2024 getting us back in compliance with all of the newer updates that were required to be eligible for the EMPG grant, and put in my application and last fall successfully accepted by the state. With 2025, a lot of things, normally those decisions are made early in the first quarter of the year, and this process would be happening then. But because of the things happening at the federal level, everything was delayed. So we finally got acceptance letter from through the feds and the state in late June. But that letter did not make its way to the counties until late July. So the federal government works on a calendar quarterly basis. So the funding this year at the state level was going to be through the third quarter, so through September of 2025. And unknown what's going to happen going into 2026 or the future of 2025. At the federal level, the EMPG grant was sent to the states, but there are some language attachments that the state of Colorado is deciding if they want to accept it or not. So right now we're just focusing on the balance of this year for 2025. The grant requires a 50-50 federal and local cost share, similar to many of my colleagues in neighboring counties and at the recommendation of the state. There are some requirements to be able to accept that grant. Some of the personnel have to be at a certain training level, FTE status, et cetera. I, as the one person of the county designated as emergency manager, meet that. So it was recommended that we attach this to my salary. So the revenue of $60,459 is balanced with the local cost share of the same, and right now that's directed towards my budget. So requesting approval for this resolution on the first reading today, and then the second reading would be on the 27th, and I'm available for any questions.
Jeffrey.
Can you provide any other further details as far as the conditions of approval that the state is further reviewing?
For this one, it already has been approved. It was under the previous rules of engagement, let's just say. 2026 is a different game. There was a lot of discussion at the federal level. First, the entire program was put on pause, so there wasn't anybody to ask clarifying questions to. And then once that opened up in the springtime, the state of Colorado went through and made sure that there weren't the strings that were attached to it were ones that they were willing to accept. And those rules of engagement were the same as previous years. So, so that's where we're at today.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Chris, did you manage this grant in Wisconsin?
Minnesota? No, I did not. I worked in the private sector there, so I was ineligible to accept this grant. But many of my colleagues did, and again, similar to what happens locally here, typically the EMPG grant is used to fund either the partial director or the deputy director position. It's just the easiest way to do that for accounting purposes.
Okay. I can't remember if it was this grant or a different grant. I feel like we had prior conversations about whether it was the juice was worth the squeeze relative to all the requirements and reporting and all that.
It is this grant that we spoke of, and we worked with John a lot on the conversation about it. Probably 95% of what the grant requires is statutorily required emergency operations plan written in a certain format, training and exercise. So all of the things that my role would be responsible to do anyways. So there's really only about 5% extra, which is not a heavy lift, and in my mind is a good decisions to make anyways. So I think
And
it's
it
beneficial.
seems like the amount maybe has gone up quite significantly since 2021.
Yeah, it's kind of fluctuated up and down. When I've looked in the past, I think in the early 2020s it was a little bit higher, and then it tailed off. There was a lot of money thrown at things to support during COVID, so it may have gotten blurred in that lens during that time. So.
And there's an expectation that it might actually be higher for next year, correct?
There is.
Yeah.
Yep.
Somewhere closer to 80,000.
Okay, great. Patty, did you have a question?
No, I was just gonna say, I remember the conversations when Valerie was with us.
Yeah. Yep.
And COVID did change things a bit.
It did.
So I'm glad that we're back on track.
Thank you.
Thanks, Patty. Greg?
I'd like to make a motion to approve this,
Great.
which would authorize the Office of Emergency Management to accept the 2025 Emergency Management Performance Grant from the State of Colorado, Department of Public Safety, Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Management for the purpose of funding a portion of Pitkin County Office of Emergency Management annual budget.
And set for second reading on the 27th, and I'll second.
Thanks, Patty. Yeah.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're here for another, right?
We're here for two more.
Okay. Number 12, resolution of the BoCC authorizing acceptance of a small dollar grant from the State of Colorado Department of Public Safety, Division of Homeland Security, and Emergency Management for the purpose of funding the Northwest Colorado Incident Management Team for the fiscal year 2026. That team is busy right now, hey?
The team itself is actually not that busy, but the IMT program across the state is definitely busy, especially up in our northern neighbors in Rio Blanco County due to the fires. As you may recall from previous years' grant requests or grant acceptance requests, I am one of the team coordinators for the Northwest Incident Management Team. Chris Breitbach actually has recently joined me as a team coordinator for that team as well. And Pitkin County is the fiscal agent for the team and has been for the past few years. Each year, the state goes through what they call a competitive small dollar grant award to each of the 4 teams in the state. We're awarded some money to help fund our annual processes and activities. As in recent years, we asked for $15,000, $12,500 of which goes to supporting our annual team meeting and exercise. In 2025, back in May, we hosted a very successful team meeting and exercise with upwards of 40 people from both the Pitkin team and the Northwest Incident Management Team, and invited some partners and friends from the state of Louisiana to come up and sort of host a multi-day tabletop exercise and meeting to facilitate relationship building and capacity building, et cetera. We expect to build on that from this year for next year, which is hence the reason for the additional funds for this grant season. And then $2,500 of that grant are used to support individual team member training. So if a member of the team chooses to go to an ICS course that has a registration fee or a lodging requirement, some agencies don't have that built into their training budget for that member to do something that's outside of their agency. We're happy to, through these funds, to support that and make it a little easier for agencies to encourage their staff to be a part of the team, first of all, and also kind of reduce that burden financially for people to go to training. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about this grant, but we're excited to have the funds again, potentially from the state, and to use them well in 26.
Thank you. Questions,
I
Pat?
have a question. Whatever happened with the SAHAC, the State All Hazards Advisory?
I believe it still exists. Our Dwight Henninger was the Vail Police Chief, and he was the member assigned to that subcommittee.
He's been around for a while.
He was around for a while. He retired a few years ago, and I'm not. I think someone from the Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management filled the spot.
CCI used to have a representative, and
Yep.
I sat on that for quite a while. That was fun. And then Abby Cobb ran. Do
Yep.
you remember Abby?
I do.
She ran it through Northwest Cog.
She did.
Which was the all hazards.
Correct.
Yeah, so I want to thank you guys, first of all, for what you do.
You bet.
And I think your deployment around the country has been beneficial to those in need. And also it's kind of a great boots on the ground training for our local reps.
It is.
Kind of like when we go fight fires somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
same thing. And I really appreciate that because it's not always an easy job to do.
Thank you.
To jump into the middle of a disaster is not always fun.
Sure.
If ever. So thank you.
Thanks, Patty. Other questions?
I'll make a motion to approve on first reading, set for second reading, public hearing, a resolution accepting grant funds for the Northwest Colorado Incident Management Team.
Is there a second? Thanks, Jeffrey. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
Excuse me.
The second item, do
Yes.
you have to introduce it, Kelly, or do you want me to just go into it?
I'm having an issue, so why don't you introduce
Okay.
it?
This is the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners, Picken County, authorizing the acceptance of the grant from the Department of Local Affairs Law Enforcement Community Service Grant Program. Essentially, we applied on behalf of our Picken County law enforcement partners and ourselves, obviously, for funds to cover the cost of purchasing a what's called a true narc. It is a laser drug analyzer. It is about the size of this box of tissues, and it is essentially a mass spectrometer that in a very small form that will allow. Oftentimes our deputies and officers throughout the community are the first ones that arrive on scene to drug overdoses, medical calls of an unknown etiology or reason, or other types of, possible suicide or whatever the situation may be. And sometimes on those calls we find unknown substances, whether in a bag or on the table or whatever the situation may be. With the advent and the introduction of fentanyl as becoming more ubiquitous throughout our kind of the landscape in our country right now, fentanyl's lethal to our officers if they come in contact with it, either through their handling it or through if it's airborne. And the early identification and detection of those substances is critical for the safety of our officers and the public. That's where this device comes into play. It is a field deployable device. Like I said, it's almost the size of the tissue box, a little smaller actually. And it will allow our officers and other officers in the county to, in the field, very early detect what those substances are. You literally hold the device up against the substance, whether it's in a bag or a pill, or there's a mechanism by which you can take a loose powder and sort of do something with it to detect whether it's fentanyl, cocaine, or another type of controlled substance, whether it's harmful or harmless to the officers on scene. In addition to the kind of the field deployment aspect of this, there is an investigative tool as well. So if we collect evidence through the routine of process of investigation and we have those items in our evidence room and Brad or Jeremy are processing evidence, they can use the device as well to identify the substance. This was a grant that we requested, about $35,500 or so. We've recently received the award letter from DOLA letting us know that we received the full amount that we requested. So this is a grant request, an acceptance request to the board.
Thank you, Patty.
And I'm happy, actually.
I just would like to add that I heard about this device when I went to baby sheriff school in December before I was sworn in. And it happened to be a retired DEA agent who I remember his name but had never met him. And he and Bob had philosophical differences on drugs. It was just great to get to know this man that I heard about. And he turned me on to this. And so this has been a long time coming. And I'm really happy to get this for those reasons, as well as now I want to figure out a way to help it with harm reduction. It's gonna, I'll work out with Maggie Saldine. We'll try and figure out, if we can't figure it out, we won't do it. I'm not going to give someone a $35,000 piece of equipment to test someone's drugs and worry about some drug abuser misuse taking that and selling it for $500. So we'll figure out a way to use it in some kind of harm reduction way and hopefully save some lives as well that way. So, thank you.
Happy to answer any questions.
So the one of these is about 35,000, and then training on how to use it and how to document, keep a track record.
Yep.
So if you are really bored at night and you watch that Contraband at the Border show, they use it all the time.
Yeah.
So I'm way ahead of you on it.
There you go. You know about it.
I don't watch that show.
Because I'm really bored at night.
I'm going to watch it now,
all the
though.
time.
I don't watch it, but I will.
What's it going to be? The magic number's going to pop up.
It provides safety for like Alex said, for deputies or cops. I remember as a cop, you find a white powdery substance on someone, and you'd have to get the nick kit out. You'd almost have to handle the white powdery substance. You put gloves on, you use a spoon, but there's always room for error, right? And you got to put it in the nick kit and shake it, and is it turning
Until it
purple?
which
Is it
color
not?
is
Is it right? This is a no-brainer, right? It's foolproof. It's safe. It's something that I've wanted for over 2.5 years, and I'm glad we were able to achieve the grant.
Yeah.
And those kits don't work. I mean,
I'm going to look
they're-
at that
they're
TV show a
temperature
lot
sensitive.
different now.
It's-
Tell me your name again?
It's some contraband at the border, or is it? Yeah, it's on one of those, Channel 26, or 23, Channel 23. If you're really bored, and I'll send you the link.
I watched it. It definitely draws you in. You know, people getting busted at TSA.
I know.
Yeah. They are.
It's usually at the bridges going in back and forth to Mexico.
We do, but I have a question. So how will we share this with, like, what are the mechanics around? Someone's out on a call for Aspen Police Department.
So
They call you guys and ask
it'll
you
be
to
based
drive it over?
in our sheriff's office.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. If Aspen Police, Snowmass Police, Basalt Police, or a deputy on the road needs it, the sergeant may carry it in their car for the night. We'll work out a way that it doesn't sit here, like when we first got our first AED at the police department years ago. It sat in the office, so you had to go to the office and get it to go use the AED. We want to make it more mobile than that. So it'll probably sit in the on-duty sheriff sergeant's vehicle.
Got it. And then are we seeing fentanyl here?
I will say unconfirmed, yes, unless you have different knowledge.
No,
Unconfirmed, but yes.
Yeah, and substances laced with fentanyl, so it's not just it's not just fentanyl in a bag. It's cocaine laced with fentanyl. They're lacing other substances.
And this
with it.
provides a more accurate test, right? If a fentanyl strip, if you're breaking up a pill to see if there's fentanyl in it, it's not. Is it homogenized, the right word I'm looking for, where it's
Evenly distributed.
right? Thank you, yeah.
That's what kills people.
Right, so they may be testing a part of that pill that may not have fentanyl in it.
Right.
But they take the rest of the pill and it's lights out. This will check the entire pill or bag, or, you've got to move it around if it's in a baggie or something.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Well,
It is
great. Thanks to
And it'll
Joel.
tell you if it's,
Yeah.
it could be
Baking
Aleve
soda.
or Tylenol. It'll tell you if it's Tylenol.
Okay. Back to my organic chemistry days. Is there a motion to approve? Set for second reading on August 27th.
I'll make a motion to approve a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners authorizing acceptance of a grant from the Colorado Department of Local Affairs Law Enforcement Community Service Grant Program for the purpose of acquiring an advanced field drug detection device supporting early on-scene drug detection and enhancing the safety of Pickens County Sheriff's Office deputies. I'll add to that, and law enforcement within our valley.
Thank you. Is there a second? Sure. Thanks, Francine. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks for that.
Nice to see you.
You guys don't want to stay for the rest of the
you.
evening?
We have a sergeant's meeting 24 minutes ago.
Oh, yeah, I was
Sorry
supposed to be there,
sorry to keep
wasn't
you
I?
late. All right, item number 14, resolution of the BoCC adopting the Aspen Pickens County Airport-based aircraft storage leasing and waitlist manual, approving a form of a lease agreement and authorizing the airport director to enter into lease agreements with the lessees of based aircraft storage units. Diane's on vacation, and we have Emeritus Director Dan Bartholomew with us today.
I
Hi,
love
Dan.
how that sounds, Kelly. Thank you.
I can record it on your voicemail if you want.
That would be nice, actually. We'll chat.
Okay.
So, excuse me 1 second while I.
All right, I think I'm warmed up, Greg. Thanks for your coat.
Oh, you're
Yeah,
good?
is anybody too warm now?
I'm roasting over here. What did you do? I'm going to take my shirt off.
There we go. Okay.
You do know that we separated out your items, so you had to sit with us the whole day.
That's very thoughtful of you.
I know, we
Thank
didn't
you.
want you to feel left out.
As Kelly mentioned, Dan Bartholomew, I'm the former airport director here, although I love that emeritus title. Kind of filling in for Diane, who's on some much-needed R&R right now. Diane and I have been working on the based aircraft leases and getting those reformulated and updated for the last couple of years, honestly. And it's been quite a lift, but I think we finally come to a point where we have something to bring forward to you. We took this to the Airport Advisory Board at their June meeting, and they requested, or they did sort of an informal vote to bring this forward to you all on this. They had one caveat to that, which I'll talk about a little bit. But just to put some things, a little context on things for what we have here. And when we're talking based aircraft leases or based aircraft storage, this is what we're talking about here. We have 49 patio shelters, which are, a patio shelter is essentially, it's like a hangar without sides to it, but it has a roof. We also then have an additional 28 uncovered tie-downs, and these are small tie-downs, really sized for single-engine aircraft. And to put you through a little history on this, just to put some context on why we have the storage and how it evolved and where we are now. So in 2001, BoCC approved an ordinance with, at the time, was airport-based operation, which Atlantic at one point bought out and now runs the FBO, but that was the original FBO at the airport here. And they did a redevelopment amendment, and during that redevelopment amendment, the county gave away 38 tie-downs. So of the tie-downs that we are getting back, they gave away 38 in whole tie-downs as part of this redevelopment agreement, which left us with just the patio shelters. So in that same year, the board passed an ordinance for the provision of 49 patio shelters. And these were basically developed with a, how should I put it, a down payment from individuals that wanted to store their aircraft here at the airport under a 20-year lease option. And during that 20-year period, those individuals, they paid up front for the construction of those shelters, and then all they paid over that 20-year period was basically a sort of a ground rent fee and some administrative and maintenance fees. Okay, those have since expired. Most of them have. We still have, I believe, one or two that are out there lingering for the next several years, but the long-term patio shelter leases expired. And we decided to hold on and not do a redevelopment or an update of those leases until we were finished with the FBO lease, because we thought during that negotiation period, we might be able to get some additional things back or some additional discounts that we could tie to a based aircraft lease, which we did. So we were able to get 28 of those 38 tie-downs back. The county will now manage the shelters. Before, Atlantic was managing them, even though they were ours. We were able to get a 25% fuel discount for anybody that has a lease for storage with the county, which these will be. We also were able to get their agreement to maintain the existing configuration. So we are able to maintain those patio shelters and those 28 tie-downs until such time should the west side area be developed for based aircraft. So it gave us some comfort that we're not going to lose these along the way. And then, as I mentioned, in June of this year, the AB accepted bringing this forward with one request that we do a utilization clause within the lease agreement. And I'll discuss that a little bit in a minute here. So originally, the original leases were sort of a cogwork of different things over time. The industry's changed significantly since 2001. The area has changed, and the airport has changed significantly since 2001. So we tried to bring these up to a little more modern times. We wanted to make sure these were fair and uniform across different aircraft classifications, different pilot classifications, and just different users of the airport. So that is a key to one of the things we did with this update of these lease agreements. We just want to make things fair for everybody to have an equal shot at finding local aircraft storage for their aircraft. We wanted to maximize. We have a very finite resource here. We have 77 total storage positions. We have the 49 shelters and the 28 tie-downs, 77 positions. For an airport of this size and this community of this size, that's very few. especially considering this community and the number of aircraft ownership possibilities there are in this area. 77 is quite finite. Oddly enough, we currently have 77 individuals also on a wait list waiting for a shelter. It's just coincidence that those numbers happen to be the same, but that's quite a bit of a, that's a fairly large wait list. We want to try to get as many individuals to at least have a single shot at storing their aircraft here. And if we have leftover spots, which we don't, obviously, people can double up then. But we want to make sure at least they have the opportunity to have one. I'm sorry?
What do you mean they can double up?
Well, if we had extra spots, it's interesting in this community, as you can imagine, a number of individuals own more than one aircraft. Right now, we're limiting it so an individual can have a single aircraft lease with the county, because we want to maximize the number of people that have the opportunity to do so. Right now, we have individuals that may have more than one lease with the county so we want to make sure it's fair and give everybody a shot. So that's why we went through this update. We want to streamline the process. Right now, it's a little convoluted. This lease was done this way, this lease was done this way, this aircraft fits in this shelter, this aircraft doesn't. We wanted to make it a streamlined process. We wanted to make the process more transparent. We want to make sure people know where they are on a wait list, and we'll post that on our website. We want to make sure that the process is fair and uniform, and everything's transparent so somebody knows what they're getting into before they get into it. We want to minimize the county risk. There was a fair amount of risk to the county with the way they were done in the past. So we met with Brett Bergman, County Risk Manager, and worked through the insurance requirements. We met with our operations manager here at the airport, who also does our security with the TSA, to make sure people were properly badged and they were only entering areas of the airport on the air side that they should be, that was necessary for them. We didn't want people operating and driving over on the FBO if they didn't have significant insurance around those aircraft. So we're limiting where they can access the airfield, all those types of things. We're making sure they get driver training, which is probably a good idea when you're driving around a $10 million aircraft. Just those little things, that sound trivial, but they add up to a lot of money and a lot of risk.
Can I ask about insurance rates? So do you have like a general liability, $1 million or something like that?
That's exactly what it is.
That's pretty standard. That should be, I can't believe it hasn't been that high.
You and me both, Greg,
okay.
To be honest.
Thank you.
Yeah, and and there's still risk out there because you damage an aircraft, $1 million doesn't go very far. So, but we went back and forth between a local pilot group and our risk manager to come up with something. And we wanted to make sure that these leases also aligned with the industry. So we looked at a lot of industry leases in various locations around the country at similar facilities. So we weren't making up policies that were strictly for Aspen. We wanted to make sure they were standardized for what was happening around the country. So just to reiterate kind of what the area we're talking about and what we're talking about is this finite area right here. So there's two components. There's a lease and some policies and procedures. They both tie together. Then there's also some wait list policies and procedures. So there's the lease itself, but then there's policies and procedures once you have a lease. And then there's also policies and procedures on how you get on a wait list, and then that you get transferred from the wait list to a lease once a storage position becomes available. So rather than a 20-year lease now, or even a month-to-month, we're moving to a 12-month lease term with the option to renew on both the county and the tenant's approval. We're matching the stored aircraft and tenant to the lease. One thing we had a lot of problems with was all of a sudden somebody's brother-in-law was parking their plane in somebody's shelter. Don't have insurance on that aircraft necessarily. We don't necessarily know if that's actually a brother-in-law or just a friend, twice removed, so to speak. So we want to make sure the individual that is parking in that shelter or in that tie-down has the appropriate insurance, is the one that's actually leasing that. So we're not giving away a finite resource to somebody else. One aircraft per person or entity. That goes back to your question, Francie. We want to make sure that everybody at least has one opportunity before somebody can have a second opportunity. We want to make sure the lease rates are standardized based on the size of the storage. We've added now an annual inflation escalator based on CPI or some other things, which wasn't in there before. And I'll get to that, and I'll get to a rate study that we want to look into to make sure the realistic rates. Utility charges, we're adding.
Greg has a
yes, Greg.
question. Jump in.
Just storage size, meaning square footage, like are
Yep.
they measured in square feet and per square foot charge?
Yeah, basically, it won't be based on an actual square footage. It'll be based more on the size. So we have such disparate sizes of shelters out there. When these were originally built, people built them to the size aircraft they had.
Same, right.
We have 9 different sizes roughly of shelters out there. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a small, medium, large, extra large, extra large, extra large, and then something else, and then the tie downs. It's confusing, and it's but so based on a small, we'll have a rate, a medium will have a rate, and a large will have a rate, et cetera, et cetera. So that's what we're going to do to make sure it's fair. Utility charge, people will be paying a utility rate. Each one has access to electricity, but we're also seeing people park their electric vehicles in these and charging them, because that becomes a revenue diversion issue now for an airport. Somebody's charging a street legal vehicle with airport utilities. We now have to charge for the people that are charging their vehicles. So we have a separate utility charge for that. There will now be a security deposit for damage. As I mentioned, aircraft liability minimums. There's different minimums for piston-based aircraft versus a turbine-based aircraft. And then the airport director, because we're talking 77 potential leases here, we don't want to have to individually bring those back to you each time. So the airport will have you approve the lease here as we sit, but then the airport director will be able to execute each individual lease.
Patty has one.
Oh, I'm
Patty
sorry.
goes first.
Just real quick, going back to Francie's thing about duplication of spaces. So if you have if you were to have a space of extra space available, somebody had 2 planes, they leased the other one, and then somebody else came on who could fit that slot. So would it then be that lease would be terminated with a guy with 2 spaces? So the guy coming in, because it's pretty much says on there you can't have 2, but there would be an exception if we had availability.
Yes.
And that would only be for one lease to be redetermined if somebody else came on board after that 1-year lease was up.
Yes.
I want to make sure we keep that flowing.
Exactly.
The second one is a month to month?
No, it'd still be a year.
It'd still be a year. It just, yeah.
But
we'd
if
get to that
somebody
point.
came along and wanted to get on the wait list, they would have the first choice for that second space that the other guy had.
And it's all based on your wait list position.
Yeah.
Yep.
I want to make sure we keep that opportunity open.
Just thinking ahead I'm going to think 20 years ahead.
Sure.
Are those patio shelters wired? Are you going to have, you're going to have AC power to the?
They do.
They already do.
They already do.
Is it 240 volt? Are you going to be able to put in, higher amperage? If they're charging electric vehicles now, they may be charging electric aircraft later.
They could be, and that's
electric APUs.
No, it's a good question, Greg. When we get to the redevelopment of the west side, once we get there, I think that's a component that needs to be. We're looking at, let's say, 3 to 5 years from a west side development, hypothetically, and that's so when we get into the design of the west side, that's absolutely a component that should be involved in it. Yes.
I don't think we have the
I'd
power
love to be able
now
to charge
do it.
my car out there. We don't have the power now.
It's a trickle charge for sure.
Right.
You have to be gone a week before
You have to have a plane first.
Yep.
I'll put wings on it.
You can charge your public works down.
That's right.
All right, keep going.
So, as I mentioned, we have multiple wait lists. So what's going to happen is we're going to have, I believe, 9 wait lists and a tie-down wait list. And somebody can come in and they can sign up to be on the wait list that they think is most appropriate for them. But they can also be on every wait list. But they can only be on one wait list once. We don't want somebody gaming the system and coming in and signing up 9 times on a wait list so they can be on there. But they can be on multiple wait lists if they don't know what kind of aircraft they're going to have at a particular moment in time. We've had people that are on these wait lists for 15 years. The aircraft they have today may not be the aircraft they have in 5, 10, 15 years. So they can sign up for what they think they might have in the future and give themselves options.
With the deposit on each
On
list.
each one,
they sign.
$2,500.
Francie.
This is really, oh, yeah. This question is going to show how little I know about aviation. So, the people who are on the wait list, where are their planes?
Other airports. Yep. Well, 2 things, I should say. They're either at another airport, let's say they're at, they could be at Rifle, Eagle, other places, or they don't have an airplane yet, but they want they're anticipating buying one as soon
Oh.
as they can get a storage facility
Okay.
for it.
And then if you have an airplane at the airport,
Mhm.
does it have to either be in a shelter or a tie down?
Ye-
You can't just park an airplane.
Not usually. Now, a larger aircraft you can because it doesn't get affected by wind and other things. Typically, though, you'd want it tied down or in a shelter.
And so the tie downs are like embedded, like a big tie down for a ship. They're embedded in the concrete and
That's
they
exactly
have a
what it
ring or
is.
something.
Yep, you have ropes or chains and you tie the wings down to it. Yep.
What do they cost?
A
Tie down.
Oh, it's fairly nominal.
Okay.
Yeah, several $100s for a tie down. The equipment, the lease, we're still need to set.
And so the reason we only have a minimum number of them,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe it's the maximum number, a few of them, is space.
The space, exactly.
All right.
Yep.
Thank you.
Did you have another question?
Yeah, you just can't pull up and park without either being and leave it, unless you have a tie down or a patio shelter.
Becomes a safety issue if you're parking.
But
in the
what
wrong
if
spot.
somebody flies in from Boulder or from Iowa, I don't know where.
Uh-huh.
Where does their airplane go?
So they would go. So Atlantic Aviation, the FBO, handles general aviation traffic. So they would go to Atlantic Aviation, and so. But if that's an itinerant or somebody from Boulder or wherever, this is more for local folks, so they can
Right.
park their aircraft right in their own storage.
But how long can you park there? As long
Infinitely.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you could park there, but you're paying a fairly expensive daily
With
rate to do
Atlantic.
so.
Uh-huh.
Yep. But aircraft are also, there are aircraft that do have leases with Atlantic Aviation as well, that are based aircraft that are just too big to park with the county. So there is an option there as well.
Uh-huh. I had one more question now, but I can't remember what it was. But theirs are all tie down as well unless it's a really big plane.
Yes, those
Or-
are not necessarily tie down, so to speak, just because they're much larger aircraft. They just kind of park them where they can. It
Yeah.
tends to be a little more of a Tetris exercise at that point,
Uh-huh.
which we're hoping to address once we get to that.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very
redevelopment.
much.
Sure. So as you mentioned, Patty, the wait list deposit for each wait list, we're estimating $2,500, and then there'll be an annual wait list administrative fee. So we're going to go through and clean the wait list every year to make sure individuals still want to be on the wait list, and we'll verify that to make sure we have the right contact information, so that when something does become available, we're not just sending an email to an empty email box someplace. With the new FBO lease agreement, everybody that has a lease with the county for an aircraft is eligible for a discounted fuel, 25%. Now, the stipulation with that is for the first 110 aircraft that are both with a lease with the county and on the wait list. That's where they capped it. So we're offering sort of a virtual lease, if you will, with folks. If you're on the wait list, you'll be eligible for this, for the discount, but you're also eligible for a waiver of the landing fee here. Right now, the only aircraft that are eligible for the waiver are ones that are actually based here. Because some people live here but have to base their aircraft someplace else. If they fly in here, they'd have to pay a landing fee. If they're on the wait list now and they pay that $2,500 wait list fee, they will get the discount and they will get a waiver of the landing fee as well. We're also going to do some right sizing. Right now we have some small aircrafts and some big shelters. It's not the other way around because they just don't fit, but we tried.
You
So
tried,
we're
it didn't work.
It didn't work so well. Yeah, that was expensive. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take some of the smaller aircraft, because we're seeing a trend where aircraft are getting larger and larger. We're going to take some of the smaller aircraft, put them in the smaller shelters, and then the bigger aircraft will move to larger shelters. It just makes more efficient use of a county asset that way. And then there will be eligibility requirements. An aircraft can't just sit there and squat on a position forever if that aircraft is not in an operable condition, the person still doesn't have a pilot's license or a medical. Okay, so we just don't want somebody sitting out there in perpetuity. We want to make sure that aircraft, at least in theory, can be used.
What do you mean, or medical?
So pilots are required to have several things. One is to have the pilot's license.
Oh, for the pilot. I see.
And then they also have to have a medical
Yeah,
certificate. Yep. And you can possibly lose or get either one pulled. So we'll have regular checks on that. But there's also a latency period, if you will, So if you lose your medical, it can take time to get it back. We're not going to kick somebody out right away.
I see.
We'll let them get that back. We are looking to go forward with a rental rate study using a third party. The rates haven't been reset in years. I mean, years. And I purposely put that in quotes there. I couldn't even find documentation on the last time we did a rate reset. So we're going to go out and survey other airports, and then we'll apply a local regional market factor to that as well to make sure they're right sized. And then we hope to bring those to as part of the regular rates and charges. If we're going to do fees and everything, let's just bring that to you at one time.
This time, this budget cycle?
We hope to. If we can get that turned around quickly enough, we will. Otherwise, we'll just apply a rate base, and then we'll bring it to you next year.
Okay.
And that'll create our new base rate. And then we'll apply the inflation factor to that. So there's a couple other additional items hanging out there right now that in chats with the local pilots and the Airport Advisory Board, they asked us to kind of look into a little bit. The one caveat with the Airport Advisory Board bringing this lease forward to you all was a minimum aircraft use requirement. So somebody would have to use their aircraft once a month or once a year to be able to be eligible for a lease here. Another thing was a tie-down and storage. We limited the size of aircraft that could be parked in the tie-downs. Okay, that received some pushback as well, and I'll explain that. And then a residency requirement. Some people were thinking, well, you need to live here in the Roaring Fork Valley to be able to get a tie-down here, and I'll show you why that may not be realistic. So that minimum aircraft use clause, staff thought that could be a problem, but we asked an aviation attorney, who's of course not as good as Rye, but they're still good.
Did you pay him to say that? Good job.
So we asked them, and they reached out to the Office of the FAA Deputy Administrator for clarification on this, and they stated, and I quoted there, any stipulation in a lease requiring aircraft to be used a certain amount each month or year or any other time frame would be considered an economic discrimination issue from the FAA, and we'd get sued on
I
that
like
one.
it. Would be problematic.
It could, yes, I like that term, yes.
Really?
Sounds
so
egregious.
you could just park your airplane there and never use it?
That's why we purposely put that caveat of it has to be an operatable condition, so it has to have an annual certification from a mechanic, and you have to maintain a pilot's license and a medical. So typically somebody will not go through that type of brain damage to maintain those things unless they're going to be flying their aircraft. And there could be if somebody can't afford to do it for whatever hardship in a particular year, that's why the FAA has those kind of things sitting there.
Greg.
I'm just wondering, have we thought about like a long-term storage option for people? Say somebody's out there who isn't flying as often as they used to, but they still have their plane and they're a long-time resident or former user, participant in the community, whatever. Is there a long-term storage option that we could steer them to or offer them in any way? Will there be with the re-expansion? I'm just wondering if there's something like that on the horizon.
I don't see why that's not something we couldn't look into, especially on the west side. Right now, it's just with that, the finite number of spots, it'd be difficult to do that.
Right.
And you could also, somebody could go to the FAA and say, well, now somebody has a dilapidated plane at an airport that's meant to be used for an aircraft that's flying. That could become sort of the reciprocal issue of what you're seeing up here.
Right.
So.
But they could also park at Rifle. Or,
They could.
They could.
Yes.
They could.
I mean, if they're not flying yet.
And I think that's, you could encourage that actually.
And that might be where if you have more appropriate rates, lease rates, you might
Yeah.
encourage somebody to do
Right.
Right, did you have anything you wanted to say?
The conversation evolved where I was heading with that with respect to rates. I mean, we're talking about some of the most valuable real estate in the county,
In the
which
country.
is full of some of the most valuable real estate in the country. So, anyway,
The most expensive toys.
yes.
So as the tie downs are fairly small. They're sitting next to active taxi lanes, and we're trying to make this a situation where we're maximizing the number of aircraft that can park here. Okay. So we limited it in the policies and procedures associated with this lease to aircraft not exceeding a 40-foot wingspan, so 40 feet wide essentially, and lengths exceeding 35 feet. The width is how close, basically alludes to how close that aircraft will be to the next aircraft next to it, and the amount of room they use. The length really gets into so they're not sticking out into a taxi lane. Okay? And that information, those limitations are currently in the manuals that we're bringing forth to you today. We've had some pushback on this. People here do have aircraft that are larger than this. We're willing to grandfather some in that don't exceed that wingspan limitation or length limitation by too much, a couple feet maybe. But just to give you an example here why this is problematic to an extent. So this is an example of some larger aircraft that are parked on a portion of those tie downs that we've gotten back. You can see these aircraft are taking up 3 or 4 or more positions. And they're even starting to dip out into the taxi lane a little bit. If we're trying to so for every person that we give a lease of an aircraft this size, we've knocked out 2 other or more aircraft of people that are still on the wait list. So
Because they can always lease from Atlantic.
and that's excellent. Yes, that's exactly it, and that's why it's not considered discriminatory, because they have an option. Mm-hmm.
The
Now,
bigger ones?
Pardon?
The bigger ones?
The bigger ones, or anybody with an aircraft exceeding a 40-foot wingspan.
Yeah.
So really, the tie downs are designed, and it's most efficient if they're for more this type of aircraft, the single engine, smaller single engine type aircraft. It's more expensive to lease with Atlantic, so there's definitely going to be some pushback on that, but it's not discriminatory because they have an option to do so.
And if you have a bigger plane, you probably have more resources.
You'd think so, yeah. Yeah. And then the residency requirement. From a logic standpoint, this makes perfect sense. Unfortunately, the FAA has dealt with this in the past, and there's an order out there, FAA Order 9.10, and it's granting preferential treatment to folks based on residency. And it's basically thou shall not. is really what it is.
Thou shall not.
Yeah, they're pretty forceful on this one.
I have to remember that line when we go to DC. I know, thou shall not.
Would be
Doesn't mean we won't try.
So basically, you could have a jet
Mm-hmm.
live here,
Yep.
and maybe the pilot lives here or lives down valley, but the owner lives in California, and so then the pilot comes, gets the airplane, goes to California and picks him up or something like that.
Yep. Yeah, it's basically just saying you can't base rates, fees, or the ability to have a lease with the county or the airport sponsor, in this case, based on your residency. That's all they're saying on this one. There could be other factors, but you can't base things based on residency because they look at the airport system as a national system.
Oh, yeah.
That's how they look at it.
And residency, the people who had recommended that were thinking Aspen or Pickens County or the Valley?
I think they were thinking Roaring Fork Valley. Yep, similar. I think we're looking at similar to the APTRA program or something similar like that. We wanted to, but yeah, it's got shot down pretty quick.
I don't know a lot of plane owners living in APSHA, but
No,
could be
no.
one or two.
Maybe, there probably are a couple.
Okay, keep going.
And that is really all I have for you. So we're just looking for your concurrence to bring this forward. Again, the Airport Advisory Board did move this forward with the caveat of the utilization requirement, but as you can see, the FAA said absolutely not on that. So we'd like to bring this forward with the policy procedures and the lease agreement for your concurrence today, and then bring it back for a second read on the 27th.
Francie.
So did the pilots organization, they were involved in this?
Oh, yeah.
And
Yeah.
and they've bought into every level of it?
That would be, I would like to say yes. They did to an extent. I would say majority yes. There are things in this lease agreement, just, insurance requirements, certain levels of insurance requirements, other things that there was pushback on for sure. The size of the aircraft and the tie downs, there was definitely pushback. Residency requirements, other things. Yeah, there were definite pushback, but we, were trying to do everything we could to make this fair and uniform and have an actual process now. And so, yeah, there was some pushback, but I think at the end of the day, we met the industry requirements for this.
Because I did hear recently, I can't remember I'm sure it was in this room, but I don't remember what the circumstances were, but
Uh-huh.
somebody had said that the pilots were complaining and.
Oh, yes, there are definitely some complaints. This was unfortunately one of those situations we weren't going to make everyone happy, and I think with the new FBO lease agreement, we had the local pilots in the front of our minds, the 25% fuel discount, the additional tie downs, a significant capital contribution to the West Side development, and other things. So even if we couldn't give it to them right here, we did get it for them in other areas as well. So they definitely came out ahead from where they were 5 years ago.
They did.
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Other questions, Patty?
I just have a comment. I think the key issues that you have outlined in the agenda item summary were pretty clear.
Oh,
as far as,
thank you.
and I think grandfathering in those planes that are a wee bit larger than
Yes.
extra. I think that was fair, and that was a way to address those concerns. So I think that you've really, and looking at Rye, I think we've been clear about protecting ourselves with legal challenges or grant assurance challenges, which was probably confusing at some points, and who's on first, who's on second. But the AIS was really good in clarifying a lot of stuff, and it's really clear in the draft document too.
No, I appreciate that. This has been a kind of I don't want to, it'd be an embellishment to say it's been a labor of love, but it has been a passion to get this done.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we've looked forward to doing for quite some time. So.
And thank you.
Oh, sure.
And for
Dan,
not
how
wearing
many,
it.
sorry, are you done? Sorry.
Yes, I'm done.
Okay, sorry to interrupt. How many planes will have to move over to the ADO or FBO for
So the way we've worked this,
compliance with sizing and all that?
I'm not.
That won't get grandfathered, I guess I should say.
It's a little, honestly, it's a little nebulous on that one, because currently anybody in a tie down right now has their lease with Atlantic. It's not with us, because we've just gotten the tie downs back from Atlantic. So we're going to offer individuals that are parked in the tie downs within the size limitation to get on with a county lease, because their rate will probably be lower. Now, anything that is larger, and I couldn't give you an exact number, there's probably, I'm guessing, the reason that gets a little nebulous, because there's a number of aircraft that have a long-term lease with Atlantic that are larger. How many of those would actually want to come across with the county? That's difficult to say. So it's kind of a nebulous number there. It could be one, it could be a dozen. We just don't know. The other thing is, when you have a larger aircraft, you need extra equipment to maneuver that aircraft. You can't just push it back. They weigh many thousands of pounds. So they almost need Atlantic to help them out.
Mm-hmm.
So it becomes a little bit of a balancing act there.
Francie?
And how does the flight school fit into this?
Mm-hmm. So they currently have 2 patio shelters with the flight school. What we're trying to do with this, and I believe it's in our policy procedures, we'll reserve up to 3 positions for them, for the flight school. We want to make sure they don't lose their spots, the 2 they have now, and possibly if they decide to get an additional aircraft at some point in time, or additional flight school comes in, want to make sure there's another spot for them at some point in time.
Okay, thank you.
And I posed this question privately, but I want to say it publicly
Mhm.
relative to whether we can consider some in-kind fee waiver or something similar to what we do at the HHS building for space for nonprofits, because
Mhm.
we do have a couple of, like the flight
Like
school and
Bruce.
GoFlight, that operate out of the airport, and if that is possible, or if that also becomes problematic.
I would say, could I join in that? With
Yeah, I just wanna know if it's an
existing
option.
users that are existing nonprofits.
Right.
I think we'd have to be very clear on that, so
Sure.
everybody didn't become a nonprofit.
Yeah.
So there is with
would be with our approval, right?
So with FAA regulations, as long as it's an airport or aeronautical use, yes, you do have some latitude there. Aeronautical uses do not need to be charged they can be charged at less than fair market value. So, and I would probably turn to Rye on this one, but I don't see why it would be a violation if you said the flight school, since it's a pure aeronautical use there, could not be charged less than fair market value. And it could be if there's a nexus between the flight school and why it should get a less than fair market value, I'm assuming. I'm kind of putting you on the spot, sorry, Ray.
No, that's okay. I've contemplated that a little bit.
Oh,
and
okay.
I generally agree with that.
Okay.
I mean, each entity we'd have to look at specifically to see how we could fit it in, but yes.
I just maybe would flag it for when the rate study comes back, the rental rate study, that perhaps that is.
And who do we have
incorporated into that.
besides EcoFlight and the flight school? Do we have other nonprofits? Is that it?
That's all I know about, but I don't.
Well, they may be nonprofits, but they may not be aeronautical.
Right.
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 Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Other further questions?
Dan's gonna need to reboot, or
I
somebody.
don't know if that's me or that's.
Oh, that's probably the.
Well, I think it's really comprehensive, really well done, Dan.
I'm sorry?
Very comprehensive and well done.
Oh, thank you very much. Really appreciate that.
I know you loved doing it.
Yeah, it's legible, so you know she did, yes.
No, I did it all.
Well, kudos to all who had fingers on it. Okay, any further discussion? This is a first reading, set for public hearing, and second reading on the 27th. Is there a motion to approve?
I will make a motion to approve a resolution adopting the Aspen-Picking County Airport ASE-based aircraft storage leasing and wait list manual, approving a form of the lease agreement, and authorizing the airport director to enter into lease agreements with the lessees of based aircraft storage units. And I do have a comment, but I'll wait for a second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thanks, Jeffrey. Patty?
If there is an issue with somebody trying to negotiate a lease with the airport director, can they bring it back to the BoCC on an appeal or something like that?
That's not how this is set up. There isn't an appeal process from the terms. The terms of the lease are set.
But I mean, if
by
they
the
got, if they
approval.
did not get a lease and they were upset about not being granted a lease.
Oh, I see. I do not, did we set up an appeal process in the policy? I don't recall
so.
doing that when we were looking at that.
Although I think we tried to make the policy and the procedures, the wait list, everything as prescriptive as possible, so that it's sort of everybody that has an existing lease and an existing wait list will transfer across
Right.
in the shelter size they choose, once they pay all their fees. And then on a time-stamp basis, others can come in.
I'm just saying in the
But-
future, how do we handle other leases, like for the Phillips Trailer Court, if somebody doesn't get a lease extension or a new lease, is there an appeal process? John, do you ever see those?
No, there's typically not an appeal process from somebody not obtaining a lease.
Do we wanna?
Part of the work that's going on with these leases is to take some of the discretionary decisions that were available out there previously and set forth a policy that is applied uniformly and fairly to everyone across the board. So there shouldn't be generally the appeal process that exists at the county, whether it's for a land use decision or some of the other decisions that we have, are really set up when there's a discretionary decision at staff level, which can then be reviewed by the BoCC for some kind of misapplication of the standards or an arbitrary application of something, whether it's a standard or the facts to that particular decision. Something like this, there really is not a discretionary decision to be made, meaning you are on the wait list, and if you comply with the standards, you get a spot. If you do not comply with the standards, you don't get a spot.
So it's a black or white rather than that gray when it comes to land use.
Yeah, so if there is a dispute regarding how it was applied, it would, come up through me, and then ultimately, if there is still a complaint, they have the opportunity to appeal to you, and we would look at that, but it wouldn't be, as Rye said, a discretionary decision.
And is the wait list chronologically created?
Yes.
Like it,
So
if I beat you by one day, I'm ahead of you on the wait list?
yeah, we want to make it. We're trying to automate the process a little bit so that as soon as you hit the send button, boom, your time date stamped. So
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second, we've had some discussion. Any further? All All in favor, please say aye.
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 Good job.
Okay.
Oh,
number
you're
fif-
still here.
I'm still
Yes.
not going anywhere. We're still here too.
Item number 15, resolution of the BoCC authorizing the chair to sign a passenger facility charge application with the Federal Aviation Administration to impose and use funds at the Aspen-Picken County Airport. And Dan?
So again, Dan Bartholomew, former airport director, and I'm sitting in for Diane. So this is the requesting to sign an application for passenger facility charges, not to be confused with cost per plane passenger or customer facility charges or AIP or anything like that. So, sorry.
Clear as mud.
John, you've been busted big time today.
Sorry, John.
Well played.
It's gotta keep happening.
We're enjoying every minute of it.
So we are at a point where we're running out of what we call collection authority. Yep. Oh,
Just dropped in, huh?
It's like, what are you talking about me?
You just have this whole, you can just step back, John. You have this whole team of people that can talk it out for you. All right, keep going, Dan.
Okay.
Scared right away.
So we are at a point where we're running out of collection authority for PFCs or passenger facility charges. Basically, what happens is over time, we have eligible projects, whether it's something to do with the apron. There are certain eligible projects that we can apply passenger facility charges to, which is a $4.50 fee that goes on top of an airline ticket, basically. So we get this per passenger enplanement. And we're starting to, we've run out of projects that we can fund with this, that we have approval for. I believe the last one, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Liz, was the the ramp, was it? Is it the, some of the issue, the E-175 stuff that we paid for?
There was several things in the last application.
Okay.
So that was part of it. There was the PFC charge. There was, I believe, a vehicle possibly in there. I'd have to go back and take a look at that.
There might have been some snow removal equipment or something like that to that effect. We're running out of collection authority. We need to have something in the hopper, so to speak, right now. I know we discussed this morning with the issue of the airport modernization about using PFCs for a portion of the terminal on that. Unfortunately, we don't have clearance on the environmental assessment yet, and we're about to run out of PFC collection authority. So what we're doing, we would like to apply PFCs to purchase a new piece of fire rescue equipment for the airport. There's about a 2-year lead time on this equipment right now, unfortunately.
Boy.
And we're going to be possibly, we don't know, going up an index with the shift of the runway, but it's primarily the existing, our primary piece of aircraft rescue and firefighting equipment, our truck, is starting to age out a little bit. So PFCs are an eligible item for ARF equipment, as we call it. So in order to sort of cover that gap right now, we looked hard for an item for PFC usage right now, and the ARF kind of floated to the surface on this one. So that's what we're requesting we do for about 1.6 million and change.
Questions for Dan? Liz, anything further to add? No?
So that would use up our $4.50 per passenger for, to the point where we need it used up with certain deadline?
So this would give us sort of a stay of execution for a period of time until another eligible airport modernization project for PFCs.
How long do we have, what's our period of time before we have to spend the money?
I'd have to look. It's a schedule. It's difficult. It depends on how much how much you're collecting, number of passengers based on a $4.50 charge, and how much the piece of whatever the item you're purchasing with that. So it's not a straight answer there.
But I mean, so if it's per employment, right? And we have like 250,000 employments, or 350?
About 350.
Yeah, so that's more than $1.5 million.
It is, and you can have multiple PFC applications at one time. So we're still paying off other things, but they're starting to run out, and occasionally you need to re-up it with a new application to make sure you're still staying steady with that collection authority.
Okay, so there's nothing that says the money that you collected in 2024, you have to spend by the end of 2025, or
No.
it's not that clear?
It's not that, no.
Okay.
Yep.
I have to say this application seems a little funky to me. It has Patty listed as the contact person.
Yes,
and then me.
That is an
my
F-
email address, which I'm not sure is helpful to anyone to send me a reply to this too.
We tried to make it as confused as possible. No,
Okay.
that was actually, that unfortunately, sorry about that, Kelly, that was an FAA thing. They had, the last PFC application we did, and they grabbed the old form. We'll get that changed before that gets docu-signed over to you.
Okay, that sounds good. I was just looking at to see if it had the expiration.
I kind of like having my name
date.
up.
Well, yeah, they're gonna look for you upstairs, which I guess is appropriate. Okay, that's fine. Darn it, I had a question and now I forgot. Oh, is this already on our replacement schedule, or are we like bumping it up?
It's
Take advantage of this.
It's on. We would, I think we'd be bumping it up a tad because we have to go through procurement for it rather quickly to get it in 2 years. So yes.
So if it's replaced in 2 years, is that on schedule or is that still a little ahead of schedule? Do we?
It's on schedule. I mean, our existing truck is eligible for replacement already. It would also leave, the nice part about it is it leaves us with a backup truck. What happens with our vehicles is we can't have commercial service operations if we don't have rescue. So if the existing truck went down and we didn't have a backup, commercial operations stop. We also did, I should note that we did look at an electric vehicle actually for the ARF vehicle. Unfortunately, they're not quite tested well yet. There's one airport that has one. I believe it's in Ohio. Theirs has been down for months, and they fortunately have a backup. So we thought with an emergency service piece of equipment, going electric without it being tested out in the industry for a while was probably not the best way to go. So.
Have you guys ever been in the vehicle that's out there? It sucks up a lot of energy.
It
I mean,
does.
It's got every gadget in the world. It's the coolest thing.
Please, Greg, yeah.
Just regarding a backup, you keep, oh, sorry, I'll get on the mic. You're gonna keep, you'll keep the second one, you won't try to sell it on the market? Is it worth anything, or is it just better to keep it as a backup?
So we have two right now.
Fully depreciated.
But they're not of the same size. So we're required to have a minimum size requirement, number of gallons of water, basically, if you will. So we will sell one of them, and then we'll have two. So we'll make sure we have the backup at the same time. So, but if we go up an index, this allows us to kind of cover our bases this way. So
thanks.
All right, any further discussion?
I'd make a motion.
Go ahead for Greg.
I'd make a motion that we authorize the chair to sign a PFC, passenger facility charge application with the FAA to impose, I got
That's the wrong one.
Yeah, number 15.
15, to impose use funds for the Aspen Pitcairn
Oh, yeah,
Airport.
there it is.
Okay, you just didn't mention the vehicle in that, so
Oh,
I got
I'm sorry.
thrown off, sorry.
Yeah.
I got thrown off. That's the motion. Is that clear enough? Do I need to hit it again?
No, I'll second it with a comment.
Go ahead, Patty.
That, we know how long it took to get the new ambulances, and we upped the ante on that. We put the money way ahead, and it took them like 3 years to get them. So I think this is actually perfect, because we don't know how long it might take to actually get this vehicle. So it's better to get in line with the money there and say we're kind of like renting a space for your airplane. Get in line
Exactly.
first. Yeah, I think it's great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, further discussion? Sorry, Liz, go ahead.
I just wanted to clarify that the budget request for this ARF truck will be coming with the 2026 budget. So we haven't actually requested that from you yet, so this is actually slightly separate. I just wanted to make sure that that was clear.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, see you at second reading. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
Thanks, Dan, so nice to see you.
Likewise. Thank you very much.
Really like the background too.
All right.
I have something I want you to stay around for open discussion.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding.
No, no, okay. I was like,
Which is
sure.
like hours from now.
I'm easy.
Thanks, Dan.
Thank you.
Alrighty. Item number 16, this is an emergency ordinance, and we will have a public hearing confirmatory reading on August 27th. We've talked about this a lot. Tell us why it's an emergency. Nice to see you, Ashley.
Hi. Good afternoon. Ashley Pearl, Housing and Resiliency Director for Picken County, and I'm joined online by April Long, Director of West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition.
What is your title?
Housing and Resiliency Director.
Thank you.
Here at Picken County, I believe, last I checked.
Try and keep these things straight.
Yes, it's an emergency ordinance, and if approved, will approve the chair to sign a grant agreement with West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition. And the grant agreement says that Picken County will give $3 million to West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition for the sole use of supporting the tenants of the Mound Valley and Aspen Basalt mobile home parks in purchasing their parks and converting them into resident-owned mobile home parks. April can give more of an update on exactly where the parks are in the contract process and some other things like that. But a few key things to call out here. The reason it's an emergency ordinance and not a regular ordinance is because the lender who is lending, so governments and funders are coming in with cash to support the residents, and the lender is coming in with the rest of the money. The lender needed certainty that everybody was actually going to show up with their money by next week. And so although we signed a letter of intent back in June, the lender needs something more secure,
Like
such as
the money.
Well, at this point, they're just asking for an ordinance by next week, and then they would like the money before closing, of course, which is September 12th. So this gives the lender certainty that we are still intending to contribute the funds. However, it does not release the funds. What the grant agreement says is that the funds will not be released until the board here has been able to see and approve the deed restriction that will be placed on both properties. So you will get we're aiming for a 2-read resolution, so that would be August 27th and September 10th, for you to see and approve the deed restriction, and then we'd be able to release the funds. So this, at this point, just gives the lender some more confidence that we have the money and that we're planning on giving it to them, but it doesn't actually authorize us to release the funds yet. The funds have already been allocated because they're allocated as part of your 2025 budget. They come from the Affordable and Workforce Housing Property Tax. So Connie said we can't allocate them twice, so this does not allocate them. It just is a grant agreement. And then in the grant agreement, it calls out a couple things that the board wanted to see. So it says that West Mountain will accept and hold and disperse the funds solely for the use of supporting the parks. That prior to closing, the West Mountain will present to the Board of County Commissioners the deed restriction, and that you all will have a chance to review it and approve it. And then it also says that prior to closing, West Mountain will share a copy of the due diligence report with Picken County so that you can all see the results of that process. And then West Mountain will also implement, it says, to the extent possible, other provisions and safeguards that ensure future affordability for local workforce at both parks. So I know that April is working really diligently right now to finalize what other provisions in addition to a deed restriction can be put in all these different documents to make sure that the parks are always affordable and always for workforce, and that we're not in this position again. It is a little bit of a tricky situation right now because not only do the 7 different governments who are contributing funds have to all agree, the tenants have to accept any provisions that we put on the parks, and the lender has to accept any provisions, and they come with their own provisions. So as you can imagine, I think April's juggling more balls than any single human should juggle at this moment. But we're hoping that we can all kind of reach agreement before closing on the 12th. So I think that's the logistics from my side, but April, I'd love for you to kind of share any key
Can I ask a really
updates
quick question
on your
about
side.
Sure, Francie, go ahead.
So is the Housing Coalition collecting the money from all of the people, and then is the Housing Coalition the agent at closing, or how's that going to happen?
April, that's a question I'm hoping you can answer.
Hey, thank you, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi.
Okay, great. Hi. So one thing to correct while I've got an opportunity, the closing will be in mid-October. The due diligence period ends September 12th, and we need to show the financial package by the due diligence period. So that's why that's that date that we're aiming for. Your second question, or question, Commissioner Jacober, I believe, is about how does this funding get from West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition to the closing table? So we're intending to compile all of the funds, not just from the local governments, but also from the private companies, Atlantic Aviation and Aspen One, as well as the private individual donors, and to present that as a long-term forgivable loan so that we're part of the lending package, which allows us to have loan conditions, and our conditions will be the adoption of the deed restriction.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
A lot of work. It's good work.
Yeah. April, can you just give a high-level overview of kind of the key next steps or milestones that we're looking for?
Sure. So we're working with local government staff like Ashley on a team of reviewers for the deed restriction language. And we are also coordinating that language, like Ashley mentioned, with the senior lender, which is Rock Capital USA, to be sure that it's acceptable to them. When we get that agreed upon at the local government level, we'll be sharing that with the residents. They, like Ashley said, they also have to agree as conditions of the subsidies that we're providing to them to accept this deed restriction. And Rock Capital USA has to agree to that language. And so that's one piece of the process that we're in, is in getting the language agreed upon. And then I'm also in the process of collecting all of the funding into one account so that we can make that available before due diligence period. Their big part of their due diligence is in understanding what capital needs they have. So there are engineers looking at those and making final reports, as well as ensuring that they're going to receive insurance for these properties. And then the other big piece that I'm working on as part of the Housing Coalition is the subsidy we're still trying to achieve that $20 million subsidy needed to keep the rents stable at a rate that's affordable to the residents there now. And we have raised $14 million. This includes the $11 million that the local governments pulled together. So we've raised $14 million towards that $20 million subsidy. We were very much so hoping that the state could grant at least $5 million in this $20 million need. We found out that the state, one, definitely cannot grant that funding that quickly, and that at best we would receive that funding at the beginning of next year. And two, that the state believes it would be more like $3 million rather than $5 million. And so I'm working to see if there's any other levers that we can pull at the state level to get that funding secured and given to this purchase more quickly. And then at the same time, trying to fundraise to ensure that we can achieve that $20 million subsidy that's needed. So working with more private donors, individual donors, and trying to also look at subordinate loans as an option to fill that need.
Hey, April, would the state's grant program allow for future buy down? So like if
could they come in later?
Yeah, they come in later. So even if the residents enter into a contract that they're taking on that additional $3 to $5 million, could the state buy it down? Is that enough?
It's my understanding that the state can, still contribute funds to this acquisition later. The The risk that we're weighing is that the residents will be presented with their final loan package before closing, and we'll have to make a decision based on that final loan package as to whether or not they believe they can afford the rents that have been presented to them. And so the residents will be essentially kind of weighing the risk of, will the state really come through on the funding, and to what degree?
But at
So
least
I
it's
think
not
that it will
prohibited.
be a big question for the residents.
Yeah, but there's nothing prohibiting the state funding from coming in post-sale.
Not that I'm aware of.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
Francie?
I guess I'm wondering what happens to the rents if we don't, let's say we end up with 15 million. How drastic is the effect on the rent?
It's about $50 a month per unit for every $1 million that we are short.
$50 a month per unit for every $1 million we're short. So that'd be $250 per unit if we were $5 million short. Okay, great, thank you. So it's not horribly drastic. It's not enough to make us not do the deal, in my opinion.
Not for us. I think that it's, again, a question for the residents. They're already paying some of the highest lot rents of any mobile home park in the state, from what I've been told. And we're trying to keep them at that rate. So a $250 increase could be, I think 20 to 25% for some of those residents.
So they're paying like $1,000?
Some of them are paying less than $1,000 right now. But the average is around $1,100 a month for the Carbondale Park and Mountain Valley Park, and about $1,350 is the average at the Aspen Basalt Park.
And that's not including whatever mortgage they have on their unit.
That's right.
On their house.
The majority of the residents fully own their units, but there are about 20% of the residents that still also pay a mortgage on their home.
Okay, thank you, April.
Yes, Greg?
April, do you have the rate sheet for the Crawford Park, which is just, a mile or two away? Because I think their rates are $1,300 a month for a space now, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah.
I don't have their rate sheet, but I know that Rock Capital does, and there is I'm going to say an algorithm that where they're trying to use the comparables in the area, and they're trying to match those. If it's not in year 1, it might be in year 5, and so they definitely look at what's happening in the area.
Right, yeah, so the rates aren't egregiously higher than what's existing in that part of the valley already. Of course, it could be higher than anywhere else in the state, that's possible. I wanted to make sure it's not higher than.
I don't know that for certain.
Yeah, I don't think it's higher than
I don't know
local
what
market, yeah.
Yeah, and I can get those comparables from Rock Capital and share those with you so you can see how these two parks compare.
Great.
That doesn't necessarily make it affordable, though.
No, no, it doesn't. It's just, but it's also more, just shows what realistic is.
Right. I just think for like napkin math, like, a family of 4 at 100% AMI should pay about $3,000.
How much?
$3,000 in a total housing cost per month. I'm looking at you guys for that. So if they're paying $1,300 in lot rent and maybe $1,300 on a $200,000 unit mortgage, and a couple extra hundred for utilities, they've already hit what their affordable housing costs should be. It doesn't leave a lot of room for future rent increases, future mortgage increases. Some of these units are being proposed at $400,000 around the valley.
So
for sale,
other than the rent, do they have other fees? Like now, if they're going to be the owners of this, are they going to have an
HOA dues or something?
Thank you. Some kind of HOA, some capital, or those kinds of costs?
I don't know what their pro formas are. I haven't looked at this very closely, but anyone who's going to own a park is going to have legal fees, accounting fees, maintenance fees, snow removal, trash. you know, so all of that should ostensibly be built into their lot rent, you know, but you also need they're going to have a capital reserve that they're putting towards, which probably is not being captured in their current lot rent
There
now.
will be a capital reserve?
I assume Rock Capital is going to require a capital reserve, but so that's why I'm just sort of painting a picture of like the lot rent number really matters. I mean, it is, and you want to have room for it to grow,
right?
So they can absorb future expenses.
Yeah. And Rock Capital USA, the lender, runs all these numbers and basically won't lend to parks where they can't sustain a certain increase, especially with capital reserves. I've said this to the board before, but just to say it while April's here, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, April, receiving a loan from Rock Capital USA and becoming a Thistle Rock community will give the tenants access to low interest loans later on in the life of the park. So the loan will be 30 years. And throughout that time, they'll receive support from Thistle Rock as well as additional funding access through Rock Capital USA. So we do expect some things will show up in due diligence that Rock Capital USA has already overestimated the loan that they're receiving to take care of some of that stuff initially, and then they'll be able to access some of that money throughout the life of their loan as well.
Yeah, that makes sense. Thanks, Ashley. Jeffrey.
April and Ashley, there's no mention in either the grant agreement or in the resolution of insurance and insurability of the two parks as either a condition or due diligence.
I believe that's a condition of Rock Capital for them to lend. And they are that's a step in the due diligence process is getting the insurance.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. You guys are doing great work. It's a case study for the rest of the state. Other questions?
Ready for a motion?
Yeah, I'm ready for a motion.
I'd
This
make
will
a
be
Number
confirmatory
16.
reading will be the public hearing on August 27th.
Yep. This is the first reading set for confirmatory on August 27th. This is an emergency ordinance of the Board of Commissioners granting funds to the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition for the use of supporting the tenants of the Aspen Basalt Mobile Home Park and the Mountain Valley Mobile Home Park in purchasing the parks.
I'll second. Further discussion.
Thank you both and everyone else for your work on this.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you.
April, I've been meaning
Progress.
to call you. I want to hear more about everything you're doing. So thank you both for all your hard work.
Thank you both. Thank you all for granting this. Appreciate it.
Okay. All right, we're moving on to second readings and public hearings. I was going to propose we get through these next two and then maybe take a little break before land use.
That'd be
That
nice.
sounds good to the board?
Yep.
Okay. This is item 17, ordinance of the BoCC approving and accepting Brush Creek Park and Ride property from the Colorado Department of Transportation. We have a note here that it's proposed to be continued to the next meeting. I will still open the public hearing in case anyone's here to comment on it, but I'll turn it over to Brian Pettit. Hi.
Yes, and so, the idea is that we would, my name is Brian Pettit, I'm the Public Works Director for the county, is that we would continue this item to the 27th regular meeting.
Okay, anything else to know about that for now? No. Okay, Patty.
Why?
Rye, you want to wait? John, you wanna wait?
Sure, I think
I would like a reason why we're going to continue,
Oh,
please.
sure. The state has requested that we delay acceptance of the item until we have additional time to talk about the transaction with the state.
Okay.
And with us. I think there's some items for negotiation in exec on Tuesday.
I have another question.
Yes, Patty.
Why are we reviewing a management plan for this property when we don't know if we're going to own it or not?
The answer is because we manage it anyway.
Okay, that's what I was.
Yep.
Because tomorrow we're having a big presentation at the EOTC meeting about the management plan, and I'm like, on a piece of property, that's kind of.
Manage.
Yeah.
The state is an absentee landowner, and the county has historically managed it for them.
Well, then that's a question I'll ask tomorrow. Would the terms of the management plan we're gonna discuss tomorrow change when we become owners, or is it just putting in down on paper what we're already doing? We don't know that.
It's putting down on paper what we're already doing.
So it might be up to change when we take it over. I haven't read the management plan yet because it's 72 pages, I think.
Yeah, the study is, yes.
Is that about right?
I'm trusting you.
Thanks, Patty.
Thank you.
Okay, other questions on this? I'm going to open the public hearing in case anyone wants to comment on this ordinance and the continuation request. If you're online, please raise your hand. There's nobody in the room.
Tony,
All right, I'll close the public hearing and I'll look for a motion to continue to August 27th, please.
I'd make a motion regarding the ordinance approving and accepting the Brush Creek Park and Ride property for the Colorado Department of Transportation, that it be continued to August 27th.
I'll second.
Thank you. Further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, item number 18, also a public hearing and second reading, resolution of the BoCC approving an intergovernmental agreement between the BoCC and the Colorado Department of Transportation for the Pitkin State Highway 82 HSIP intersections grant. And please define HSIP, Mr. Knapp. Hi.
Hi, Kelly. Andrew Knapp, the Pitkin County engineer. HSIP is an acronym for the Highway Safety Improvement Program.
Thank you.
And that is the funding source for this $2.6 million grant that we have been awarded from the state. And here for the second reading for the acceptance of that grant executed with an IGA between CDOT and the county.
Any changes since first reading?
No, ma'am.
Patty?
I just want to question the agenda item summary is dated July 23rd, and it says this is a first reading set for second, so I'm assuming that this is the same one we got on the 23rd. We're just changing the dates around a little bit.
Yes, that's my mistake. I did.
I'm like, okay, did I copy the wrong? I usually it's me copying out the wrong thing, so I like to blame it on you today. So.
Well, you can, because it is my fault. I'm the one who uploaded this file with the wrong date on it.
Gladly. And
All right.
I'm glad after, I guess there was a significant accident. I don't know the details of it. Was it yesterday morning? Yeah.
And this is for $2.617358 million, the state's full allocation they're giving to Pitkin County for these two safety upgrades. That's correct.
That's correct. So we applied for the full construction estimate to implement the safety improvements at Smith Way, and also let's not forget Lazy Glen as well as part of this grant. Very optimistically, knowing that generally our region of CDOT gets $1 million per year to disperse through this grant program. And our optimism paid off, and we received our full grant request amount.
So great.
Thank you.
And then the money is passed down from the federal level, but it's in the hands of the state, right?
That's what they tell me. I haven't seen the stacks
dollars,
of
yeah.
money in some vault somewhere, but I'm told they have it, and it is secure.
That's also great to know.
And it is 2028 fiscal year funds. There is the potential for advancement of those funds, which means moving them forward to potentially 2027 if we get through our coordination with CDOT and design of this project.
Great, thank you.
Okay, further questions for Andrew? All right, I'll open the public hearing. I believe Tony's here for this. Hi, Tony, we received your note as well. Come on up, you have 3 minutes.
Here? Okay. I'm gonna stand if that's okay.
No, you
As
don't-
long as you
the mic doesn't
shout
pick
loud
you
into
up.
the mic. Push
Okay.
it forward to the edge of the table.
Okay, so let's see here. So I did a little poster board. I feel like Donald Trump having my little poster board here. But Smith Hill Road has been something that we've been working on since 1999. And these are all of the newspaper articles. Smith Hill Road intersection still needs help. Greg Postman was really important with this one in 2002. Highway 82 makes state's most dangerous list. Greg also was in the 2007 Smith Way is still a killer. 2018, state county to meet again after fatal wreck. 2021, a deadly stretch, Highway 82, like a mini interstate. 2024, finally we're making progress. Pickens County aims to improve Highway 82 safety, mitigate fatalities. In 2025, from Andrew and Brian Pettit, we have $2.6 million announced for safety upgrades on Highway 82. We still have a lot of issues between now and when the safety improvement gets built. And Mike Buglione and Andrew and CDOT and myself as a member of the public are trying to figure out what we can do before that, because people are using the Michigan left-hand turn. That's what this grant is for at Smith Hill Road. I'm not going to talk about Lazy Glen. But people are already doing Michigan left-hand turns, Greg, right at the base of where you live, so to speak. And there was an accident there yesterday, a T-bone. CDOT, with Andrew's work, was able to they tried to cut off one of the turns so people couldn't do the Michigan left-hand turn. Somebody ran it right over. So it's really, really, really serious right now. There's usually like 30 cars in the morning coming up Valley to make the left-hand turn to go on across. But that's not where people are getting accidents. They're getting accidents, all of them are coming up Smith Hill Road and trying to get across the highway. This morning when I was driving in, first time ever, I saw 3 lanes of traffic where there's only supposed to be 2 lanes in the crossover. A Rafter bus was trying to make a left-hand turn to go up Valley. Someone was trying to go across the highway, Juniper Hill, and then someone was trying to make another left. So every time I see something like that, I usually call Andrew and go, okay, this is what's going on this morning. So hopefully we can get something done. I sent all of you a quick email because my preference would have been a roundabout, because that's the safest, that would be the safest implementation at that intersection. But that's probably a 10-year project and it's probably $50 million. I'm just throwing that out there, I don't really know. But when Steve Child was county commissioner, he said one of the things that he was concerned about was when people are coming out of the Brush Creek Road light, that it's racers take your mark, then as soon as the Brush Creek light turns green, it's the foot to the metal, and it's like a race track all the way down. Once that middle intersection goes away, that crossover, the volume of cars and the speed is going to increase. And it's been shown that Michigan left-hand turns, and that's what I sent you the email, are dangerous because of what side swipes. Now you've got cars trying to cross over 2 lanes of traffic to get to Smith Hill Road. What I'm hoping that will happen is that half of those people will decide not to take Smith Hill Road, but then they're going to be in the entrance to Aspen. So that's hopefully another modeling study that can be done before to see how many cars we think that might take the entrance to Aspen. And then very lastly, what I want to do, because I always give Brian and Andrew a hard time, probably Pickens County Commissioners can be included in that, is that we have success. And I did this just at the library, and it's called August 13th, 2025, 2 million plus. Thank you, Andrew Knapp, Brian Pettit, your names are right on here, and CDOT, and then of course the Pickens County Commissioners. But it's been a long time coming, and I just wanted to say it has not gone unnoticed. It's really appreciative. And for me personally, the very first time that I went with a safety tour with CDOT was in 1999. So it's been a long time coming, but again, I just wanted to say thank you so much. And who knows, maybe we can still get that roundabout, but the most important thing is at least to get that intersection stopped so people can't cross over.
Thanks for your passion, Tony. That was
Thank
kind.
you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tony.
Thank you.
We take a break, ma'am?
Yes, any other public comment? Can we just check online quick?
Oh, that's right, we have to vote on it.
Yeah. Almost there.
Oh, shoot.
You're usually good at that, Patty.
All right. All right, I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion, please.
I'll make a motion
Thanks, Francie.
to approve the resolution of the Pickens County Commissioners approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Board of County Commissioners and the Colorado Department of Transportation for the Pickens State Highway 82 HSIP intersections grant.
I'll second that.
All right, thank you. Further discussion? Congratulations.
Thank you.
Department.
Yay,
All
got
in
all
favor,
that money.
please say aye.
Aye.
All right.
So, quick question for Andrew. So, CDOT can't spend any other money in this region for 2 years since we took all the money per year annual allocation for 2 years? Is
It's
that
backlog
what have we
money.
done?
I don't know exactly, but from what I have been told, the funds to make up this whole $2.6 million grant were collected from unspent funds from other regions as well. And they review these grants. Each region has a representative that gets together and they review the grants together. And everyone reviewed this together and determined it was worthy of collecting the funds from other regions and directing here because the safety benefits are so real for this proposed improvement. And it should make a huge impact on the safety of everyone traveling through the intersection.
Great, thank you for that.
All right.
Good job. Well done.
Let's take a break till 4 o'clock, please, and then we'll come back for land use.
Perfect, I could use that
Thank
time.
you.
Hey, Brian. We can't.
welcome back everyone to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular meeting on Wednesday, August 13th. We have reached the land use portion of our agenda, and we are on item number 19,
closing our school.
Which is, this sounds like an update to us. There's no action required, as I understand, for a resolution for forwarding a resolution of the Planning and Zoning Commission to us, allocating the January 15th Rural Area Residential GMQS Growth Management Quota System allotment for a new development right to Donna and Richard Gardner. Hi, Franco.
Hi.
Welcome.
Thank you, Board. Thank you, Chair. My name is Franco Palumbo, Pickens County Planning. Just giving you an update per the code. I can just give you the section 24040C2H. An allotment is forwarded to the board at the next regular meeting, and so we're here just forwarding and letting you guys know that that allotment was given by the Planning and Zoning last week, August 5th, and so the board, the Planning and Zoning Commission accepted staff scoring of 25 points, threshold for a new development lot right on a new lot is 22 points. In about 2 weeks' time, I will be in front of you regarding the first reading for that conceptual subdivision review. So if you have any questions, there's no action for this item.
Okay, any questions? There was 8,625 square feet available, and they won for 6,750 square feet.
That's correct.
Okay, Patty.
I look forward to you coming back to us again on the 27th. Be prepared because we second reading just about everything today, so to the 27th. So, yeah, plan to bring snacks.
Will do.
And thanks. It's good to have you here.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for Franco on this? And this is a no action update to the board. Greg?
Nope.
Thanks.
Good?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 20. This is a resolution denying an appeal by Favag Ranch LLC and affirming administrative decision number 9-2025. We had a hearing on this and directed staff to come back with this resolution to deny the appeal. And I'll turn it over to Tammy. Hi, Tammy.
Hi. So, right, it's just that. So the board first considered this item on July 9th, which was an appeal for administrative decision 9-2025, which denied the Favag Ranch LLC activity envelope and site plan application. The board considered that appeal and found that the ComDev director did not use her discretion or make a clear and demonstrable error, and so it was voted 3-2 to deny that appeal. So what is before you is just the resolution with those findings and that action. So the board just needs to approve that resolution today.
Okay, any questions for Tammy or refreshers needed about what we discussed?
I have a procedural.
Yes, Patty?
I know this, is this still a continuation of the public hearing, or is that done?
I can't recall if there was an official continuance of the public hearing, but I think, oh, I'm sorry, it's an appeal. We don't do public hearings on
Anyway,
appeals at
okay.
all.
Well, that made it easy, so we don't have to worry
It
about
sure
it.
did. Well, it helped that Kelly was shaking her head at me, saying, "We didn't do it."
I had my head turned. Next time I'm gonna look, I'm gonna ask
exactly.
you the
No,
question
no,
and
it's-
look at Kelly.
Francie.
So what are the alternatives for next steps for these people? What's next? Where are we?
It's up to them.
Yeah, so they can, the applicant, now that the administrative action is final, the applicant may pursue what's commonly referred to as a Rule 106 action in the district court, seeking an appeal of Pickens County's quasi-judicial decision. So they can file with the district court if they would like. The applicant could also pursue another application with the county for a different approval. If that is their preference, the applicant could also file an application, a land use application for a taking determination from the county and pursue that avenue as well. So they really have, or they could do nothing, of course. But those are the 3 action items they could pursue.
Are there any timing considerations for those actions? Like, isn't there a 6-month?
Yes, typically following a denial, there is a 6-month delay or a 6-month period before an applicant can pursue a new land use application. I do not think that applies in the case of an application for a taking determination. I don't believe the code specifically says that, but logically, I don't think there's any reason to require somebody to wait 6 months if they're alleging that their property right has been taken as a result of our land use regulations. But if they were to pursue a brand new land use application, practically speaking, it's probably would be hard to put together a brand new land use application in 6 months anyway.
But they have to wait too.
Yes, Patty.
Isn't there another option or maybe opportunity? They can resolve the issue with their homeowners association. Remember, there was a conflict between the interpretation.
What?
Wasn't there an issue there?
This may be a different application that you're thinking of.
No homeowners.
No, there's some, what?
This isn't Star Mesa, this is Old Snowmass.
No, and I'm not. No, I thought there was a discrepancy with the neighbor's interpretation of the meadow or the field.
Oh, that's a different land use application. That one you did hear an appeal on. This is for the property that's located at
I know.
in the Highway 82 and Snowmass Creek Road.
No, I'm very familiar with that application. No, this was something else.
Okay.
So I'll clear it up later.
Gotcha.
Just because the fact that this one property owner was in a disagreement with everybody else who lived in that subdivision.
Subdivision?
Yeah,
So I thought there was an issue that could have been resolved as far as the location of the lot, because there was some confusion within the interpretation of the subdivision. So maybe it wasn't an HOA per
That's
se.
Star Mesa.
Yeah.
That's a different application from this one. That we also did a very lengthy, extensive hearing.
No, I'm talking about this application. I'm not confused. I just thought there was a discrepancy between an interpretation by the owner of this property and the owners that lived around him that were the ones that felt that he was building the house would be going in the meadow or blocking their view plane or whatever. I know the property. I think I approved the subdivision originally.
Any questions or discussion?
Now I want to make a motion to approve the resolution denying an appeal.
I'll second. Is there further discussion on this? This was a split board decision at our last hearing, so I'll do a roll call vote. Is there any further discussion? Jeffrey?
I'll just reaffirm, I think, both on the applicant side and on the staff side. I asked a couple clarifying questions at the original hearing, and it was really about not necessarily the size of a home potentially on the east side, but whether the east side development is feasible, is plausible, given setbacks between well, water, residents, and just all the physical constraints of the east side. And so that's where I will continue to be a nay vote on the affirmation of the administrative decision.
Other discussion?
I would just say that I hope something can be worked out between community development and this family to make it so that they can build on the west side and figure out a way maybe to have access that isn't quite so, I mean, I don't really have that big a problem with the access, but apparently ComDev does, so I just really hope that there's some resolution that keeps us out of court and out of a takings and all of that, so that they can proceed with this.
I need a point of clarification. I was wrong. I was talking about the property up at this.
Star Mesa.
Star Mesa, yeah.
Yeah, as far as this property, yeah, I believe that this is the right decision because we haven't seen an attempt to put a house of some size on the east side of the property. Thank you for clarifying that for me, Jeffrey. It was that lack of dinner that got to my brain. I'm very clear now.
Good. Okay, that's important. All right.
As Glenn's eating the chocolate bar over there.
I'm gonna do a roll call vote. Patty?
I support the motion.
Greg? Aye. I'm an aye. Jeffrey?
Nay.
Francie?
Nay.
Okay. Thank you all. Thanks for bringing forward that confirmatory resolution for us. Now we'll move on to land use public hearings. Item number 21, an ordinance of the BoCC rezoning all lands owned by the federal government or the state of Colorado to the RSG Resource Government Zone District, except as specifically excluded. This is a second reading. And I'll turn it over to Community Development Director Suzanne Wolf. Hi, Suzanne.
Okay.
Headline on, maybe pull it towards you. All right, thank you.
Okay, let me just get the slideshow. Okay. Thank you. Suzanne Wolf, Community Development Director. I'm here for second reading of a rezoning amendment to the zoning plan for the Resource Government Zone District. I basically have a rerun of the slides from first reading, so I'll go quickly, but I think, again, because it's the public hearing, worth walking back through the proposal that's in front of you. So staff had directed BoCC had directed staff to initiate a rezoning of lands within Pitkin County currently owned by the federal and state governments to the Resource Government Zone District, or RSG. That includes lands owned by the BLM, Forest Service, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, and the Colorado State Land Board. CDOT, Department of Transportation land, was excluded. Lands owned by any entities other than the federal government of state or Colorado are excluded, so any privately owned properties. And land zoned ski rec are excluded. This is the full intent statement of the Resource Government Zone District from the Land Use Code. It's intended to control the future use of lands currently owned by federal or state governments and currently used for non-development purposes to avoid inappropriate development of such lands in the event they are sold, exchanged, or otherwise made available for use by another entity. So essentially, it's really addressing what happens to these lands if they come out of federal or state ownership. And essentially, this also addresses that it's intended, we're not looking for this zone district acknowledges the resource use that they're under today, and that if they come out of that ownership, that is still the use that is intended, and not an intensification of use. This is the map that just shows of the lands that are to be rezoned to RSG, what zone districts they are in currently. The majority of that is rural remote. A lot of our federal lands are within the rural remote zone district, but there are some other pockets of other zone districts. And this is the big map showing the entirety of the county and the area to be rezoned. Red areas being BLM, red hatched, green hatched being U.S. Forest Service, and purple being state of Colorado. At the end of the presentation, we'll get into the little bit zoomed in versions of those. The Resource Government Zone District was created and adopted into the Land Use Code in 2006. It was created in response to recommendations in the Comp Plan and Land Use Master Plans to create a zone district to preclude residential development on lands in federal ownership to reflect resource conservation uses that exist on those lands. No lands were actually zoned to RSG at that time or since, until now. Under current code, if a property does come out of, say, federal ownership, we have had land exchanges where, properties were exchanged, came out of federal ownership into private ownership. those lands under the growth management provision of the code are subject to growth management competition or use of TDRs to establish a development right. Essentially, the code recognizes that a land coming out of federal ownership does not have a development right. So that's the way the code reads today and will continue to read. The resource government zoning kind of just puts another layer on top of that, ensuring the understanding that, you know, what is allowed today under that zone district and what it would look like if something was to come out of federal or state ownership. Little bit of background, I think. Obviously, we're in the Vision 2050 process, looking at updating our comprehensive plan, and really looking at our guiding values. And I think one of those that's, well, you know, front and center always for the Pitkin County is rural preservation and protecting, you know, not preserving agricultural lands, other lands, and particularly public lands. I think everyone recognizes how critical those are to our community in Pitkin County. Obviously, we've got like 85, I think, % of our lands under federal and state ownership. So it's a substantial amount of our land area. Rezoning, 2 steps, P&Z, BoCC. We've been to the Planning Commission, who recommended approval. Board approved on first reading on July 21st or 23rd. Second reading today. We did send referrals to all of the caucuses, Forest Service, Parks and Wildlife, BLM, and the State Land Board. The State Land Board had submitted a letter prior to the first reading. They submitted a similar letter that has been entered into the record for today as well, that you all should have received. And they are requesting exclusion. On first reading, you all discussed that issue. We've followed up with the State Land Board, had some further conversations, Ryan and I, with the State Land Board, and that is still a decision point for you all today to determine if you would like to exclude the State Land Board, which essentially there's one piece of land in Pitkin County, which is the Williams Hill property. I can get to maps and show you more where that is. And they've made their, you know, argument as to the intent behind the State Land Board, the use of that land, and why they've requested exclusion. So, again, that's a decision point for you all today. Procedurally, this is sort of the language in the code. I think what's important here is looking at the bottom of that, the criteria for a rezoning that's initiated by the county is to advance the health, safety, or welfare of the community and must be supported by either changed conditions affecting the subject parcels or the surrounding neighborhood, or applicable Pitkin County master plans. And with that, we've asserted that this does advance the welfare of Pitkin County by aligning the zoning with the current use of those lands and to avoid inappropriate development in the event they're sold, exchanged, et cetera, to another entity. The proposed rezoning is supported by the Pitkin County Comprehensive Plan and many of the land use plans that have been adopted by the P&Z. There's the pretty full list there. All of these have some reference in them to either specifically an RSG rezoning or something similar to support protection of those federal lands in particular. Again, this gives you just a little bit more detail on some of the statements from those master plans. I won't walk through all of those. There's a lot of detail on that in the staff memo. And then this just gets us to those maps. That was the full county map. This starts to narrow it down. That one purple piece kind of in the upper right-hand corner, that is the State Land Board piece. Which is between Highway 82 and Watson Divide. This gets you to the eastern side of the county. Again, those purple pieces in there up the frying pan are Colorado Parks and Wildlife properties up in Seller Park, which is off of the road to Hagerman Pass. That gives you a little bit closer view of the State Land Board piece.
So the one you said was between 82 and Watson, between Watson Divide and what?
No. Sorry, here, that gives you a little bit closer view of it. It's Williams Hill.
Oh, okay, yeah. So you can access it from East Cypress as well? Is that right?
There's a you can see the hatched red is BLM that kind of surrounds it on that western and southern side. It does cross Highway 82 in that one piece where Phillips is located.
Okay,
But
yeah,
essentially
I know where we are now.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
And that's the last piece of the zoning. So staff and the Planning Commission are recommending that the BoCC adopt on second reading the ordinance rezoning all lands owned by the federal government or the state of Colorado to the Resource Government Zone District unless specifically excluded, which is then called out in the ordinance.
Okay. I will note Rye has given me a proposed red line copy if we want to talk about exclusion of state land board lands for language relative to that. But I will turn it to you all for any questions for Suzanne or Rye.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Have we had no response from any of the federal agencies?
No formal response. I've had several conversations with Kevin Warner.
Yeah, me too.
Did not have no.
Yeah, he said they weren't
communication
going to
from-
file anything.
No, and
CPW
nothing from BLM. I haven't had any.
And so CPW is part of the state land board?
No, CPW is separately.
They're
yeah,
okay?
Totally separate.
Okay.
Have not heard anything from them.
Okay.
on,
And BLM?
Did not hear from BLM or CPW. State Land Board is the only one we received, specific comments from,
Yeah.
and then Kevin with the Forest Service. Right, you and I both had
No
several
response.
conversations. They weren't providing any formal comments.
Great, thank you.
Other questions for Suzanne? Patty?
My question is more about the discussion of the exemption of the state land board land. But Kelly, you'll follow up on that.
Yeah.
Can I do a really quick question before we moved on to that?
Yes, I have some.
I'm a little confused about the use of the word inappropriate development. Is that a legal word? It's like, that seems very challengeable to me.
That is the language that is in the code today. And I really couldn't sort of give you more background on when this language was crafted and adopted into the code, kind of what was.
I mean, couldn't that be challenged pretty easily? Like, couldn't somebody say, well, it's really appropriate, we know there's oil under the ground here, we're gonna drill and take it out. That seems appropriate to us.
Sure. I also was not around when this was done, but I will say that all of our zone districts generally have an intent statement at the beginning, and that intent statement is fleshed out or specifically defined more by the allowed uses within the zone district. And we do have uses that are allowed in the resource government zone district, either by right or by special review, that have existed since 2006 when this was adopted. Well, that is a little wishy-washy. I think the addition of those uses that are allowed by right or special review flesh out or define what the appropriate development in that area is as defined by the board.
So like timbering and ski area, those
Sure.
kinds of specific things.
Use by federal permit is one of the allowed uses in the RSG zone district. And that's a use by right.
It's a special
correct?
review
Oh, I'm
use.
sorry, that's a
Yep.
special review use. I'm glad I asked Suzanne. And some of the other uses that are allowed in there are consistent with the current use of those federal properties. And Suzanne probably has those in front of her. if
It
you
was
wanna-
in the packet and it's
Oh.
pretty
The
extensive.
use table,
Oh,
right.
I'm sorry,
yeah,
yes, the use table is
Forgot
rather
you
Very
mentioned
extensive.
But
Yeah,
that
that
is
was
somewhat
quite a list.
subjective, inappropriate, I guess it depends on who you're asking.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why I'm concerned
But
about
some of our other zone districts have similar type of characteristic type of, or subjective decisions, or like what's rural for some of our other, one person's rural might be another person's suburban type of development. So, you know.
So the list of uses seems to me way beyond what we would imagine would be on our lands. I mean, you know, there's just so many uses on this chart that it's kind of confusing to me. Like
Specific to the RSG and what.
Well,
So I mean, what the you get the use table, which has all of the zone districts
Right.
and all of the uses. I think what's important when you look at that is to look at the blank cells as you go down the RSG list. And right, none of the residential uses, or all of the residential uses are prohibited. There's a blank cell. A lot of, any sort of tourist accommodation type uses are all going to show up as prohibited uses. So the uses that might be commercial that are special review, some of those are resource type uses that are permitted by the forest today. And that's why some things like logging, mineral gravel extraction, oil and gas extraction are on that list as special review uses.
I want to ask a clarifying question, though. It is not in our scope today to do text changes or use table changes to the zone district. We are simply rezoning lands to that, correct?
That is correct, right.
'Cause that would be a different
We're working under,
process.
right, the existing, exactly. If you were to want changes to the text of the code, whether in the specifying the RSG zone district or the use table, the uses that are associated with that, that would take a separate code amendment action that we don't have in front of you today.
Right.
But
And
that,
the only thing that struck me as a little odd was I was just looking at what's allowed in rural and remote, like, where are these different? And it makes sense that all the residential ones are removed from the RSG zone district, but for example, we allow round-mounted solar energy collectors over 1/10 of an acre is an allowable use in RSG, but not in rural and remote. So there's only like 2 of those where I feel like I'd flag maybe for a future text cleanup when we are doing a bigger text cleanup, that like something like that get removed. Other questions right now? Okay, should we discuss the state land board lands right now, or do you want to go to public hearing first?
I'd like to discuss the possible language to exclude those before public comment.
Okay. Do you want to tee it up, or do you want me to?
And I'm happy to tee it up a little bit. The decision point is really pretty straightforward. Do you want this zoning action to apply to property owned by the state of Colorado and managed by the state land board? As Suzanne mentioned, there's only one property with those characteristics in Picken County, which is the Williams Hill parcel, or what's generally known as the Williams Hill parcel. The request from the state land board is to exempt that parcel. You do have some comment from the state land board regarding the purposes for those types of properties and how the state land board manages them and for what they manage them for, which, as you know, is for school purposes, to fund schools. So really the question is, do you want to exempt that parcel from this zoning action and potentially any other parcels that ever became owned by the state land board? I don't think they're usually in the business of acquiring real property, though. They're usually in the business of disposing it or leasing it. So if you
And I'll
want-
just add, the language here that I can read out that Rye offered for our consideration is related to the language of their specific purpose was not that these lands are for public land use, as we typically think of it, for public lands with the federal government, but if you want, this is a proposed added finding. The
Yeah, that's under the
BoCC.
findings, yes.
Yeah, thank you. The BoCC finds that it is appropriate to exempt property owned by the state of Colorado and managed by the Colorado State Land Board from the effect of this ordinance because of the nature of the grant of such lands to the state for the express purpose to be held in trust for the benefit of Colorado's common school system. Specifically, the state constitution charges the state land board with a fiduciary duty to hold and manage school trust lands to produce reasonable and consistent income over time for the benefit of Colorado school children. This constitutional mandate warrants the BoCC treating property managed by the state land board as different and apart from the other property that is subject to this ordinance.
Yeah, so I have a
Francie.
question about that. So, this is the same thing they were saying when we were talking about the whole Phillips area, is that they want to maximize the money from it for the schools. Well, the only way you're going to maximize money for that particular piece of property is to sell it to somebody who's going to build a house. So, I mean, how else are they going to maximize income from that property? So, isn't that what we're trying to avoid?
Disposal is a potential outcome for the Williams Hill parcel. The property in general is largely undevelopable under our code.
Because it's so steep.
Because of the constraints with respect to the property that's to the west of Highway 82, or I guess the south and west of Highway 82, and then the floodplain and setbacks from the Roaring
other
Fork
side.
River on the other side. Without doing a fuller development analysis to say if the property is wholly undevelopable from a regulatory standpoint under our code, it's hard to say for sure. But yes, the premise of your question is correct. Not rezoning to the property to resource government allows for disposal in a way that could generate more money than if it were to than if it were to be rezoned. Meaning if you keep it the way it is, it's probably more valuable than if you rezone it.
To whom? You know.
To the state land board,
To
presumably.
education in Colorado.
Patty?
Yeah,
And then
I
Jeffrey.
would, I agree with the language. I agree with the exemption. I would like to put something in there that 1 year from the date of enactment of the rezoning, that the board have the opportunity to further discuss or reconsider the exemption of state land board properties.
May I ask you a question about that?
Certainly may.
I don't take your suggestion to mean that you would not consider it sooner if the board found it necessary. Meaning you would not delay any future action for a year if something came up that suggested to include this property sooner than that.
So I don't know how you
But
would like to
it-
word it, but I'm fine with that. I
Sure.
just wanted to provide the opportunity for us at some point to reconsider the exemption if we were to enact an exemption today.
I think that makes a lot of sense, and perhaps you could just couch that in a way that you're directing staff, whether that be Suzanne and I, to bring this back to you in a year in the event some necessity doesn't cause us to want to bring it back to you sooner.
Yeah.
What Rye said.
What
Sorry,
Ray said.
Jeffrey was next, and then we'll go back to Francie. Were you done?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, just want to start off this parcel is actually, in terms of the overall rezoning in Pitkin County, the rezoning's over 500,000 acres. The fact that we usually spend time on the odd case is always kind of interesting. This would be less than 0.1% or 0.09% of land that we're rezoning. This parcel already has fishing, hunting, a mobile home community, and telecom services on it. That's probably the most intensive use it will ever see. It's in severe, not mild, but severe fire range. So we can actively manage the top of Williams Hill and clean it and prepare the area around that. So I'm comfortable with Rye's suggestion that 1 year or sooner. For reference, the current zoning is AR 10, NRS 30, I think. Thank you. And I want to throw out before public comment that the guiding principle of the State Land Board is to rely on the regulatory and enforcement functions of local government and other regulatory agencies. That's from their own guiding principles.
Thank you.
Thank you. Francie?
So I was gonna ask, is there any obligation on our part to not rezone the state land in spite of their objection? I mean, will their objection just irritate them, or will it give them grounds to change whatever might be coming up in the next year, or?
Sure, I think we could certainly pursue the rezoning for the state land board parcel in the face of the objections that we have received from the state land board. But yes, they could change the disposal path that they are on.
Okay.
One way or the other. They could do that tomorrow anyway. But I am confident that this board is nimble enough that if something unforeseen or foreseen were to take place, for example, an attempt to pursue a large-scale development of this property, or even a small residential development of this property, that this board could act quickly enough to change the zoning to RSG or some other appropriate level of zoning, which is to some extent what I was clarifying with Commissioner Clapper over here, which is I didn't take her comment to be we're definitely not going to do anything for a year.
Right.
I took it to be I want to make sure we check in on this in a year, but if staff foresees some kind of major threat of a large-scale development of this property, get on back in here, Suzanne and Rye, and make sure you bring this up with us, and we could potentially consider rezoning at that time.
Okay, yeah, I'm okay with the language.
Thank you. Is there other discussion? Okay, let's open the public hearing. I know there's some interested parties. Come on up, Courtney, hi. And if you wish to weigh in, yep, I see hands raised. We will get to you as well. Thank you for holding online.
Need to press it.
You're good.
Red light is on. State your name. You have 3 minutes, please.
My name is Courtney Kunze, and I wanted to thank County Commissioners and Community Development for the opportunity to speak. I may get verklempt, sorry. I'm here today in response to the rezoning of rural and remote to RSG to preserve the right to build a cabin or house, as well as any TDRs associated with the Maggie Load 5749. The Maggie Load is currently zoned R&R and is located on the backside of Aspen Mountain in rural and remote, and is in an ownership dispute due to anomalies in the county's tax collection records, which are coming to light. The Maggie Load has been my home.
I can do that. Yep, you're good. The Maggie Load has been my home for most of my life and was patented by my great-uncle, Thomas Quayle, in 1891. It was an established parcel prior to both the countywide enactment of the Subdivision Act of May 5, 1972, as well as the Residential Growth Management Quota System adopted June 12, 1978. I submitted exhibits yesterday to Community Development, which should now be on record, pertaining to the history of the Maggie Load Claim 5749. Thank you so much for your time. So I did compile all of the records that Courtney had put together and emailed those to you this morning. So those are on file with the county and part of the record.
Thank you.
Did you give her Kleenex?
There's some right there.
But she was on the remote.
Okay. We'll go online. Let's see, I see Julie Majors with
Department of
Department
Natural
DNR. Yes, I do.
Sorry.
Thank you. Julie, can you unmute and we'll see make sure we can hear you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right, very good. Well, so I'm Julie Majors with the real estate section of the State Land Board. And Rye pretty much stole my thunder. So I sincerely appreciate the time that you guys have spent on this. I know you received our letter yesterday for public comment. We do appreciate the relationship that we have with Pitkin County and all of the activities that we've got with the Phillips Mobile Home Park and Williams Hill. We understand what the intent of all this is, so we really do appreciate you reconsidering the rezoning action and the exemption today. So I do not have any further comments unless you do have questions of me.
Okay, thank you. All right, I see Melanie Buchholz. Hi, Melanie. Go ahead, unmute. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I just want to say first and foremost, I really appreciate the spirit and the intent of trying to protect these lands that could be, the public lands that could potentially go private. And I just want to make sure that the correct language and the best or most protective language of those lands are seen. When I was reviewing the proposal, what I'm not seeing is a dimensions table or square footage for these areas. Now, in the Frying Pan Valley, we are, the majority is rural and remote. But I know that there are some other caucus areas that have these other zonings that would be changed, and there are many notes in the dimensional table that are severely limit the amount of maximum allowable square footage. They're very specific to the dimensions on what could be built. And especially in light of the fact that these properties would be subject to the GMQS and TDR system, some of the notes in the current land use code for these zoning areas include maximum caps, maximum, final maximum caps for including all TDRs and GMQSs. So where is the maximum caps? Where are the dimensions for the things that end up getting built because they're allowed to be in the GMQS system, the TDR system, or just by special review with all of those uses that you noted? Some of those uses, by the way, are not allowed under the current zoning, but then would be allowed under the RSG and vice versa. So there's a lot of changes, and I realize that there is somewhat of an urgency to this, but I just want to make sure that we take the time to have the right language, and so that it's not a cleanup on staff, just as far as this goes, because these are pretty big differences potentially in a lot of these things for these areas that would make them less rural and remote. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thanks, Melanie. Appreciate you too. All right, any further public comment on this item? Okay, I'm seeing none. I will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for further questions or discussion.
Just clarification, rural remote zoning is not being affected by this, correct?
This will replace rural remote zoning over federal lands.
Well, yeah, but not the outside of federal land.
It does not affect any private land, right?
So how does it affect the Maggie load?
My understanding of what Ms. Coonsey's issue is regards a dispute with, I think now, the United States Forest Service potentially regarding the Maggie load. And the Maggie load has a current is currently in federal ownership, so it would fall under property on the maps here that is currently depicted as United States Forest Service property and be subject to the rezoning action. To the extent that Ms. Kunze was able to either demonstrate to the United States or reacquire title to the Maggie Lode at some point, that would be an opportunity for her to pursue an application with Pickens County to, I guess, rezone it as rural remote or something like that. I haven't fully thought that through, whether it'd be necessary in the event she were able to demonstrate some kind of irregularity or some kind of error at some point with the ownership status of her property. I think we could, I'm confident we could figure that out at the time, and if she's able to get that figured out.
So you don't see a need for an exemption of that particular property?
I think that would be challenging only because the
No
United
borders.
States currently claims to be at least the owner of the surface of the Maggie Lode, as I understand it. But I know that Courtney has a legitimate dispute with the Forest Service over that at this point.
And you see future resolution is not an obstacle for helping her out?
I see it as a potential speed bump, but not a roadblock if she were ultimately able to reestablish ownership of the Maggie in her family.
And then it would be private land
And then
anyway, so.
Yes, and then it
RSG
would be
wouldn't apply.
private land. Hypothetically, assuming she were able to do that, and if you were to apply the code as it is written, we'd be looking at a parcel of property that was coming out of federal ownership, or theoretically a property that never should have been in federal ownership, at which point I suppose she could pursue some kind of exemption. But as the code is written now, I think it would be treated just like any other property that was coming out of federal ownership with respect to needing to go through a rezoning action in order to establish the allowed uses on that parcel, which I think warrants me highlighting that just because of this zoning action, it does not forever foreclose the possibility that a property could come out of federal or state ownership and pursue a rezoning action with the BoCC that this board or a future board could deem appropriate at the time. Meaning one of these pieces of, or an example being one of these pieces that is close to an urban corridor or something like that, or a transit corridor coming out of federal ownership, private individual or entity could ask the board to change the zoning to allow some kind of, I don't know, affordable housing or some other use for it that may be perfectly harmless within the overall scheme of things.
And would be deemed appropriate, so, I see.
Applying the criteria in the zoning criteria in the code, which this board would then look to things like the master plan or changed circumstances and apply the code criteria to make an appropriate and reasoned
Okay.
zoning decision.
Great, thank you,
Yeah.
Ray.
And that's the same process we might use, for example, in like a land exchange.
Similar, yes. There would not necessarily be a zoning component to that, although there potentially could. But when we look at things like land exchanges, oftentimes a land exchange is informed by, one, the character of the two properties being exchanged, and then two, the applicable master planning area where that's taking place to help the board evaluate whether the proposed use of the exchange for property would fit within the characteristics of the zone district and or planning area we're landing in.
Thank you. And then I just was sort of wondering, you know, it was a little challenging because Francie and Suzanne and I were all at the Frying Pan Caucus the other night where there was discussion about this, and as an active application, I didn't want to say anything at that time because I didn't think it was appropriate. Okay, thanks, Lainey. But I wonder, Suzanne, can you just sort of like play through a situation? So for example, the RSG zone district allows an accessory horse boarding
That's the one that caught my eye too.
activity.
Really?
You know, which I like seems to make sense to me because like we have outfitters who like run permits over on federal forest, you know. Like what does that look like? What is a land use application for an accessory horse boarding use look like under RSG?
I mean, if it's listed there as a special review use, it has.
Well, it just says it's A. So
It's an A, so it's an allowed use.
Yeah.
I mean, again, the premise behind it is it's on federal land, so they have to have permission, a permit, or, you know, whatever, a license, whatever it is from the forest to do that. So, I guess then sort of the allowed use versus the use by federal permit is a special review use. You know, again, I guess we'd have to sort that one out. But really, mostly the question is does the owner of the property, the federal government, have they allowed this use, permitted this use? And, right, I don't know in what scenarios. Again, like you said, maybe an outfitter, yes, up the frying pan, there's, you know, or up the frying pan, up Highway 82, up east of town, you know, on the pass. There's an outfitter that uses an area up there, presumably, you know, with, under the federal approval. So, that's the type of use, I guess, that we could see. But again, my first question is going to be: Have you spoken to, you know, the owner of the property? Do you have their permission in whatever form that might be? And then it's a determination of what process it goes through with us.
Okay, other questions or discussion? I've read the proposed additional finding related to exemption of state land board lands. I think we would need to find or add in the ordinance something about revisiting this exemption and prior to or within 12 months of enactment.
Yeah, I think perhaps if I can take some liberty with Patty's language, it would be appropriate, assuming the board were to want to add the new finding 24 that Kelly read before, to add another finding 25 that says to the effect, something to the effect of the BoCC finds that it is necessary and appropriate to direct staff to bring back the proposed action with respect to the state land board 1 year from the effective date of this ordinance. And I can work with Suzanne. Or sooner if necessary. Thank you, you caught me there. So I can work, if the board is okay with the substance of that comment, I can work with Suzanne to make sure it reads more clearly than I just said it right now. I'd also add that Suzanne has some enumerated exemptions under the now therefore language in your ordinance, and I think that would be the appropriate place to add another bullet point. Currently, there's a exemption for state lands owned by Colorado Department of Transportation. I think you'd have a similar bullet point for state lands managed by the state land board, if that is the direction the BoCC is going with this.
Okay.
I'm okay with going that direction, and I could make a motion
With those amendments.
with those amendments.
Okay, let's see if there's a second, and then we'll have discussion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thanks. Discussion. Jeffrey.
I would like to see that language regarding the state land board site parcel, specifically in light of today's executive order, that date may be sooner than we think.
What executive order?
Yeah.
I'd like to speak with counsel at this point then. Exec session, please.
Okay, is there a motion to go into executive session for the purposes of discussion with counsel pursuant to CRS 4?
It would be 24-64024B for the purpose of discussing the resource government rezoning action and the legal effect on the state-owned parcel.
Make the motion.
Thank you. Is there a second? Okay.
Don't wait.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Should we go next door?
Okay, so everyone in the room, we're gonna take a break and convene for private legal advice. And we will come back and resume here when that is concluded. And I'll note, we do have a motion and a second on the floor approving this ordinance as amended. Did I say all in favor, please say aye? Aye. All right, welcome back, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, August 13th. We took a break to have an executive session in conference with our attorneys, and we are back to continue our discussion of the ordinance of rezoning all lands owned by the federal government or state of Colorado to Resource Government Zone District. There is a motion and a second on the table. Is that right? I forgot to note who
That's right.
motioned. And who, did you motion?
I made the motion and.
Which included the amendments to the
Yeah,
language.
it included the amendments, and I think Greg seconded.
Okay, thanks for the reminder. I thought I had noted it, but turns out I didn't. Again, our amended language is to exempt state of Colorado state land board lands and add language to reconsider this exclusion of state land board lands prior to or within 1 year of enactment of this ordinance. Is there further discussion or clarification requested by commissioners right now?
I'm good.
I'm good.
Good. Okay, I'm gonna call the question then for approval of this rezoning. All in favor, please say aye.
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 And I just want to say congratulations, this is a big deal.
This is a big deal.
A big deal.
And I think it's also important to recognize the work of staff, the work of community development, and the work of our GIS team, who's not here to say thank you. So we really appreciate your time. in moving
And
this
our legal
forward.
counsel.
And sorry. And Mr. Neely. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we are going to move on to item number 22, which is a resolution granting approval to Flying Dog Ranch West Incorporated's major amendment to a development permit and activity envelope review. I'm going to turn the floor over to Francie Jacober for a statement.
So I'm going to recuse myself from this item because my son is married to Morgan McIntyre Jacober. And so I have interest on actually many levels in the Flying Dog. So I'm going to take off.
Okay.
She eats and runs.
Eats and runs.
I know, we're here earlier than I think we thought we might have been.
Yeah. We're moving.
Yeah.
We're gonna get through this. It'll be good.
All right, thanks, Francie.
Instead of 10.
We'll see you later.
This will be quick.
Doo-doo-doo.
The 800-page packet.
Blew through it.
I'll share some after.
Yeah, I'll go first and then, yeah.
All right, we're just taking a minute to
Hey,
get
Suzanne,
set
I'll
up
flip
here.
you the ordinance from the last one with the changes. Oh, yeah. Wanna sit here, Nicole? Yeah.
You can
No,
put
I'll
that
get it.
with mine. Are you done? I got it. You sit down. We got it. We need to get going here.
Do you wanna sit?
Nope. Nope. You stay there. That should be ready for you to share your screen.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yep.
Okay. Share my screen.
While we're getting booted up, I want to introduce Rebecca Dunlap. This is our first BoCC presentation.
Oh, turn your mic
Your
on.
mic's
Sorry,
not
red
on.
light on. Tilt the mic towards you, please.
It was on. So,
Welcome, Rebecca.
welcome, Rebecca.
Hi, everyone. Let's see.
So you got to start off with Glenn Horn?
I did.
Good start. Good start.
No one more knowledgeable.
All right, well, with that, I'm Rebecca Dunlap. I'm going to be giving the staff presentation for Flying Dog West. Looking at the format that we're going to be doing today, I'll be doing a general overview of the property and the processes, going over the requests, code compliance, referral comments, and staff recommendation, and then Glenn will follow up with more of the background and history and a deeper dive into some of the proposals, and followed by discussion and public hearing.
So we're looking at 1625 Prince Creek Road. It's outside of Carbondale in between 133 accessed from Prince Creek Road. It's 224 acres and it's zoned resource 30 acre RS 30 and it is conforming for the district. The processes that we're going to be looking at today is a BoCC one-step review with multiple review types, including a major amendment to a development permit, a request for a development agreement for 10-year vested rights, and activity envelope review. Staff has prepared a memo and reso included in the packet, and the applicant is preparing an amended covenant agreement for the preservation of historic resources and activity envelope plat to be recorded as well. Looking at the property some more, on the left you can see that the entire Flying Dog Ranch West is subject to a conservation easement held by Aspen Valley Land Trust. There have been 3 previous amendments, one that is also to be recorded with this decision. The parcel also features the defined headquarters parcel, which you can see in both the images on the right. This shows that it encompasses all of the existing development, and that's where we'll be focusing on today. So just looking at those structures that I showed in the last slide, the larger ag structures include a barn that is used as an event venue, the log barn, which is designated on the historic register, the machine shop and blacksmith studio, which is just an ag structure, and then the milk barn, which is also designated on the historic register. And none of these are going to be subject to this resolution. We're really going to be focusing on the residential structures. So that includes 3 principal dwellings, the south cabin, which is not historic, the main house, which is on the historic inventory, and the north cabin, which is partially designated on the historic register, not including the most recent addition in 2018. We're going to be talking about amending the historic incentives, so looking at what was designated in 2012. The log barn, north cabin, and milk barn are on the historic register, and the main house is on the historic inventory. However, it would require extensive revitalization to be designated on the historic register. It's only a small portion of the interior that is on the historic inventory. So looking at the applicant's request a little more, the activity envelope review is going to establish 2 activity envelopes, which we'll look at in depth in the following slides. The major amendment is going to amend BoCC Resolution 13-2012 and the associated covenant agreement for the preservation of historic resources, specifically related to the allotted incentives for the 3 structures on the previous slide, and then the development agreement for a 10-year vested property right. But we'll go through those one by one, looking at code compliance and staff responses. So starting with the activity envelope review, as you can see on the right, there would be a primary activity envelope that's shown in red that would follow the existing headquarters parcel and would include all of the existing structures and account for landscaping for the future residents. Something to note with this is that site plan review is not currently proposed and would be required prior to any development. And at this time, we would look at some of the site constraints that we'll dive into in a minute and amend the activity envelopes at that time. There's also a secondary activity envelope that you can see that comes off of the headquarters parcel and goes into some of that land in the conservation easement. It is sized for an OWTS and utilities are permitted in that area. Yeah. So looking at some of the site constraints, floodplain hazard, zoomed into the headquarters parcel, you can see that Prince Creek runs through the parcel, and floodplain zone A extends off, and that's the main house that you see right there outlined in black. A required condition that came out of this from our county engineer on the right there is to, at site plan review, restore the floodplain and bring the driveway crossing that goes over Prince Creek into compliance. Similarly, this is looking at the 100-foot setback from Prince Creek. You can see the main house outlined in red here. And then on the right, this is a previous iteration of the activity envelope, but it does show the 100-foot setback right here and where it hits on the main house. Again, at time of site plan review, work in this area would be reviewed for code compliance and limited at that time. Another mapped hazard we have on the site is alluvial fan. You can see that the big one, the headquarters parcel, is on the northeast there, so it encompasses a lot of it. CGS did supply a report and comments, and there are two conditions included in the resolution from that. One for scour erosion evaluation for the Prince Creek, and then a geotechnical and geologic evaluation to assess the alluvial fan. Some of the other things that were looked at, you can see the steep slopes in the top left, doesn't go into any steep slopes. The wildfire hazard on the right, there's a small area of severe, but that can be mitigated at time of site plan. And then looking at historically irrigated lands, there's going to be no change in those with this application. Some of the other code sections you'll see in the resolution were found compliant in terms of activity envelope and are going to be more heavily addressed at time of site plan review. Site preparation and grading, water courses and drainage, wildlife, roads, driveways and parking, and public services and utilities, but those are addressed in the resolution. So moving on to the major amendment to a development permit. This one has some pieces to it. So starting off looking at the applicant's request for a major amendment. There are 4 requests. It includes the approval for the option of 2 or 3 principal dwelling units where 3 were previously approved in 2012. The approval to aggregate all existing approved non-historic floor area on the property. Approval for exempt subgrade floor area. And then a GMQS exemption for development up to 5750 for a residence. And we'll dive into each of those in a minute. This is taking a look at the incentives that were granted in 2012 for the designation of these 3 structures. It included the approval of 3 principal dwelling units, the approval for a 1,000 square foot addition to the north cabin, which has been completed, and the approval for a 1,500 square foot addition to the south cabin, which has not been completed. And before we look at a table with the floor area numbers, one thing to note here is that the north cabin addition resulted in 1,125, which pursuant to the 2012 approval will be taken out of the south cabins addition, and resulting in a 1,375 square foot addition that is yet to be built. This is outlining the residential square footage on the property. You can see in red, that's all of the existing floor area on the property currently that amounts to 7,372 square feet. And then in this table over here, we have included the approved floor area, which includes the unbuilt addition, resulting in an approved floor area of 8,747 square feet for the parcel. And that's the number that we're kind of going to be looking at moving forward. So now getting into the applicant's requests. The first request is for the option of 2 or 3 principal dwelling units, which staff found does not increase floor area on the parcel, reduces or remains consistent with the current number of approved principal dwelling units. And because all of these structures were created legally, a reduction in principal dwelling units would increase the property's compliance with the code. Moving on to the second request, we have the request to aggregate all the existing floor area on the parcel. And this is the same table that I had 2 slides back, just for clarity's sake. But with this, there would be options for moving forward with site plan review because that's not included in this resolution. Those options would include a single-family residence resulting in up to 8,747 square feet, subject to site plan review, that would be comprised of all of the existing square footage on the parcel. But then if that's not the route that's followed, there are other options for each of the principal structures. So they all would have the option to be torn down and aggregated. And then the south cabin would have the option to remain as is or to be expanded. The main house would have the option to remain as is or to be expanded, which is different than Condition 4 in 2012, currently limiting its square foot to where it's at. And then the north cabin would have the option to remain as is, but cannot be expanded beyond the 1,125 that's currently there. And the 1,470 square feet of historic floor area is not permitted to change with this. Looking at the request for exempt subgrade floor area, up there I have the land use code's requirement for eligibility, looking in section 720-100 F4, which talks about the eligibility for optional incentives. One of the requirements is that the applicant must demonstrate that the benefits provided are proportional to the significance of the historic resource. Staff found that the applicant has not presented eligibility for the optional incentives, as there's no additional historic resource represented in this application, and previous incentives and benefits for historic designation were allotted and have been revised.
I'm confused about this. Just about this in particular, is the only access to exempt subgrade floor area through a historic resource designation?
I don't know if it's the only, that's.
So in the rural area, there is an exemption provided in floor area for subgrade. This is one of the incentives that's listed in the code for historic. As you know, when you do a designation and ask for whatever those incentives may be, this was seen as one incentive if we gave you that essentially bonus or exempt subgrade space. I guess the question
But they can't
being,
get subgrade space another way.
it would count as their floor area. So what this is saying is it wouldn't count towards that allowable floor area.
Can I clarify? Because it's an historic incentive and they've already been allotted their historic incentives? Is that what that says?
Yes, it's a request for an additional historic incentive.
Kelly Glenn wants to jump in, I don't know if.
Oh, go ahead.
Just a clarification to make this easier, because of all the numbers we're gonna throw around.
Oh, red light, just put the mic in your.
This is Glenn Horn
jersey.
for the applicant.
Thank you.
We're dropping the request for any historic incentive for subgrade space.
Okay,
So
thanks.
we don't need to talk about that.
Well, that made it too easy, Glenn Horn.
Thanks, Glenn.
I
I'm
told
glad I
you, you
get
gotta
confused about
watch him.
things that don't matter. Okay, all right, keep going, thank you.
And then the last request for the major amendment is for the GMQS exemption for development up to 5,750 square feet. We're looking at Chapter 6, Section 630, 100A3. Pull it out. And that code section reads that if the existing structures on the lot or parcel already contain floor area equal to or greater than the base maximum size permitted, then the applicant cannot obtain additional floor area via this exemption. The cumulative floor area for the property is 8,747 as represented here. And the base maximum size permitted currently in the code is 5,750 square feet. So an overview of the major amendment requests. The request for the option of 2 or 3 principal dwelling units, staff finds compliant with current land use code. The request to aggregate all existing approved non-historic floor area, staff finds compliant with the code. And request for exempt subgrade floor area, staff finds not compliant with current land use code. And the request for a GMQS exemption for development up to 5750, staff also finds not compliant with current land use code. So moving into the final request, the development agreement for 10-year vested property right. Similar slide. The requirement, Land Use Code, Chapter 2, Section 220-170C2, a vested property right can be created for a period of longer than 3 years through the use of a development agreement, provided that the final development grants additional certainty or benefits of the county. In the application, the applicant quotes the commitment to protect significantly more open space. However, no further protection or conservation is represented in the current application. The code also does state in the same section that development agreements shall not be used simply to extend the 3-year vesting period when significant additional contributions of open space or affordable housing are not made. So staff's finding on this is that the request for a 10-year vested right requires additional commitments that are not warranted based on current criteria in the code. And additionally, I did mention there was a recent correction deed to the conservation easement. It didn't result in any net gain, so there's no further benefit to the conservation value. Looking at the referral comments, CGS and county engineer talked about those at site plan, but those both resulted in conditions relating to Prince Creek and the alluvial fans. The county historic preservation officer also identified the option for the main house with extensive future rehabilitation could be added to the, could be designated to the historic register. However, there's an inconsistency with what extent of the house would qualify for that, and that would need to be confirmed prior to the designation. And then AVLT, Open Space and Trails, and Environmental Health just confirmed their support for the application. With that, staff recommendation. Staff recommends that the BoCC approve the Flying Dog West Ranch activity envelope review and major amendment to a development permit subject to the conditions found therein. And staff also recommends that the BoCC deny the Flying Dog West Ranch 10-year vested property right. Thank you, and I'll pass it to Glenn.
Let's see if there's questions for staff first.
I'll wait till after Glenn, because he may answer my questions. He usually does.
Jeffrey.
Can you go back to your summary slide, Rebecca?
The summary?
Next one. I thought there were 2 reasons for denial. The second one was the 5750.
So that's the major amendment. Part of it will be approved and part of it would be denied, and that's included in the resolution, which parts would be approved and which
I just didn't see it on the summary.
You want to see it specified?
I didn't see it on the summary, that's why I was like.
Yeah, isn't there something? Yeah,
oh,
I
this
saw it
part
on
in the
screen.
memo?
I saw it on the screen, and on your presentation, there was something about that.
Not.
Does that make sense?
In your chart about the compliant, non-compliant, where you
That's
went
what I was
through the
saying. I didn't see it
request.
carried forward.
Right, so I think you're just saying this statement doesn't reflect that there is a piece of the major amendment that is recommended for denial.
Yes.
Is that correct? But the resolution
Is this it, Jeff?
does
Reflects
reflect that,
Thank
yes.
you.
Yeah. I
Sorry,
think that's-
slides didn't match up with words.
Yeah, and I'll flag, I don't totally understand the rationale behind the GMQS exemption request not being compliant with the code. I could use some further explanation of that. If they had legally created, is it not that it doesn't comply with the code, but is it that it doesn't comply with prior approvals? The 2012 approvals?
You're talking about the 5750
Yeah,
piece.
the exemption for, like, why do they need the GMQS exemption in the first place? And is it not compliant with the code, or is it not compliant with the prior development approval?
Both, actually. It's not compliant with the prior approval because of the floor area limitations that are in condition number 4. And then with the land use code, in chapter 6, the number 3, it talks about properties with existing structures resulting in 5,750 square feet or more, which is what this property currently has. And it says if the existing structures on the lot or parcel already contain floor area equal to or greater than the base maximum size permitted, then the applicant cannot obtain additional floor area via this exemption. So they're already above the allotted 5,750 square feet at 8,747.
Why do they request it if they already have approval for three residences anyway? What am I missing? And you can cover that if you want in your presentation.
I think that's appropriate for Glenn to cover.
Okay, great. Okay. I'm just confused. I'm like, well, we're saying that 3 units here is compliant. You know, what do we need the GMQS exemption for? Is it just for one property? But go through your presentation and we can revisit it if I still am confused. Please. Thank you. Nice to see you.
Okay.
Oh, here, let me stop sharing.
Thanks, Rebecca.
Yeah, thank y'all.
Oh, whoa. That's not you, that's Abby. We blame that on Abby. We'll blame the rest of it on Glenn.
Okay.
He agreed.
So, I want to enter into the public record and give this to the county clerk to include the affidavit of notice into the record. It shows that we complied with the notice requirements of the code. My name's Glenn Horn, and I represent Richard and Lydia McIntyre, who own the Flying Dog Ranch West. Lydia's here, and Richard's here to speak on in support of the application and to respond to any questions that you may have. Richard and Lydia have owned this property since the early 1970s. They've lived on the property for 50 years. They're at a point in their life where they're really ready to do something else and don't want to continue to work the property. It's a lot of work to run this ranch. And they've been investigating, you know, what to do, and they've been looking at the market. They want to put the property up for sale. And, you know, Lydia's familiar with the real estate market. She's a real estate broker. And the thing is, to make the property more marketable, what they're seeking is an activity envelope approval and an entitlement to build a larger house on it. There would just be one house. It would be appropriate on a 224-acre parcel that's encumbered with a conservation easement. The entire property is encumbered in a conservation easement. This slide shows the location of the Flying Dog Ranch West. You see it's bordered by Highway 133 to the west. There's actually an intervening private piece of land. The ranch itself sits on a mesa and is not visible from Highway 133. It is visible from Prince Creek Road. That is, the structures right along the road, but the vast majority of the property, the irrigated lands, is not visible from Prince Creek Road, nor is it visible from Highway 133. It really is a private, beautiful piece of land that's entirely private and not visible from the public roads. The land use requests, Rebecca addressed them. Activity envelope approval for a replacement house to replace the existing main house on the property that was the first house on the property. An amendment to the 2012 historic designation incentives and a 10-year vested property right. This is a slide that shows the entire ranch, 224 acres. It's encumbered completely by a conservation easement that Richard and Lydia granted back in 1981. It was one of the first major conservation easements on the western slope of Colorado, and it was unique at the time. This is a slide that shows the conserved lands in the site vicinity. Here you have the Flying Dog Ranch West. It's shown in green in a conservation easement. The other lands in the area that are encumbered in conservation easements are also shown in green. You have the Flying Dog Ranch East parcel here. There was a 200-acre conservation easement, which Lydia and Richard granted voluntarily in 2001. This was in addition to the voluntarily granted conservation easement on the Flying Dog Ranch West. You can see the new easement on the Turnabout Ranch, the Tie Bar Ranch that you approved a couple years ago. This conservation easement was granted by Sarah Williman Doran as an enticement for the approval of the Turnabout Ranch land use approval. Here you see a picture of the land that's subject to the conservation easement. As I said, it's not visible from public roads. Another shot of the land that's in conservation. This is a video that shows,
Oh, I think you're not sharing that screen.
Isn't that
Our
up here?
videos don't always play. If it's a PDF, I'm not sure unless it's embedded.
I think you have to share that.
Oh, I have to share that?
Give me 1 second.
Oh, there's your video.
Yeah. Here's a video that shows the use.
Users?
This video shows that the land subject to the conservation easement is well used by elk in the area. One of the things that Richard and Lydia noticed is with the development of the Crown as a recreational area with biking trails and hiking trails, the elk kind of shifted from spending time on the Crown down to the ranch, and is now, the ranch is heavily used by the deer and elk, primarily elk. Okay, so once again, this shows the parcel that's subject to the conservation easement. This area right here is called the headquarters parcel. It is encumbered by the conservation easement, but it's the only land on the property that can be developed, and the development on the property is entirely within the headquarters parcel. I want to just run through some of these structures that Rebecca's referenced. You've got the north cabin right here, which is where Richard and Lydia live. You've got the log barn here, the milk barn in this location. You've got the main house here, and then the south cabin. It's interesting that in 2012, Richard and Lydia historically designated the north cabin here, the log barn, and the milk barn. And one of the criticisms that we've heard time and again about the designation of structures on ranches in the county is that the public benefit has been kind of questioned because people don't get to see the historic structures on many ranches because they're not near the road. In this case, the north cabin and the log barn are right adjacent to the road and highly visible from the road, as you saw from the pictures that Rebecca took, which is a significant benefit of the historic designation of the structures on the Flying Dog Ranch. In 2012, the county granted the following incentives for the designation of the structures on the property. They approved the capability for there to be 3 principal dwelling units permitted on the headquarters property, a family compound, and Richard and Lydia have lived in the north cabin. Their daughters, Meredith and Morgan, live in the main house and the south cabin. In 2012, the county granted the approval for a 1,000 square foot addition to the north cabin. Richard and Lydia have made that addition, and there was the capability to expand the south cabin by 1,500 square feet. The south cabin's been reconstructed, and a portion of that addition has been used. There was a key condition in 2012, condition number 4, and this condition said that the main house redevelopment would be limited to 3,650 square feet of floor area. We're asking, as part of this amendment to the approval, to amend this condition so that the main house could be raised and expanded. The historic incentives that we're asking for would be to have 2 principal dwelling units on the property. This is significant because it's a reduction in the number of dwelling units that are on the property now from 3 to 2, and the associated impacts on the community would be less because you would only have 2 free market dwelling units as opposed to 3. We're asking for the capability to replace the main house pursuant to the residential exemption for lots created prior to the enactment of growth management. As you are aware, the basic development right for a lot created prior to the enactment of growth management is to develop a house that's 5,750 square feet in size. In the Crystal River Valley, growth management was put into effect in 2000. And in the Roaring Fork Valley, it was 1978. This is the inherent development right on the property. We feel that this parcel should qualify for that. We're proposing the removal of the south cabin entirely, so that the only other free market dwelling unit on the property would be Richard and Lydia's house, the north cabin, which has been historically designated and is exempt from growth management. So we disagree with the staff's position that this property should not be entitled to the 5,750 square foot growth management exemption that every parcel that was created prior to the enactment of growth management in Pitkin County is entitled to. So we feel that the base development right to replace the main cabin should be 5,750, and then there would be a demolition of the south cabin, which would create the capability to increase the size of the main house to get to a maximum size of 9,250. We really don't want to quibble about floor area, and the applicant, Richard and Lydia and I discussed this. They're happy with reducing the request for the main house replacement to be 8,747 square feet, which is the number that Rebecca and the staff has come up with. So the replacement for the main house would be limited to 8,747 square feet. It's just a matter of how you get there. And what we're proposing is you have a base development right of 5,750, and that the south cabin would be demolished, which would take you to a size of 8,740 square feet, which is really close to 8,750, which is the recommendation of the Growth Committee for the rural floor area limit for total development. So the methodology that we get here is important because under the scenario that the staff has laid out, to get to 8,747 square feet for the main cabin, you would have to demolish the south cabin, plus you'd have to demolish the addition to the north cabin, which is about 1,125 square feet. That addition is only 4 years old, and it was done at quite a bit of an expense to Richard and Lydia, and we just don't see that it makes any sense to demolish the addition to the north cabin, haul that material to the dump, and just as another way to get to the 8,747 square feet. We think it makes more sense to keep that addition there and take the route of the 5750 inherent development right and add to that the demolition of the south cabin to get to the 8,747 square feet. So the net product of this would be there'd be 2 principal dwelling units on the property, the main house, and the historically designated structure that's the north cabin. Anyway, that's really the crux of what the disagreement is between the staff approach and our approach, and that we feel it's more logical to get to the 8747 in this manner rather than demolishing a recent addition to the north cabin and the south cabin. And we do feel that there is a base development right of 5750 that the Flying Dog Ranch West is entitled to. So with that, we can move on to discussion of the request for a vested property right.
Can I just jump in with a clarifying question? Because I'm looking at this table and I just want to confirm the current size of the north cabin with the addition. What is that?
The north cabin is, you have that size in your chart?
Yeah, I do. So the north
You have a
cabin is
historic
with
floor area, then approved floor area, and existing
Yeah.
floor, and I'm like, which is it?
I know, it's really confusing. That's why we don't want to
It's
quibble
24.
over
So-
floor area too much.
It's 2,400 square feet, I believe.
yeah, it would be
Or we didn't
In the
have-
reso?
yeah, I have to do the math. Hold on.
No,
2,
in the middle.
5.
1,112 square feet non-historic and 1,470 historic.
2,595.
Yeah.
2,500.
Okay.
Is that right?
2,595. The
Correct.
reason that we pull out the historic is because that's a protected asset that
Mhm.
wouldn't
Can't
demolish.
change.
Yeah, you can't shift it around the property. I get that.
Yeah, you can't move the 1470, but you could move the 1125.
Okay, thank you.
So, and then maybe just to clarify then, so what Glenn is proposing is the 8747. And then the 2,500 square feet would be in addition to that. So you're looking at a total of whatever those two numbers are added
Be an
together.
increase, yeah.
That's correct. That's the way we look at it. And
11,247?
the way we look at it is that the main house development right is the development right that all other parcels created before the enactment of growth management. And then the historic north cabin is in addition to that as a benefit from the historic designation of the milk barn, the north cabin, and the log barn by the road. Anyway, we can go back to the floor area stuff's
Property
really
is
confusing.
I thought we were staying at the 87 versus now we're at 11,000 and somewhere we were at 9. Okay.
Okay, so let's just shift and move to the discussion of the request for long-term vested property right. The reason why we're requesting this is if you think about it, if someone has a 3-year vested property right and just activity envelope approval, they're going to have to go through site plan review. So Richard and Lydia are trying to sell the ranch. If somebody buys the ranch, you would think they'd want to spend a little time to figure out what they want to do. And Then they'd have to come up with a plan for the redevelopment of the main house and go through site plan review process. You would think that that's going to take a year or longer. And then they would have to go and design their house and submit for a building permit and build and get all of that done. And submit for a building permit and get all of that done within the 3-year vested property rights term. We think that's a really aggressive timetable. It probably could be done, but I think that it would be nice if someone had a little more time to come up with a site plan and come up with a plan for a house than just the 3 years. So if you look at the criteria for a longer vesting period than 3 years, it says that the vested right for periods longer than the statutory 3-year period may be considered if the applicant makes commitments that the property will protect significantly more open space than required by the land use review. So here you have the property, the 224-acre property, the Flying Dog Ranch West. Richard and Lydia encumbered this property in a conservation easement in 1981 voluntarily. They were not in any county land use review process. They just felt that the land should be conserved, and they voluntarily encumbered the property in a conservation easement because they felt that that was the right thing to do. It wasn't in return for any land use approvals. Now, I show these hypotheticals just to illustrate what could be done. This is a hypothetical development proposal, development plan that could have been done before. Let me slide this up a little bit. This could have been done before. That's not. Okay, there we go. Yeah. This could have been done prior to the enactment of growth management in the Crystal River Valley. Growth management was enacted in the year 2000. So under this plan, sorry, bear with me for a minute here. Okay. Under this plan, prior to the enactment of growth management, the property zoned RS30, 1 unit per 30 acres. There are 244 acres. So hypothetically, the land could have been divided into 6 lots, 35-acre tracts without any county approval. And the houses, would have been limited by zoning at the time. There would have been no growth management requirement. And this is what the property could have looked like if the McIntyres had not entered into a conservation easement and encumbered the land with that conservation easement. Huh, what's that?
Zoom just crashed.
Because we're done. It closes off the meeting timer.
Grassroots, are we still online? Yes. Okay.
Wait, I'm still on, yeah.
Let's see, we may have had an issue with Zoom.
I don't think it's you, Glenn. I think it's Abby's computer.
Oh, it's not me?
Yeah, I don't think
Oh,
it's
good.
Not you. This is why you bring Cody with you. So the technical issues.
Are you guys still on the link? The Zoom? Okay. Yeah. The master Zoom. Crashed.
So in software, we used to call that reduced precision.
Oh, I think it ended because
Our time is,
the end of the time of the meeting, but.
that's what I said, at 6:10, we're done.
Well, that was presumptuous of Zoom.
I think it was wise.
All right.
Guess we're food this time, Patty.
Okay, so I just show this as a hypothetical of what could have been done pre-2000 with very little county review. And then here you see this would have been a post-2000 after growth management was enacted in the Crystal River Valley. This would entail going through growth management, and the product could have been 4 lots. I think we could have pulled this off. Somebody could have pulled it off, a good planner, where it's development below allowable density of 43%. Probably something like this could have been successful in growth management, but of course it wasn't possible because the land was encumbered in a conservation easement. With respect to the conservation easement, I want to mention that in addition to encumbering this parcel in a conservation easement, the McIntyres encumbered the Flying Dog East property, another 200-acre parcel, in a conservation easement. This was done voluntarily, and they felt it was the right thing to do. The other 200 acres is across Prince Creek Road, just further up valley. There was no compensation to Richard and Lydia for these easements. The easements were not granted as enticements for Pickens County land use approvals. This shows several parcels that you're probably familiar with. These are parcels that actually I worked on the first 11 of these
I
parcels.
was going to say, these are all
and
yours. 'Cause
all of them.
I think I worked on all of them with you.
In every case, the conservation easements placed on these 11 parcels were enticements on the part of the applicant to obtain Pickens County land use approvals. There was some arm twisting by the Board of County Commissioners and the staff saying that if you grant a conservation easement, you're more likely to get the land use approvals. So there are 20 of those that I listed here where conservation easements were granted in return or as incentives for the board to approve land use applications. And I mention this because I want to distinguish what Richard and Lydia did from what other applicants have done, in that these conservation easements for 424 acres were done voluntarily outside of the county land use process. And my feeling is that they should be recognized at this time in return for the request for an extension of for the granting of a long-term vested property right. I wanted to call your attention to the code language in the Conservation Development PUD zone. This is section 37040F of the code. And there's a provision in there in the Conservation Development PUD zone that says that land that has been previously encumbered by a conservation easement is eligible for consideration in an application for CD, PUD rezoning and development. And I reference this because I think this is something in the code that recognizes that someone might grant a conservation easement and they shouldn't be penalized if they go into the land use process because the conservation easement was granted separate from a land use request. And I think this is just a philosophy that exists in the code, and I think it applies to Richard and Lydia's request for a long-term vested property right, even though the conservation easement that they granted was in 1981. And the second one that they granted was in the year 2001. It showed that they truly had contributed to open space in Pickens County. Once again, here's the language that you should consider when someone asks for long-term vesting. The code looks to whether or not someone's made commitments that the property will be protecting significantly more open space than required by the code. So in our view, we feel that the conservation easements granted by Richard and Lydia McIntyre in the past should be a consideration at this time in their request for a long-term vested property right. In this case, we're requesting 10 years of long-term vesting. So the land use requests are activity envelope approval for the replacement house, amendment to the 2012 historic designation and a 10-year vested property right. Before I take questions and open it up for discussion, I'd like for Richard to make some comments.
Okay. So, Glenn asked me to say a few words about our 50-plus years at the Flying Dog Ranch. As I began to contemplate the task, I felt it a bit self-serving and frankly uncomfortable talking about ourselves. However, for those of you unfamiliar with our story, I will give you a very brief outline. My senior year at college, I received a call from a guy named George Stranahan. My older brother was working on a cattle ranch up in Cattle Creek and was building fence for Stranahan on the side. George asked him if he might know someone who could run a cattle ranch in Carbondale that he just purchased. My brother suggested he call me. It was April of 1974. I asked George when he needed me. He said yesterday. I told him I would decide in 24 hours. I reflected on what my father, a lifelong dairy farmer, had told me when he sent me off to college. Whatever you major in, be certain it's not agriculture. Too much work and not enough money. Perhaps it was the rebellious spirit of the early 70s that made my decision to forego my last semester and graduation, and off I went. I never asked about living conditions, accommodations, or salary. Needless to say, I was a bit disappointed to find myself in a leaky teepee at $240 per month. My college sweetheart, and now wife of 49 years, hesitantly followed me and learned how to cook on a Coleman camp stove. The ranch was in deplorable condition. I worked 14 to 16 hours a day just trying to figure out how to irrigate. Quite a learning curve. George was my sole resource for ranch advice. I soon discovered that we were both learning and that he excelled in physics and not so much at ranching. George and I became fast friends, a friendship that became enriched until his death. It was an odd camaraderie, perhaps, a 22-year-old long-haired hippie and one of the nation's leading physicists. Opposites attract, I guess. Over the past 3 decades, we have implemented a variety of avenues and opportunities to be able to sustain our livelihood and hold on to our property. We have also been able to implement state-of-the-art irrigation systems to support our policy of regenerative farming. We are now considered one of the most productive ranches on the Western Slope. We raised 2 daughters who married 2 very capable men and delivered 5 outstanding grandchildren, all residing on the ranch. I like to say that we are kind of like the old TV show, The Waltons, except we swear a lot. Lydia and I will be 74 years old soon. I've had surgically replaced most of my joints in my body. Our children all have successful professions, and although they've been an integral part of making the ranch sustainable, they realize that ranching has its limitations. Our goal of providing our children and grandchildren the opportunity to live in a ranch environment on this magnificent piece of property in this beautiful place has been achieved. We are all grateful, and we have all benefited from our journey. I thought it more appropriate today and fitting to discuss our history of cooperation with Pitkin County. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the location of our property, we are located just several hundred yards from the Pitkin-Garfield County line. Over the years, we often hear from our friends and neighbors how unlucky we are to be on the Pitkin County side of that line. I thought it useful today to review some of our interactions with the county and mention some highlights of our cooperation over the decades to dispute those conjectures. We have worked with staff, attorneys, commissioners on a variety of issues and have developed long-term friendships with several of them. Nearly all issues brought before the county are of a contentious nature, of course. However, we have always found common ground to resolve the issues. Here are just a few examples. 25 years ago, we applied for a special use permit for a reception hall and meeting facility. This was a much-needed request for the ranch financial survival. It has now become an important venue and resource for a multitude of local nonprofits and community groups throughout the valley. It has been well received by our neighbors and has yet to receive a single complaint. Thank you, Suzanne Wolf and staff, for your initial work and continued support. Thanks also to Susanna Reed for her cooperation with us on Pickens County historical preservation. She has combined the preservation of significant historic structures with the needs and desires to accommodate our growing family to remain on the ranch. Thank you, Susanna. My long-term relationship with John Ely and Healthy Rivers and Streams has been an essential element to the rehabilitation efforts and maintenance of our and many other rancher water delivery system, the East Mesa Ditch. Most recently, the Healthy River grant combined with the Colorado River District came to the rescue of a natural disaster on the ditch in 2024, as some of you will recall. Most of the beneficiaries of this grant live in Garfield County, from which we received no support. Thanks, John Neely, may you rest in peace, and thanks, Healthy Rivers and Streams. Both the county and the AVLT work closely and coordinate their efforts for the mutual goal of conserving scenic properties, protection of wildlife, and preservation of historic ranches. Flying Dog Ranch was the first to initiate a conservation easement on the western slope in 1981. Over the years, nearly all of the ranch neighbors, with the exception of billionaires, have placed their properties under conservation easements. We all benefit from this. In summary, residing in Pickens County over the past half-century with the cooperation and support from the county has been beneficial to the sustainability of this working ranch. I also believe it has benefited the community at large, as described herein. We hope to continue with this mutual collaboration and cooperation for the foreseeable future. Thanks, Richard and Lydia McIntyre.
All right, questions for Glenn and or staff? Go ahead.
I'll go second.
No, I'm not. I'm waiting. You always look for us. Well, you get to go first this time.
Is there a compromise on the 10-year vest that gets the family where they want to be, but also upholds sort of statutory requirements that are in place? So, for example, if there was a 3-year with a 7-year renewal, I don't know, there's some way of skirting the line that still says we stuck with what's codified and in place, but I appreciate the upfront nature of the application, that this is a land use application that will trade. So what's
Actually,
does that
can I
make
chime in? Because I have a question for Rai about this. It's my understanding that the development right for this property is really housed within the historic covenant, because that's why they have all that floor areas. It was a benefit that was given to them with the historic covenant. So if we amend that covenant and we clarify that 8,700 number, I'm unclear what the vesting's gonna do for them, because that becomes their by right development. I guess I'm sort of asking you a question.
Sounds like you're asking me a question.
Yeah.
Do they need vesting at all, or is
That's
it,
kind of where
captured in their covenant?
staff's position was, but.
Is there a request to amend the existing historic covenant on the property?
That's,
As
it's
a
amending
component of that?
condition 4, yeah, the historic incentive.
And so then the further question is, why is the vesting necessary in light of that request?
Yes.
I don't know, you'd have to ask the applicant why they want to do that. I heard the general premise that it provides, I suppose it makes the property more marketable if you have an approved activity envelope. The activity envelope, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the activity envelope approval would not lapse for a period of 10 years. So the vesting of the activity envelope itself, whether it's a 3-year vesting or a 10-year vesting, in my mind, does not do very much. But again, I'm not the one trying to market the property. I agree that the premise of the historic covenant is partially to protect the currently existing floor area, and that cannot be taken away while that historic covenant exists on the property. That,
Yeah, that's kind of where staff was going with it.
Glenn has his hand up.
Go ahead, Glenn. I'm sorry, I feel more confused than ever.
Here's why we want to have vesting for more than 3 years. As you well know, the county's completing the master plan process and is soon going to be entering into major code revisions based upon the recommendations of the Growth Committee. And the way I view it is it's going to be almost an entirely new land use code, and you don't really know what's going to come up in that code revision process that could affect this property. We know it's in the Growth Committee report, but there's going to be a long public process with lots of discussion, and we don't really know the form of the Pickens County Land Use Code and the substance of it that we're going to have 2 years from now. And what we're trying to do is deal with something that we're aware of and that we know, which is the Pickens County Land Use Code right now, and have a vested property right that's based upon that code because of the uncertainty that might take place in the future with this major code rewrite. We feel that it makes it more marketable for Richard and Lydia to sell the property if someone can say, look, this is what the rules are. And that's the reason for the request.
Rebecca, did you have something?
I think something also to clarify with this is that the proposed activity envelope does currently go around the entire headquarters parcel, which does have site constraints mapped that we showed that would be amended at time of site plan review. So this activity envelope, no matter what, would have to go through a site plan review that would amend it in the future. And as Nicole brought up, the square footage would be protected within that historic covenant.
Okay. Patty?
Yeah, I'm more concerned. Well, I could extend. I mean, vesting can come back and ask for a extension of your vesting, correct?
Correct.
And you could do that a lot because it's the discretion of the BoCC.
What they're asking for isn't an extension of the vested
No,
right.
but
It's a
I'm saying
10-year
they
vested-
could.
They get one time.
Only one time. Okay.
Extension, 3-year.
So if they have a
extension.
10-year, can they come back in and ask for a 10-year extension? This is just a general question.
I mean, again, there's two vesting provisions, and Rye can jump in, sorry,
okay,
I'm on.
that's fine.
One is right, I have an existing vested right, and I'm asking to extend it for 3 years. That provision of the code is limited
Over
to
here.
3 years. This development right, or
Under
development agreement provision allows for more than 3 years, but it's limited to those criteria that Rebecca had put up on the screen before.
I could go for an extension of vesting to 5 years, but my bigger concern is we have historic designation of the north cabin, correct? And of the main residence, which is not there's a different term.
The historic inventory.
Inventory. But the north cabin is historically, it's on the historic register.
Partially.
That to me is.
The historic portion of it, the north cabin, is on the
but to
register.
me, I would like to preserve the north cabin because it's historically designated. I mean, we can't take that back after we've already moved forward on it with the covenant or whatever. So I would like to see setting a square footage of the 87.5 and telling the applicant and keeping the historic part of the north cabin intact. And then whatever you want to build on the main parcel with the main house, which is on the inventory, not on the register, to a maximum square footage of the residential structures on the property to 87.5 with a 5-year vesting.
So can I just clarify that though, because
It's just thrown out for conversation.
yeah, no, but the 87.5, you would subtract the historically designated square footage and the, no.
The historically designated square footage is not included in the 87.5 number. That is completely separate and not subject to this resolution.
But
I know.
what
But
Patty's
Glenn was saying, Well, we don't want to have to tear down the north cabin.
So the historic, he's not talking about the historic portion, he's talking about the non-historic addition.
Which is 1125.
Yes, and yes. And that's currently included in staff's
I said I wanted to
8750.
maintain the historic part of the north cabin.
Yes.
And then the applicant can aggregate square footage into a new residence on where the main residence currently is. But the total square footage for the property for residential will be 87.5 with a 5-year vesting. Does that make sense?
It does, but what I was trying to clarify that I thought Rebecca was responding to was whether it's 87.5 plus 1125, because she's saying that that's excluded from this right now, because it's historically designated and that's that. So explain what needs to be, like, starting from a total, what gets subtracted out of that? Because if we're talking, this shouldn't be this difficult.
I'm not
We have a
clear,
current
I'm not
house
clear
of a
on what
current
you're talking
size.
about subtracting, because, so, I can try
We're
to
talking about
pull up
total
the-
square footage, versus
Total
what's
approved.
existing that we want to preserve.
Can we throw a table up on?
And
Yeah, I got
what does
kicked
that
out of
remain
this,
with?
Yeah, Kelly, okay.
You and I are thinking along the same lines, but-
Let me restate it to give the applicant some options. If the applicant
Amend the
chooses to
5750.
maintain the north cabin as it is, with what was the total square footage, 2,400 or something?
2595.
Then they could deduct that total, so they didn't have to do anything with the north cabin, leave it as is. Because it's a new addition that they just put on, and that's where you're residing now, right?
Correct.
And then subtract that from the main resident square footage. I would like the total square footage, however you wanna mix it up, on the property to be 87.5, but anything I wanna maintain at least the historic square footage on the north cabin. If the applicant chooses to maintain the new addition on the north cabin, that comes out of the square footage for a new residence on the main parcel,
And that would result.
We're in agreement with that.
with a 5-year
Yeah, that's
vesting.
That's what I was.
Does that kind of get you where you were trying to go with a 5-year vesting?
Yeah.
Because of the 2050 plan and how much time it takes if they were to sell and a new buyer, I totally understand that. And we hear it a lot because it's what's happening.
Does that clarify? I'm just trying to pull up the table, I just got.
Yeah,
kicked
yeah, Patty and I are thinking along the same lines. I think, I just continue to be confused how that is related to what is proposed here.
Well,
So,
I mean,
tweaking it a bit.
the difference is this. In order to get to 8750 for the replacement for the main house, Richard and Lydia would have to tear down the addition to the north cabin. That's really what it amounts to. Is to get to the 8750 for the new house that somebody in the future might build, they would have to tear down the addition to the north cabin.
That's up to them, not up to us. I'm giving them the option of either leaving it as is, since it's a new addition and that's where they live, or I'm leaving that option up to them. I'm not saying you have to get to. I'm saying this is your total square footage, this is what I want to maintain, and this is what you can do.
Yeah, I understand that. So that's the difference that we're having is that
With a 5-year vesting.
Yeah, we don't want to tear down the 1125 square foot addition to the north cabin in order to build 8,747 square feet to replace the main house. That's what the difference is.
Right, but the main house may have to be a wee bit smaller.
you two are saying two different things too, because Patty is saying the total square footage on the entire ranch
Including
would
historic.
be 8,750, including historic.
Right, that's-
So, like, subtracting out the north cabin would be a 6,000 square.
No, that's not what she was saying. Patty was saying that the north cabin could stay, the original portion of it could, but
But it would still count towards
well,
the
let Patty
87.
speak for herself.
Okay. The total square footage on the property for residential would be 8,750.
And can I clarify that that number does not include the historically designated square footage?
Correct.
I know. I'm
Okay.
saying that because of where we are with our rural square footage.
But you're saying include the historic square footage.
Right.
8750,
I want
historic,
to
non-historic,
maintain
all
the
residential.
historic
for it.
part of the north cabin, which is 1125.
No, that is
1470.
1470. The 1125 is the
Okay,
non-historic
then the
addition.
1470, if they want, the 1470 would come out of the 87.5 for the new residents. The new residents would have to be a wee bit smaller to maintain the historic square footage on the north cabin.
We don't want that.
That would decrease the currently approved floor area for the property. So the currently approved floor area between the three currently does not include the historic. So if you subtract the historic from that, it would be a decrease from what was approved in 2012.
But Glenn was saying, well, we'll have to tear the whole historic part.
No. The historic resource was designated in 2012. It cannot be demolished.
So the total square footage we really should be talking about is 10,220.
I'm not going to 10,000.
No.
That's what 8750 plus.
No.
Plus the 1470.
1400. Yeah.
Well, we don't count. That's the historic
Should the-
benefit.
but if they're
I'm saying
looking
if we're
for the
just looking at
total
residential
residential
square
floor area,
footage.
historic and non-historic,
Yeah.
that's the number Kelly's getting to.
Yes.
The 1470.
Okay, so let me
plus the
rephrase that.
8750.
If you want to leave the historic exempt of 14 something, then we'll leave it at that. Then the 8750, if you want to maintain the new addition to the north cabin of 1125, that comes out of the square footage of the new big house.
And that the resulting house would be 7,622.
With a 5-year vesting.
I understand what you're saying. That's not what we're asking.
And that's in line with staff's
Pretty much.
recommendation. Yeah, staff's recommendation is that
They're
it
missing
would be
the
no gain.
5750. They're not entertaining the 5750.
Correct.
And so we should emphasize that.
What, we're not honoring the 5750?
Well,
Sorry, this is a bit out of ordinary of how we normally do these.
Yeah. Well,
hearings,
Everybody
but
else
it's not
was
been clear to me
gift the 57.
personally, the request and how the recommendations are coming to.
Well, I just kind of.
We're kind of missing our main premise on how we get to really 9250, but we will agree to 500 square feet less. That main premise.
The main premise which Richard's talking about is that every parcel created before the enactment of growth management is entitled to the 5750. And in addition to that, we have this historically designated house. And, we think that the historically designated house and the addition to it should be exempt. And that's what we're asking.
So that the 5750 that we should have gotten like everybody else in the Crystal River Valley, plus the demolition of the south cabin.
Takes you to something like 9,200, and we're saying we're fine with being at 8,750.
So we're asking.
On the one structure.
Yep.
Well, I'm not comfortable with 5 years of vesting. It's kind of my trade.
I want Suzanne to jump
Just to
in
speak
here.
a little bit to the idea about the 5750 and the right versus what was approved in 2012. The ask then was wanting to have 3 houses, 1 historic, 2 non-historic, 2 free market residences. And so that was a big part of kind of the incentive package at the time. So that was why we sort of stepped away from 5750, because the idea was there are these 3 principal dwelling units. There's a lot more to it, but just to kind of try and simplify it. My understanding with where this approval was going was right now the resolution's written leaving the option for 2 or 3 residential units with that, so I think there's a clarification that the south cabin would be torn down no matter what versus keeping 2 or the option for 2 or 3. I think that's one point of clarification for Glenn.
We've talked about that, and what we've landed on is that we can't guarantee that the south cabin will be torn down without site plan review. And there's no site plan review, so therefore there has to be the option for 3 dwellings because there are currently 3 dwellings.
Well, we're committing that the south cabin will be torn down if the main house is built to the maximum size permitted. You know, and we're willing to make that part of the approval. But like, going from 3 dwelling units to 2 dwelling units is significant change, because as in 2012, 3 dwelling units were permitted on the property. So we're walking away from the 3rd dwelling unit, and there only would be 2.
Well, I'd rather see 3 small ones than 1 very large one and a.
I need some guidance on how to move this forward here, because,
Well, there's
it's
conversation and we need to hear where the rest of.
no, I know, I'm just, you know, the conversations we're having are not what is presented before us necessarily. I'm not finding that here, so I'm a little like, how do we make a decision on a record that's not been fully presented to us? I mean, if
Are
I'm,
we deviating from?
if I'm getting this wrong,
We'd have to start over.
then fine, but.
Amend that 2012.
I think it would be useful, perhaps,
I think they're
to have staff reiterate what staff's position is with respect to the resolution that's in front of you. And then we can talk about how that deviates from what the applicant's request is. Part of the discrepancy lies in the applicant's interpretation of the GMQS exemption at issue, which is the GMQS exemption for a 5750. And then, of course, the other issue is the vesting. So is that right, Rebecca?
Yeah.
That's kind of where we're at.
Yes,
And
yeah.
I think it would be useful to consider those in a bubble. The GMQS, or I'm sorry, not in a bubble, but somewhat separate from each other, although I know that Patty's considering doing a little horse trading between the two of those things. But I think it would be useful for staff to reiterate its position on what the resolution as drafted would allow as far as floor area, and then how the applicant's position exceeds that and by how much. Can you help us with that, Rebecca?
So the initial difference is that we can't guarantee what will happen to the site without site plan review. Therefore, there has to be the option for what could happen between the existing south cabin, main house, and north cabin. So staff finds that there's an existing 8,747 square feet of approved floor area that would have the option to be aggregated as a single-family residence, given that the south cabin, main house, and non-historic addition to the north cabin were demolished and aggregated. The other options would be for the south cabin to remain as is and be expanded, the main house to remain as is and be expanded, and the north cabin to remain as is. The discrepancy with what Glenn is saying is that the 1,125 square foot addition to the north cabin would not be included in the 8,747 square foot total. That would be a resulting gain for the property in 1,125 square feet. Whereas staff's stance is for the total approved floor area to remain the same and be able to be allotted, however, pursuant to site plan review.
So that's the delta, is the 1,125 square feet on that particular issue. And that requires interpretation of 630-100, I believe.
Yes, the 50.
And specifically, I think 630-100C, I believe.
630-100 A3.
I'm sorry, I knew it was the third one. I couldn't remember if it was a C or a 3. It's a 3, which is a provision in the code that applies to the 5750 GMQS exemption, and this one is called, it relates to properties with existing structures of 5,750 square feet or more. So that is the land use provision at issue. And I'm happy to go into that more, or you can have staff talk about that, but that is where interpretation of that section is where this 1,125 square feet comes into play. Staff does not disagree that the applicant can build an 8,747 square foot house on the property, but that's only if they aggregate the floor area from the other properties, or I'm sorry, the other dwelling units.
The south cabin and the non-historic north cabin, square footage. So they'd have to tear down the new square footage on the north cabin.
Correct.
So my thing was to allow them to keep that square footage on the new square footage on the north cabin and deduct it from the square footage for the new residents.
That's the same thing.
Yeah.
That staff.
That is, but
that's
it's
the
giving
same
him
thing
the
that
option. You
staff
can
is
either
saying.
tear it down, or you can take it out of the new development, the new residents.
But can I clarify, what I think I'm hearing is that if we were to have granted the GMQS exemption for the 5750, the difference between what the totals are now and if the 5750 had been given for the main house, let's say, is what you would add on top.
Yeah, the difference is the 1,100 and 125 square foot addition to the north cabin. That's what the difference is, and that's why our position is that we want to amend the 2012 historic designation approval to say that you can have your base entitlement of 5750 plus the floor area associated with the north cabin as benefits of the historic designation. We want to amend it and eliminate condition number 4, which limited the size of the replacement house on the main house.
So what would the 5750 and 11?
Right, staff and Glenn, I think, sorry, Patty, I think if you look at this this right column, approved floor area, it says in the bottom right corner, it says 8,747 square feet. I think you would need to add the 1,125 to that number to get to the approved floor area that's being requested now.
Which is 9,250.
But that does not include the existing
9872.
historic structures. So that's where the approval would change. The amendment to the prior approval would change in that number would increase by 1,125 square feet. Staff and applicant agree on that? Okay.
We agree.
So that is the request that's in front of you now. So you kind of have to go back in time a little bit and say, if you were to apply this GMQS exemption for the 5750, would that have been applicable then, or would it be applicable now? Or would you have been inclined to kind of deviate from the code as part of the historic benefits associated with this property?
And so that total is 11,342 square feet they're requesting across 2 structures. Wow.
No, 9,872.
Yes.
But you didn't add in the 1470. You guys keep acting
don't-
like that.
Because that's
Because
historic
it's
and it's exempt.
Protected.
Yeah.
Right, that's what I'm talking about,
that's-
just that right cabin, which is, there's a distinction between historic floor area in this table and the approved floor area.
I know.
But yes,
Right,
I'm
can
just
you-
trying to get at totals.
yes.
Can you
Sorry.
ask your question again, because I think it's where we are. Do you mind?
Which question?
Your question was if it was 2012, what if we basically rolled the tape backwards in life? 13
What
years.
Glenn is asking is you
Yeah.
to roll the tape backwards to 2012. And in light of the historic, again, put aside the request about vesting for a moment, because that's a different provision of the code. If you roll back the tape to 2012, what Glenn is saying is in light of those historic benefits granted then, he's asking to amend that finding and add this additional square footage as more historic benefit.
And the second part of that is, there's nothing else to conserve. The property was already conserved, which is the other criticism, which is you can't give us any. There's there's no additional community benefit, if you will.
I've given everything.
I think that was
have
Suzanne's
nothing
point.
left to give.
Suzanne's point was that the major thrust of the 2012 approval was the multiple single-family dwelling units on the property, which
Right, that's
again
what they get.
is allowed as a historic benefit or an incentive for the historic benefit.
And I think if you step back to 2012 and we agreed they could have two free market homes, the square footage of the two of those, 3650, 2597, was more than 5750. So, but again, we were saying you get to have two, which is not normal under our code. And it wasn't written that way, but essentially that was accepting you're not getting 5750 for either of those. You're getting two houses, which is a different incentive. And we're also providing 2,500 square feet of additional floor area as a historic incentive. So that was kind of the package then. Right, now they're back to ask to, reconfigure that package of incentives, looking to what makes more sense on their end for the future redevelopment of the property.
Which is still two buildings smaller than 5750 total, like if you were divide it by two.
Well, if under the proposal, you're gonna have one larger home and one historic house with an addition on it. So that's the
Yeah, that's correct. The big change now is to go from 3 free market dwelling units to 2, and one of the free market dwelling units would be larger, 8747, and then you would have the current north cabin as it is sits right now at about 2,400.
Does staff think that diminishes any of the prior historic commitments made?
The aggregation of all the floor area.
Yeah, to go from 3 smaller units to 1 smaller and 1 potentially bigger.
It's not visible from the right-of-way. It's situated back from the road. I don't think it would diminish the.
And I think Susanna Reed has,
Signed off
again,
on this.
in the vein of wanting to preserve the historic right. Those historic resources are protected, will continue to be protected. And in this case, there was additional development of 2 houses, then it would be 1. So I don't, from that perspective, does it diminish the historic, resource? I would say, I think the answer to that is no, if that's your question.
Yeah, I'm just, is the proposal in 2025 in any way undermining the proposal that was approved?
And the new development on the property will be subject to the historic guidelines to ensure that, whatever, that is, consistent with the historic resources and isn't to their detriment.
Right. Glenn?
Rebecca makes a point that I just want to emphasize is the new house would not be visible at all from the road. And as I said in my presentation, the north cabin and the historic log barn sit right on the road. So what people see when they go by the ranch will continue to be the north cabin, which is designated historic, and the historic log structure. This new house will be in the back and won't be visible. It's similar to the south cabin. It's just not visible at all.
I appreciate the non-visibility, but it's the impacts that,
The impact on who, Patty?
on just the construction and the maintenance and the management of a house of that size.
Maybe, and tearing down the newly built addition to the north cabin, once again, what a waste of construction and.
I would rather see that maintained and the big house be a little bit smaller, is where I'm going. And I still think there's value for you who want to move on in your lives by having a big house that's not quite as big.
Why don't we compromise on the size of the house?
Well, we might then be more favorable to extension of vested rights.
The vested right, I'm so surprised that just because the conservation was given so long ago and it wasn't for favors from the county or anything, of 424 acres of conservation easement over 19 years of our life doesn't qualify. I guess it qualifies if you give some more, but we don't have anything more to give. And we have no more historic structures. But it seems like we've given a lot in the conservation world, and what we did started the chain of conservation easements, as the map showed, all around us. And we were the guinea pigs for that. I just feel that the vested right thing, and Glenn showed you the number of ranches, 20 to be exact, they've all gotten an increase in vested rights. And why am I being left out? I did it as on a philanthropic note. They did it as leverage for what they wanted from the county. I think I deserve to have a few more years of vested rights for a potential buyer that it takes a long time. It took us 9 months to get here and talk to you guys. It took us 2 years with Glenn to figure out how to do this thing. It's just, it takes time here in Pickens County.
I do want us, we have 2 points here to really suss out here, and that is, you know, what we're approving relative to the development agreement and the amendment and the vesting. And we will get to both for sure. But let's tie up some loose ends here, because we're
I have
dragging
a
on.
question.
Patty.
They currently have 10 years of vesting. Didn't we approve 10 years?
You're looking at me, I'm like,
They had 3, and
Site plan
we approved in 2012, so there's no vesting existing on the property?
Oh, I actually have that one. Hold on.
Okay, that's one question. The other one is, we more than appreciate what you've done. Over the years. I've been involved in almost all of the 20 ones that Glenn showed, or 20, however many you showed up there. And we more than appreciate you led the way in so many ways. But you did it out of your heart, out of good, which we also appreciate. But it's you chose to do it. We didn't force you to do it. You didn't get any trade-offs, which I totally understand. But we're in a different realm here now, and we're trying to figure out something that works for you and that works for what we've spent a lot of time on in 2012 with that approval, and where we might be able to go to reach a compromise. And that's, I think, where I'm trying to go, so that you get value out of what you still have in your ownership, and the county gets some recognition of the historic and the maximum square footage, and if we go in a direction to give you more years of vesting. So it's got to be kind of a give and take here at some level.
As I said in my letter,
I
we've
want
been.
to just bring it to discussion for the board, if that's okay.
I know Greg has
'Cause
been
we need
waiting patiently.
We need to sort of suss out what our discussion is and where our questions are. if
I
that's
can
okay.
hear you thinking over here.
So Patty, I think to answer your question, there is no current vested right. There's nothing, the 2012, I don't think granted even, so we just had a standard 3-year vested right. There was a historic covenant.
No vesting. There was just no vesting.
Oh, there was no activity envelope or site plan.
Yeah,
at
no,
the
it was
time.
just the designation.
Okay,
It's
so
the
there
covenant
was,
that's still the binding issue,
the covenant is right, is the longer
which
term.
is the historic.
So I just, again, want to make sure we're all clear on what is being proposed here. So 1,470 historic square feet always stays with the property, is always forever on the property. I'll chunk that over here. The request is for retention of the 8,747 square feet plus the 1125 from the non-historic addition, that could get moved in the future. That's not always stuck to the north cabin, for a total of 9,872 square feet of movable area that can be in 2 or 3 residences on the property.
Are you asking if that's the applicant's proposal or if
This
that's
is what we're
staff's?
talking about right now. That is where the conversation has led us to that number and those terms for the major development plan amendment on the table. And that's what I'm trying to capture here, so that we can sort of check in with the board on coalescence around that.
So you
I'm
took
seeing
out
some
the-
nodding and I'm seeing some head shaking, so we're not coalesced. And that's,
My understanding is that is
Problem.
generally the question in front of you regarding the floor area question.
yes.
Revolves around that.
And we get there through a GMQS amendment and an update to the development plan.
Yes, you are stuck in a GMQS exemption
Yeah.
limbo. You have two GMQS exemptions at play. One provides the historic incentives, which is a GMQS exemption, and that's how they got to the additional dwelling unit in 2012. And you have the current issue that's in front of you, which is the GMQS exemption for the 5750, which the applicant is arguing should be applied to the parcel so they don't have to aggregate the floor area to get to the 8747 for the new house.
Does it I think it makes sense for us to talk about that, and whether we agree with those terms. Glenn?
Just one clarification. Our proposal, in addition to what Raya's explained, is to reduce the number of free market dwelling units from 3 to 2. There would be no, there would never be a third unit as we propose it.
Okay. And that approval today could carry forward to site plan review, which is what you're saying is the way to codify that.
Essentially, they have existing condition today. They have 3 homes. Moving forward, their next step would be, having to go through site plan review, at which point they're showing you one house with the demolition of the other 2. One house of some size.
Right.
I'm sorry, Suzanne, you're gonna have to say that again. You said they're going down to one house. I haven't heard that yet
No,
tonight.
One non-historic house.
Okay, right. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay. That could be up to 9,872 square feet if they moved the.
We just keep going up. I'm trying to go down. We just
Well,
keep going up.
but again, I mean, this is sort of my issue right now, is I don't feel like we have like a clear record of this amended proposal in front of us that we're discussing
So
today.
Glenn, maybe just clarify, for the new house, 8750, you've agreed to.
8747, yeah.
Yes.
8750 is so much cleaner.
87.
We'll stick with
That's 3
8750.
square feet that I'm.
Not counting 1470 and the 1125. So
Yeah.
just, if we set, chunking that aside, using Kelly's term, your ask for a new house would be for 8750.
And a 10-year vested or whatever we can get out of a compromise.
So
Retains the
87,
north cabin.
right,
at its current size.
8747 plus the 1125 for the north, I'm looking at total square footage, for the north cabin addition. Right?
Correct, and the north cabin.
9,872 square feet. Right? So if I'm asking to figure out what to do with the 11,025 square feet, so we're not at 9,875 square feet of total square footage on the property.
And I will also just say, when this property conveys, that 1125 is not protected. There's no way to require someone to keep that addition and aggregate it anyway. So I don't know how to write a condition that says you have to keep this non-historic.
I'm leaving it, the applicant can offer to do that.
But they can't, but they're committing to a maximum house of 8750, so they couldn't add that on to the main house. So the new
Oh, to
owner would
aggregate,
either have
right.
to decide to keep it as it is on the north cabin, or they lose it if they,
Right.
Is that true? That's how that would work.
that's what they're committing.
That's
What
correct.
they're committing to.
Would a new owner have to conform to that?
But at the end of the day, the total square footage would be the 8747 plus 1125 plus 1470 for the total of 11,000 something.
For 2 units on this ranch. Okay, let's just start there. 11,342 is the total square footage. That obviously includes historic things that they've already committed to historic designation for. And then we have to suss out how the GMQS exemptions work with this. So, Jeffrey, do you?
I'm just doing math, sorry. I'm actually
We're
looking
all
at a
doing math, we're all
spreadsheet.
doing math. I just want to, can we start there?
Sure, give it a shot.
Okay, well, that's what I'm asking.
We're letting you start, and we haven't heard from you.
Patty would prefer a reduction.
I would prefer the new main house be 7,622 square feet. That would be taking out the 1125 out of the 8747.
I'd support Patty on that. Our entire process, all these years, with trying to understand energy use and home size and embedded carbon and workforce needs, employees generated by big houses, everything's pointing toward reducing house size. You're trying to create an insurance policy so that whatever we do in the next few years, you don't have to follow that. That's clearly what you're trying to do, and I could understand why. But I'm choking on it. I'm choking on it. I want to. I'll just leave it there. I am blown away by what you did with George, and after acquiring the property from George somehow, what you all did voluntarily, it's incredible, and you get credit for that. The problem I have is that coming back and asking for credit for it after opens a door for, there are many, many others who decided they wanted to conserve their land, and they didn't think that they were going to ask for something for it, and then 40 years later decide, well, gee, you should give us something for what we did. Creates a really awkward and uncomfortable situation for me when I think of, say, the McBrides, who just put their entire ranch into a conservation easement and didn't come and ask us for anything. They just did it with AVLT and never spoke to us about, well, they spoke to us and didn't get anywhere for other reasons with open space. But, what are we opening up here? If we go back and say, let's create an approval for something as if no land use codes were ever changed since the 1970s. Imagine what you could do. Imagine what you could do if we just decided to give credit or go back so you can't go back in time, and I'm sorry. It's frustrating. You should be rewarded handsomely somehow, but it shouldn't be through being able to avoid the policies which hundreds of people in our community have been working to put forth to create a sustainable, livable community. And every time a big house is built, it tells me a rancher, a farmer, a worker will never live in that house. It's just going to be a big house for someone. So when we're increasing these house sizes, I'm choking on it. And so I'm sympathetic to Patty's suggestion, and I'm trying to figure out, is there a fairer way? If you say you can't give any more, you could reduce that house size to 7,500 square feet, which is still 3 times the size of my house, and I've got too much room. I have a different lifestyle, I guess, but I'm just thinking that you could concede that square footage and get us back to what kind of makes sense for me, and I've been saving and bottling this up because I don't quite understand the emotions I'm feeling from it right now. But we're trying to move the county in a direction. What I see is a real solid effort to try to thwart that for your own personal situation, and you've got great reason to ask, and I don't hold it against you, but I'm choking on it, if you want to give anything else, if you wanted to, it would be conceding some of the size of this big house. So for me, it's emotional. I don't like making my decisions this way, but it hasn't been made clear enough to me another way out of this.
Thanks, Greg. Jeffrey.
So we Pitkin a couple years ago kept a piece in our land use code that was an exception for 500 acres. And what we were trying to do was incentivize someone from not subdividing, put a conservation easement on their lot. And we gave them a 5750 house used by right. And I feel like we're sort of having a similar conversation. We have a large parcel. It will not be subdivided because there already is a conservation easement. This is a real estate transaction, so we're basically saying, what does the next 5 years or 10 years look like for this parcel? And I bring up the exemption because I'm like, is there an analogy here, which is, this is a large parcel. What is the right thing for the land and the right thing, and I'm just trying to figure out, I'm looking at both of you saying, we did this 500-acre exemption, it was with John Ely, and we kept it in the land use code, basically to have this conversation, to say, hey, we want you to keep this large parcel, kind of undeveloped, conservation easement. Glenn's coming on in with a CE, not with open space, right? He's kind of, I'm sorry, having the conversation with you here. You're doing everything we wanted in that exception that we created. And so I'm empathetic to what is on the table.
The attempt.
And the position that we're in, right? He's not coming in saying, I'm going to go conserve this.
I'm confused. It's a 244-acre parcel, and they're not coming in with a CE. They can't, because they've already CE'd it all. Conservation easement, you CC'd it all.
I'm trying to conflate two things. I'm trying to conflate the thought process we had with John and with Rye and with Glenn. You were active in it. I'm just trying to see if there's a way out that we all get to this place where we say, you know what, we've limited development, we've limited subdivision, we've done all those things, and yeah, this parcel's done that historically, but is there a way forward? This is exactly where we want the land to be, and all we're doing is talking about square footage, I guess.
And extended vesting is, to me, part of it. Because my suggestion is to only reduce the size of to let the big house be 7,622 square feet. Come up with an extension of vested rights, either 5 years or 10 years, we haven't discussed that, and allow them to keep the north cabin as it is.
Or not, it's up to them.
With the historic and with the new addition.
Right, which they're committing to losing the addition square foot in the future anyway if they commit to the house never getting bigger than 87, which is what they've said they would commit to. So I wanted to keep that in mind.
We're certain of that.
That's what they said.
Next owner can't come
And we
in
would
and
put
say,
that in a condition. And,
Suggestion.
I mean, I guess for me, my inclination is that the proposal to, retain the historic square footage, retain the cabin with its square footage as added, and having one house at 8750 max to never get larger, seems pretty reasonable, since that's the size of a house anyone's gonna be able to build at max in the Crystal River Valley.
So that brings it to 11,342 square feet on the property of residential.
It does, but that additional square footage on the cabin could go away if they don't keep it there, because they can't build the main house bigger. That's my inclination. It's a reduction of one residence, so I think maybe where we're stuck is our 3 smaller residences better than 2, 1 big, 1 small. And I think it's a fair place to be stuck. That's no criticism.
I can understand that.
My
I was trying to
inclination is, I still think it's a fair.
I was trying to find a way that they could give something back in order to give them their extended vested rights.
Sure.
So trying to balance that out.
Yeah. I think where I need,
Generally, when we do extended vested rights to 5 or 10 years, there's something coming back in return. So to me, this is a minimal request, but that's for discussion.
what I still am not understanding is how, is the GMQS exemption piece of it. What do you
I think we go with Rebecca's finding on that.
Right, the only way you get to an 8750 and you're able to keep the addition on the north cabin is if you are to consider this argument that the GMQS exemption for a 5750 house still applies to allow for that additional floor area on the property. So you
get to
have to apply
11,000.
that, as the application is structured, in order to get, which is, I think, what you're suggesting, which is what the applicant is suggesting. In order to get there, you need to apply that 5750 floor area exemption, or I'm sorry, GMQS exemption to get or allow the additional 1,125 square feet of floor area in the property. Because it's not there now. So you have to come up with some way
To
to
allow
add
that.
this additional floor area onto the property. And that is the mechanism that the applicant has proposed to do that.
Okay, so clarify for me, did they already use their exemption for the historic designation, or is that a separate?
I think Suzanne can say this afterward, but I think the incentive for the historic designation was utilized in 2012.
Which was their GMQS exemption.
That arguably, staff's position is that the GMQS exemption for the 5750 does not apply to this parcel at all. Because there's already structures on the property that exceed 5,750 square feet. So you're essentially pulling additional square footage out of the hat, utilizing that provision. Because the provision says if you already exceed 5750, you cannot use this GMQS exemption. It already says that. So, but our applicant's making a different argument.
Okay, can I hear your argument again?
What's that?
So can I hear your argument again
Oh.
about the GMQS
Well,
exemption?
Maybe instead of re-arguing that, Richard suggested a compromise.
notes.
And that would be that the replacement house, the main house, would be limited to 7,500 square feet. And that the north cabin would remain as it is at the
24.
the 2,400. And that our request for vested property rights would be just 7 years.
That's what you're offering us?
That's what we're suggesting.
That's a great suggestion, Glenn.
Richard thought of it.
Richard.
You're gonna have to reiterate.
Lydia, it was you.
You're gonna have to say it again.
So that eliminates the need for the GMQS exemption at all.
It's good.
So,
think
in other
there's a
words, to say it again, that the replacement house for the main house would be limited to 7,500 square feet of floor area. The north cabin will remain untouched at 2,400 square feet. That is the historically designated house with the addition, and that the vested property rights would be for a 7-year term.
Okay. Is the square footage with a maximum future potential house size of 8,750 or whatever, the 7,500 plus the.
No, the maximum house size would be 7,500 for the replacement house of the main house.
So the 1,125 could not be moved onto the main house in the future?
That's what they're proposing.
I'm gonna
The
keep it in
1,125 needs to stay with the historic cabin.
It'd be a sin to tear.
Stays with the 25. So with the 7,500 and 2,595,
thank
the
you.
north cabin with addition, you get to 10,095 square feet.
Yep.
If you did the 8747 plus the 1470 of the historic cabin, you're at 10,217. So you have slightly reduced I think from where we were here, essentially what we're doing is reworking the existing square footage.
Right.
And in the end, allowing for that, somehow it gets close enough.
I think it's a good
I think.
compromise. I think we can live with it. I really hate to see, the historic North Cabin is a jewel in itself, the historic 1,400 square feet of it. I've rehabilitated it 3 times over the last 50 years. The addition that was put on for my 99-year-old mother is also very tasty, and I just hate to see this structure go through a demolition thing. I think it's a real waste of common sense and
emotion and sentiment.
And money, and it's just not the right thing to do to it. If I took you all through this home, you would say it'd be a shame to do anything to this.
I have to confess something. I was trying to get to Francie's one day and I got lost. And I drove up the road by the house and up to and it's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. The whole parcel is exceptional. I've taken my grandkids out twice now to see the baby cows.
The Aspen Valley Land Trust says this is the crown jewel of all their property holdings.
It's pretty cool.
And, so, if we can come to that compromise, then we could go home.
Oh, heck.
Okay,
dark
so.
yet.
I got
but
laundry to do
we have
and
some votes to
dishes.
tie here. First, let me check in on a maximum main house size of 7,500, a retention of the 2,595 at the north cabin, no third residence, and a 7-year vesting period.
So it's a total of 10,095 square feet.
Is that correct?
That's what I came up with.
Okay. Is the board okay with that?
Are there what do we need to do to make a motion?
Well, we'll have to clean up this resolution, because now it's, referring to things that.
We hadn't come up with before.
Table.
We can do
GMPS
that.
exemption, a historic,
Clarification.
below ground space.
So the McIntyres don't want to see the north cabin or its addition torn down. They can't tear down the historic. Any new buyer, I'm thinking any new purchaser would have to maintain the historic floor area.
And the addition.
Are they required to maintain the addition, or is that their prerogative? That's their prerogative. They could tear it off if they want to, right?
Not if we put it in as a condition of approval.
But they can't use the square footage on a new house.
The square footage would go away.
The idea is that we're trying to avoid building bigger houses.
Square footage can't be used for the big house.
And that can be codified in a covenant for any future development.
Why would anybody take it off if it wasn't an advantage to them on a bigger,
Well,
to
you
add
never
to the
know.
big house?
Is there any way we can put that into a
I won't
condition?
try to explain.
I don't think we can stop a new buyer from
Tearing it down.
taking the addition off.
But they certainly, they can't,
Development agreement
they
for
can't
7
add it
years
to
of
the,
vesting?
Square footage.
to the square footage.
Yeah.
of it. That's something we can codify.
Yes.
Well-
That is part of the approval that is in front of you all now, is that and my suggestion is you provide direction to staff to bring back a resolution of approval that incorporates all the things that we're talking about and continue the hearing today until that time to approve it with the approval reso in front of you.
I've neglected to open the public hearing.
I was gonna suggest that too. But that's what I would suggest. But I think Suzanne has or probably Rebecca's keeping track of the changes, but, and I think Kelly stated them pretty clearly. I don't think, Greg's point, I'm not sure if it's necessary to have a requirement that the additional 1,125 square foot addition to the north cabin remain, because nobody, unless they're crazy, is gonna get rid of that 1,125 square feet.
Doesn't matter if
They
you
just
do.
may come back to us and say, can we move this to?
Can we put this on
You
there?
can
now?
certainly
Make a
say
bigger
that it
house.
shall not be moved over to the other house, and that's
That's
easy
the
enough
point I
to
was trying to
draft
make.
into it. But you're essentially not gonna place any restriction on somebody remodeling within the parameters of that house size.
Yeah, if they want to go back to the original thing,
Yeah.
all power to them.
Right.
Could happen.
Oh, I hate
Happens all the
that,
time.
because it's.
They'll have to
Okay.
paint marble, put in black.
So I will.
I need to open the public hearing.
Oh, that's right.
Is there anyone in the room or online who wishes to provide comment? Thankfully, no. Since we've gotten this far.
Everybody left
Did they all
us?
leave? Did the
Okay,
others go
I'm
away?
gonna close the public hearing. The direction from attorney is to continue this, to come back with a clean resolution.
I'm gonna make a motion to continue, to bring back a resolution defining this use of this square footage and the 7-year vesting,
As discussed here today.
as discussed here tonight for quite a while. Do we
I'll
wanna add
second
that to
that.
my motion?
I'll third it.
Is that a good, clean motion?
I think so. Staff have a sufficient
And-
clarification to bring back a resolution as discussed today?
And just to manage expectations for our applicants here, usually when we do this, we don't go through a full presentation and discussion all over again. We just revisit the direction we've given and make sure the resolution says that. We'll open the public hearing and,
And you have to set a date.
Is that
Yeah, we
another,
need to continue that to.
another session here?
yes, it's another session here. I'm just
That's
saying,
your
don't,
punishment.
I don't want you to
Be
expect that
virtual.
we're gonna go through this whole dialogue all over
I know, land
again.
use always comes last, so I will do a date certain, not the 27th, it should
I
be
can't
pretty
do that,
clean.
can you?
Can't do that soon, so,
Who can't do it that day?
thank you.
Your planner.
Your planner.
Rebecca's not available that
Oh.
date, so the next meeting after that would be the 10th of September.
10th of September, date certain?
We're in October.
In October.
Well, do we need staff? All it is to bring back a resolution, just outlining what we've already decided on. We've got you. I hate you guys to miss the conversation, but I hate to drag it out till October.
I don't know enough about who's here when. I know I'm not here at the next meeting, but you don't want to do it at the next meeting, so other than that, I don't know what the,
And who's not here on the 10th,
and Glenn's not
Rebecca?
going on his trip.
I'm not going anywhere.
You're not, Glenn's not going anywhere.
Are you going anywhere?
I would like to, but I don't think I am.
Jeffrey won't be here on the 10th, so there would just be the three of us, which I think is fine.
I'm not sure I'm going to. Thanks.
I'm here.
I'm here.
Well, if you're not here and
Francie's
Maybe down to
recusing
two of you.
herself.
I'm trying to-
I think it's fine.
I'm trying to go on vacation and it's just not working out. Okay, I made a motion and we're trying to determine a date certain to continue.
I think September 10th works at the table.
We're gonna put it, we can always continue it again on the 10th if we don't get there where we want.
I second it.
Thank you. I knew you were a good guy.
And you guys can always participate virtually
And I'll second it.
and not have to.
I
make
did,
a copy.
I already said that.
Thank you.
Okay, let's call the question. Motion to continue this for review of a clean resolution to approve on September the 10th. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Thanks, Glenn.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys, as we continue to cooperate.
God, but you never make it easy to get to the cooperation part, you know that.
Life's not easy.
Okay, we've all stuck it out here. John Peacock, is there any open discussion? Okay, board members, any open discussion?
No, I think we did it all yesterday.
I'm
Jeffrey?
seeing none. May I please have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All in
Thank
favor,
you.
please
Thanks.
say aye. Aye.
Glenn, are you okay? Are you okay with
No more ayes, just
that?
me?
Aye.
Oh, yeah. I'm okay.
Abby, is this yours?